Hi everyone, I'm Arshi Ahmed and I'm thrilled to welcome you to Anti-Racism Live 2024 on the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Thank you so much for joining us. So today we're bringing you interviews with key advocates and thought leaders on anti-racism from all sectors of society, music, and words of peace by leading actors from stage and screen. Before we begin, I want to say thank you to our sponsor, ITG, the Inspired Thinking Group, for making today possible. And thank you to Digitalis, Social 360, Signal AI, AWS, Green Lemon Company, British Airways, the Virgin Group, Porter Navali, and Design Bridge. Thanks to the Peace One Day team and to all the participants that we'll hear from during the show. And thank you to everyone at home for watching for what will be an informative, inspirational, and engaging event. Without justice, equality, diversity, and inclusion, there can be no peace. So let's hear from some of the most prominent figures in the world who have devoted their lives to the elimination of racial discrimination. Please keep sharing today's Anti-Racism Live 2024 event as widely as you can to help continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And do use the hashtags that will appear on the screen throughout the broadcast. To start Anti-Racism Live 2024, here's a special statement from Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights.
More than half a century ago, the world made a promise to end racial discrimination, to end humiliation, and to come together inspired by the ambition that the world could be more safe, more fair, and more inclusive. Today and every day, we remember the victims of racism. We honor every person who continues to raise their voice and fight for change. We have seen progress. Powerful anti-racism movements have shaken governments and demanded equal rights. Countries are adopting new laws. They are taking multiple affirmative action measures. But we are far from where we should be. No country can claim to be free of racism, nor has any country fully accounted for the past. Millions still endure the consequences of the historical denial of their humanity. Millions more suffer the cruel legacies of colonialism, or the memories of the inhuman and criminal enslavement of generations of women, men, and children of African descent. National, ethnic, linguistic, and religious minorities have had their human rights trampled upon. So too, Roma, indigenous peoples, and many other groups. This year we also mark the end of the International Decade for People of African Descent. I state again that efforts towards recognition, justice, and development for people of African descent must continue beyond 2024. And I am adding my voice to calls for the proclamation of a second decade. We must do better. We must remember that societies which thrive celebrate the magnificent diversity of our human family. They embrace the principles of justice, dignity, equality, and respect for all. And in doing so, they pave the path towards a future without hate, a future for which we should all strive. Thank you.
It was incredible to hear such a powerful statement from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk. We are so grateful to have his continued support of Peace One Day. We wish everyone at OHCHR, the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the very best with their incredibly important work in the field. For our first interview of Anti-Racism Live 2024, we'll be hearing from the wonderful Angela Cretu and Andrea Jung. Angela is a board member and ex-global CEO of Avon and a long-time supporter of Peace One Day. Andrea Jung is the president and CEO of Grameen America, a non-profit organization that provides microloans to women starting small businesses. Let's go and watch that interview with Angela Cretu and Andrea Jung now.
Hello everyone. I'm happy to have the opportunity to interview the person I love and respect most in the corporate world in this very special day when we talk about the power of purpose. Andrea Jung serves on the boards of Apple, Unilever, other big global companies. She's the president and CEO of Grameen America, And before that, she was the first female chairman and chief executive officer at Avon. Throughout her career, Andrea ranked consistently among the top leaders on lists, including Fortune's Most Powerful Women in Business, Forbes' Most Powerful Women in the World, and the Financial Times Top Women in the World of Business. And that was because outside of her outstanding, exceptional business leadership impact, she inspired countless generations as a purpose-driven leader. At Avon, Andrea Jung reignited our century-old mission to empower women globally. And she continued dedicating her life to women at Grameen America, where she is helping female entrepreneurs who live in poverty to build small businesses to create better lives for their families. The organization has invested more than $4 billion in over 190,000 women small businesses around the country. From collaborating with UN and major global organizations like Vital Voices to forging strong alliances with institutions, celebrities, Andrea has championed initiatives for gender equality and female empowerment, and her philanthropic efforts and advocacy work have inspired individuals to pursue their passions and strive for meaningful change. My own 25 career at Avon was largely sponsored by Andrea. She created an inclusive, engaging environment where my potential was never hindered by the fact that I was a young Romanian in a global company. It is all about the purpose, you said to me once, Andrea. And I've never failed that compass ever since. It has been my source of energy, my own empowerment, that no matter the situation, I keep following this direction, keeping myself centered on what truly matters and inspiring others around myself to empower women. I'm very happy to have you today. Welcome. I would like to start by asking you to tell us a little bit more about your life's work and mission to empower women, creating equal opportunities for them regardless of their race, nationality, upbringing around the world.
It's wonderful to do this with you, Angela. So happy to be here and as part of this extraordinarily important and critical program. I've had the privilege, just the extraordinary privilege, I think, in my life to be able to find that passion and purpose, as you mentioned, of really having a long vista and a long student and advocacy, commitment in my life around equality. And I have been fortunate to find in my work, both at Grameen America today, but then for decades at Avon, the opportunity to really understand how empowering women is life-changing and changes communities and changes the world. You know, when I joined Avon back in 1994, there were no women CEOs. There were millions at that time of Avon ladies around the world, and yet no one in leadership who had represented those women. And I remember sitting across from the then CEO at the time and seeing a plaque behind his desk that had 4 footprints, a barefoot ape, then a barefoot man, then a wingtip shoe, and then a high-heeled pump. And it said the evolution of leadership. And this was back at the end of 1993. And I said to him, that plaque behind your desk, I mean, it's extraordinary. And he said, there are millions of women in the world and they haven't reached their potential. And that's our goal and our vision and our mission as a company. Someday a woman will be leading Avon. And I thought, that's very prescient. That's incredible. Little did I know that I, many years later would have that opportunity. And then to see you also after me have that opportunity has been an extraordinary sense of pride. But the company's mission and the company's, power was to really understand how gender equality and giving earnings opportunity to women would make a societal difference. That the lack of access to opportunity, to earnings was one of the things that was a worldwide issue. And that if we just gave women the equal opportunity to earn, to have representation, whether it's in the boardroom, the C-suite, or just access to capital, fair and equal wages, that these things, which have been on the discussion point over the last several years, and even more so today, are critical to world peace, to the prosperity and the equality that we want for all. So my almost 20-year career there was a privilege to be able to understand how empowering women, one country at a time, all over the world, from Romania to China to the United States to Brazil, was the opportunity of a lifetime to really see that one woman at a time is able to change the course of the future for her family, for her society, and for the world. And then fast forward, I had the privilege after Avon to meet Muhammad Yunus, who had the vision many, many years ago that in the poorest country in the world, Bangladesh, that 51% of women were not allowed access to banking. And that when he went out to the countryside, people would say, I can't get a loan, I can't start a business, because if I go to a bank, literally they will say, bring your husband back. We don't give loans to women. And so he began what started off as a small initiative and ended up into a world revolution to provide microfinance and opportunities, equal opportunities for access to capital, with the strong belief that capital and having access to money is a basic human right for women as well as men. And that spurred a movement that is now growing rapidly in the United States. And today, as you said, we've reached given out $4 billion of loan capital to nearly 200,000 women entrepreneurs, all with the thought that even in the United States, which is the center of economic progress and advancement, that income inequality affects both gender and race. In our program, 99% of our members identify as underrepresented communities. They are primarily Latina and Black women entrepreneurs in the United States, and the formal system, the traditional system, really shuts them out. So our goal and our purpose is to make sure that they have that equal access to capital, and it's extraordinary. Their businesses are growing faster. They pay back at 99.8%, and our goal is to get to $40 billion of loans dispersed by 2033. And all of this is because the opportunity of making sure that there is no gender bias and no racial bias in terms of funding businesses is a critical thing even in the United States.
Indeed, and I think we have the same need across in the entire world, and that is why we have this International Day, March 21st, to fight together, to unite all our forces, to eliminate the racial discrimination. So, for you, what is the significance of this day? Where do you think the global community stands in eradicating racism?
I think we're in a pivotal moment for society. I was just fortunate to have my first grandchild. He was born in January. But when I look at his generation, I think, where are we today as we stand here in early 2024? I think one could argue that these are really existential times for the world. When we look at the issue of race, of religion, of gender, and the polarization that I see all over the world now, I think it is incumbent upon all of us in this day and this event, this focus has never been more important. It's always been important, but I would say this is an extraordinarily critical time for leaders in every sector to come together, to commit to really eradicating the biases that exist that are only getting worse. I grew up with just a little personal reflection because as a woman and as a woman of color, as an Asian woman, I grew up with parents who were extraordinarily committed to making sure I was proud of my heritage. I grew up when there was a neighbor that was from Italy and had pasta every single Friday night, and we would run over and run home and say, why, pasta is so good. It was invented in Italy. And my parents would say, no, 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 pasta was invented in China decades and decades ago. Marco Polo brought it back to Italy. And I just use that example because it's something that, as I look back now, I was so proud of my heritage. I remember at Avon going the very first time when I became the CEO to China and walking through the plant. And I was just doing an operational tour through the factory. And I realized that a lot of women were peeking around the corners, women who worked on the factory lines, and they were whispering and staring around the corner. And I understood in that moment that the impact of seeing someone that looked like them, a woman and a woman of Asian descent, that is actually possible. That was possible in 1999 to actually make it to the top. That was unheard of, and it was not something that they expected. And you only aspire to what you can see. So I had so many moments of pride. But then during the pandemic, I remember walking around in the streets of New York City, a city I love, a city I've lived in for decades, and having someone shout out because of the narrative and the hate that has gone on, the Asian hate in New York City, to basically go home to where you came from, and that, I was the cause of COVID. So on the one hand, it took me aback, and on the other hand, I realized the deep issues that we are facing as a society that we need to come together to address. And so it sort of made me double down, if you would, on sharing that pride still in my own heritage, but also making sure that we stop hate, that we understand the power of the commitment, not just to say, we want to be anti-racist or that we want to support women, but to actually be involved, and that every single day when we get up, are we involved in work, either in our own organizations or outside the day-to-day job that has some small or large impact on the progress against these issues.
Indeed, and you call it like this is a pivotal moment. I see it as well as an inflection point, and you're right. We have never had a higher awareness about diversity being a divine gift and its value in economy, in society. Yet, especially in the last years, with all this global anxiety and the crises, we can see the division in between race, religion, really again becoming, going in a way back. Yeah? So it's like we are doing one step forward, two steps back. So what do you think we can do as a society? What can we do all together collectively to reverse it?
Like everything, it takes leadership. It takes role modeling and leadership. It's every small action and every large action all the way up to policy that matters. When I just look at Grameen, I'll just use that as an example. I mean, there's a systemic lack of access to capital. And if you just look at the facts and the data, there is a disproportionately unequal amount of capital given to, communities of color. It's just a fact. 4% of loan capital in the United States in 2019 was given to women. 4%, $1 out of $23. When you look at the Black and Latina-owned businesses in the United States, they're growing at 28 and 43% faster than all average businesses for the small business community. And yet they're getting anywhere from 30 to 50% less capital every time they go in, or none at all. So it's just stark facts. And so rather than just say, well, here's the problem, what is the solution? So it's not just our organization, but you've got to step in, and either the formal capital markets and the banks need to change policy, government, the Treasury Department here in the United States needs to give more capital to these communities, and organizations like ourselves at Grameen America need to step in and bridge that gap until the systems change happens. It doesn't happen overnight. I think I am more of an optimist than a pessimist. That's just the nature of the work that I've been privileged to do, is that you can make a difference. You have to make a difference. And if not us, if we don't do it now, who's going to do it? It is incumbent on us as this generation to solve this critical moment we're facing. But it is a combination of policy, NGOs and organizations that are going to fill the gap until policy takes care of it on a broad systemic basis, and that each individual has to play a role modeling and getting involved in work that can make a difference.
Indeed, it does require systemic change, and seeing leaders like yourself, leading from the front, it's truly inspirational, and hopefully this message is going to be heard in every country, at every level in society, in a business and corporate world.
The only thing I would say, Angela, is that I think advocacy is not enough. Talking about it is not enough. I always like to say that you have to walk the talk. So demonstration is part of the thing that I think is missing. People are acknowledging the issue. People are saying that it needs to change, but more organizations, individuals, corporations, and entities have to demonstrate by a difference in action, whether it's reallocation of resources, hiring, and culture, that there has to be a change.
And culture comes with action. Tangible value it's created with action. Absolutely. I mean, speaking about the statistics, in UK, 2% of women would have access to capital to really fund their startup. So that by itself really says that we have so much more work to do. So if that happens at the level of big organizations and as well policies that are to be set in different countries, what's the hope in communities? I mean, how humans, because much of this division and racism comes from individual fear. How can we support people coexist regardless of their skin color? Yes, religion, political beliefs. How can we help? I mean, we see in the news every day.
I think fear comes from lack of understanding. I mean, I think it always has throughout the course of human history. And I think that we have done an extraordinarily poor job over the last particular several years into this year. I can talk about that from the US elections point of view, but it is of not listening and not understanding. I think before we could go anywhere, there has to be on both sides a deep understanding of the issues. And there's always such a blunt and extreme narrative, and that is causing so much of the issue today on all of the salient conflicts that are top of mind in 2024. But I think understanding, listening, I mean, it's always the number one thing is listen first, judge later, make your opinion later, and then solve. And I think that we all need to have the most extraordinarily intentional listening campaign to truly understand the other point of view. There's always, it's not binary. There is an issue on both sides always to try and to understand history, how we got here, to put yourself in the other person's shoes, and then understand, and then bridge a solution. But I think the first start is to understand, is to have the education, which is lacking.
Indeed, and your call is very clear for the policymakers, for all those in power to do systemic changes at the corporate level or in society. What would be your message of hope for ordinary people who are living in their communities so they can feel empowered to take actions themselves, although they lack the leverage of the big opinion leaders and big decision makers?
I'm an optimist by nature. I think that we all need to be optimists, believe in the power of the human spirit. I mean, there is hate out there, but there's also love. It feels like there's one step backwards, but there also has been extraordinary progress on so many dimensions. So I think that in the glass half full analogy, I think we have to take this moment and say, we have to be the generation of leaders that takes this on. If not us, then who's going to do it? If not now, then when are we going to do it? There's never been a more critical time, and we are the leaders. We can't leave this to the next generation. So I am a firm believer that if we look back over, the centuries, there have always been moments, and we are in one now, where, in fact, that kind of global crisis. The crisis that we have is the only way that we will push through it. And it takes sometimes this moment. And that's why this March 21st is so important, that this year and this exact pivotal juncture is almost existential in our history, that we as leaders really have to come forward and take the big, bold step.
Thank you for your message of hope and of love. May all take the opportunity in this inflection, pivotal moment to take action and create together a better world. Thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you, Angela.
Fantastic. That was the remarkable Angela Cretu and Andrea Jung. It is an honor to be able to share such important and insightful words for Anti-Racism Live 2024. We wish them both the very best in their future work. And to all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can stay up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. So we're ready to move on to our next guest of Anti-Racism Live, the brilliant actor Hakeem Kazim, who has been an incredible supporter of Peace One Day. Let's now listen to Hakeem's words of peace.
Hi, my name is Hakeem Kazim, and this year for Anti-Racism Live, taking place on the 21st of March 2024, I'm going to read Bob Marley's Redemption Song. Old pirates, yes, they rob I. Sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation, triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs. Redemption songs. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs. Redemption songs. Redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery, 'cause none but ourselves can free our mind. Whoa, have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs. All I ever had, redemption songs. These songs of freedom. Songs of freedom.
How moving. Thank you so much, Hakeem, for that inspiring piece. We are very humbled and so very grateful for your continued support and encouragement of Peace One Day and Anti-Racism Live. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. In our next interview, we'll be hearing from the amazing Libra Clemens. Libra is a C-suite executive with over 20 years of experience in human resources, talent, diversity, equity and inclusion across numerous Fortune 500s, as well as the chief people leader. Let's watch the interview with Libra Clemens now.
Libra, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
I'm so glad to be here. This is such an honor. I'm just so excited to be part of something that I have been spent probably the past couple of years really drilling into what it means to be an anti-racist. And so to come together and be part of this with so many fantastic leaders in the community that's driving this work, it's just such an honor. So thank you.
Fantastic. Could you tell us about your work and your mission?
Yeah. So I am somewhat new to this anti-racism work, and I'm going to be very specific about it because I am a DEI professional. I've been in the DEI space for almost 20 years on the corporate side. So working at companies like American Express and Morgan Stanley, PayPal, most recently Twilio. And in 2020, as everybody knows what happened in 2020, besides this health crisis, there was a reaction, a response to the killing of George Floyd. And I think a lot of people, although the work that you all have done is really stemming from what's happening globally and what's been happening globally, 2020 was something that happened in the US with the killing of George Floyd. And a lot of people and a lot of companies were like, we've got to figure out something. I was brought in to a particular company to drive their anti-racist efforts. And I'm going to be 100% honest with you, Jeremy. In 2020, I didn't know what that was. I thought it was another name, an alternative name for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I was like, sure, I can do that because I've been doing it for so long. But it wasn't until I started doing the research and reading and connecting with all the resources that are out there and learning about what anti-racism is. Some of the resources is what you all have been, some of the partners and the speakers and the connections that you all have had around anti-racism and anti-discrimination. I just thought it was another function of DEI. And so my mission at that moment in 2020 was to really uncover what anti-racism means. How does it translate outside of the US? And how can a company or how can companies start to adopt that and shift away from traditional diversity efforts to really thinking about equity for all people, which is what anti-racism is. So that has been my commitment and my mission. It was mission driven because it was driven by a particular company, but as an individual, it's something that I've really shifted my thinking and my approach to life through an anti-racist lens. I would also say I give a lot of credit to Ibram Kendi's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. I read that book cover to cover more than once. And there's also a workbook on what it means to be an anti-racist. And again, very US, but it allowed me to put some context into the word and to really start to build out what our mission was to ensure that every single decision that was made was done in a very equitable way. And it sounds very easy, but it's a lot harder because decisions that people make have an impact on marginalized communities all the time. We create policies, practices, even just day-to-day functions that are made based off of what we would call a white supremacist idea, a very majority or white majority idea, never considering the impact of these decisions, policies, and practices on marginalized communities. And so it's been my mission going forward to think about that in every single thing that I do, in every corporation that I work in, and every single entity that I'm participating in. So it was a very, very long answer to your question.
No, Libra, it's exactly what we wanted to hear. And thank you for being so kind of clear. I mean, listen, this is all about information that's inspiring and engaging to people who are watching. And so, you know, we're all very pleased to hear all of your thoughts. I want to ask you, why is the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, so important to you?
I have to say, I didn't even know about it until recently, but now I am 100% all in. I think when you're doing this work, and you know this, Jeremy, for all the work that you have done, you get caught up in it. You get caught up in it, and sometimes you can forget. There needs to be a stage, a day where everybody is 100% focused on this. That's why I think it's so important. I think that people think they're doing all the things, and there's different ways that we can talk about elimination of racial discrimination. There are different ways to actually define it in different contexts. But I don't know that everybody's coming together. There's a meeting of the minds in one day to really focus on this particular issue. So I think it's important just for focus. I think it's bringing people in. I think there are people that on the periphery don't even know this. So if you dedicate one day internationally where everybody is thinking about it, you are starting to build awareness, but also I believe the policy piece is even more important. And to your point about the work that you're doing, this is about prompting action. If you're not dedicating one particular day, people don't have the access, they don't have the education, they don't have the resources. It's not necessarily, it's ongoing, but you need one day where everyone's focused on it. And there's also an end point and a start point that, every single year we're going to talk about this, and it holds people accountable. So I absolutely love, and this day, I think it's super critical and super important to the actions, but also there's accountability. And I think the accountability needs to be in the form of policies, practices, and laws. And if you don't have a dedicated day where people are held accountable to that, then we're just continuing to just run like on a hamster on a wheel, not going anywhere fast.
Libra, thank you. Amazing answer. Thank you. Completely agree with everything that you just said. I want to ask you, the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day, where do you feel the global community is in relation to eradicating racism?
Jeremy, that's like, we're nowhere. I mean, we're nowhere. We are so far behind in this. And I live in the US, so I can speak specifically for the US, but having lived and worked outside of the US, we're nowhere fast. And it's really disappointing because what I am observing and seeing and experiencing is we're going back to the 1960s at that time in South Africa where there was a riot. We're going back to the 60s where the civil rights movement within the US and outside of the US, we're really, really coming together and gelling to say enough is enough. We're literally going back to that. I've actually started to reread all of the stories and the books and the teachings and watching speeches from the 60s, because sadly, it's so much more relevant now than it was even 20 years ago. So in other words, our community, we are so far behind. And part of it is that we have so many things going on. We are a global entity right now, and there are wars, and there are still people that are fighting to be heard, to be considered, to be accepted, and also for there to be equity. And that's what anti-racism is really all about. But we are very far behind as a global community. I also don't know that everybody is aligned on what this means. I don't know that everyone is aligned or truly understands what anti-racism is, how we get there, and and if we all have a common goal. And since we don't have that common goal, unlike the civil rights movement, it was like, we just want to make sure that there is, that people feel like they're free and they're able to actually live the way humans and are supposed to live, which is the right for all the things, to vote, to eat, to feed their families, to navigate life without feeling that there's violent threat to who they are based off of the choices that they make or the choices they didn't make based off of their skin color or their religion or any of their beliefs. We are still at that crossroads. So I am a little concerned, and not a little, I'm all the way concerned about where the world is right now. And I just don't know that we have one common goal or one common way that we're going to eradicate this, nor do I know that we have a lot of people that agree with what we're doing.
Yes, Libra, we're seeing an increase, as we know, in racism, and you talked about, sort of going back to where we were in the 60s. The hatred that we're seeing on the streets, the divide in our communities as a consequence of the recent wars. I mean, there's a lot of wars going on in the world, but we are seeing something that's just tragic. And I wonder, you've talked about your assessment there of the situation, but do you think we can turn this around? And what sort of pillars would you like to see being put in place in order to do so?
You know, I do have hope. I do have hope because we've seen it. We've seen it happen. And I do think that certain groups fared very well through the civil rights movement in the 1960s. I'm not a historian, but I know from being a Black woman in this world what I'm afforded versus what I bet my parents were not in the 1960s. However, now that I'm in a different arena and I'm doing things that my grandparents could never do, I'm faced with even more racism. Like you can go 2 steps forward to be slapped in the face 8 steps back. So I don't know. I can't say that I have all the answers, but I do think there needs to be a concerted effort to fight for, and it needs to be a progressive and very proactive effort to promote equity at all costs. And it is the pillars within anti-racism. It's to fully understand when white males that are cisgendered males have power and a platform and prestige and don't fully understand. I'm not white male hating at all. That is not what I'm saying. But when you don't understand your privilege and your power and how your privilege and power continues to create these divides within other marginalized communities, then it makes it very difficult for us to actually move forward to start to eradicate it. I do think there are people that don't really understand what that is. They don't understand what that means. They don't understand, as a white cisgendered male with power and privilege, how not acknowledging that other groups don't have that and doing something to actually level the playing field. Well, it's not a zero-sum game. Doesn't mean you're going to lose out, but actually understanding that, we've got to pivot these laws and these policies, because I think it's all systemic, to ensure that there's equity for all people. It creates a problem. So if we're not having that acknowledgement out with a group of people that are like, you know what, we really need to move forward, we're going to be on our back foot. So I do think one of the things we need to do is get powerful people who believe this, who understand how important it is to eradicate discrimination. And I'm not saying that and let me just be clear about what I mean by racial discrimination. These are systemic issues. I'm not saying that people aren't able to use the water fountain. I'm not saying it's that. But I think a lot of people are like, I'm not a racist. I don't discriminate against this. I have neighbors that are this, or I'm not homophobic. I know a gay person. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the systems by which people are operating, voting, places to live, access to clean water, access to just be able to pray and do whatever they need to do in a safe place that's safe. They don't have that. And I think that what people that are in power who make these laws don't fully understand and acknowledge that when you don't have that access, you are not able to actually be and live as humanly possible as someone that actually does have that power and access. When we have those individuals who are in power, who fully understand their privilege, doing something and promoting this and doing what they can to help to shift those laws and policies that create inequities within the marginalized communities, we're not going to be able to get anywhere. So I do think that's one thing. We need a group of powerful white cisgender men who have power and privilege to help drive this work, because they are the ones that set and make the laws and the policies. And we're not trying to take anything from anybody. We just want to be able to have an equitable point of view and to have equity as it relates to day-to-day human existence. That's the first thing. I think the second thing is everyone coming together to fully understand what that means. There's so much infighting, Jeremy. So much infighting. It's like, it's fighting this. It's Latinx people are fighting such and such. Trans people are fighting people that identify as non-binary. I mean, it's just so many things that like we can't even come together to say, hey, and I understand why there's levels within each particular marginalized community that is making it very difficult. I get it. But if we can't come together and try to understand how we want to push forward with this work, we will continue to have these days of peace without any accountability, without any move forward movement. So I do think there needs to be accountable group of powerful people who understand their privilege to drive this work and to help to say, you know what, we understand it. How can we make this better by shifting laws and policies and so forth? That's one thing. Second thing is the infighting within global communities and within different marginalized communities does not help. So it's like, I understand we need to reconcile. I'm not saying reconcile within all of these different groups so that we can come together and and peacefully figure out how we create a better human existence. But I don't think that we have a lot of people who care about that. And that is my concern, to be quite honest.
Libra, thank you. I think, I guess the education system too, of course. Do we think, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, that a sort of a privileged person can get to a point where they don't really understand the impact that they can truly make and perhaps if they knew they would like to do so, one hopes, right? So therefore...
Well, they're also afraid. I mean, honestly, like if you think about it, if you talk to people, they're afraid they're going to lose everything. Their point of view is, wait a minute, I worked really hard. People work really hard. Not giving that. I totally align with people that work really, really hard for what they get. Totally get it. But there are people that don't work very hard and they get whatever they can get and they soar and they don't take anybody along with them. But there are people that are like, I work really hard. No, I am not willing to give up anything to a group of people that I don't believe work as hard as I do. That's the rub.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. You know what I mean? Like this idea that I'm not, I've heard a lot of people say, I'm not privileged. I worked really hard for what I needed and I got it. And so if I can do it, you can do it. Notwithstanding or understanding their privilege just by their skin color, their gender, and their orientation. And they don't see that as a privilege. They think that, oh, I've had rejection. Everybody has rejection. That's called life. But because it's been a little bit easier for you to navigate through life, they don't see that. And that's becoming a problem. So educated people, even still, they're like, I'm not willing to. So I just remember someone saying this. It's like, it's the zero sum game. This idea that because I made it, if you want to make it, I'm not willing to give up anything for you to come up here as well. So it's like basically asking people that are sitting in first class, you get a first class seat and on a plane. And the idea is that, oh, well, you want to sit in first class too? Then you got to work hard to sit in first class. And that's okay to sit. That's okay. But I think part of it is they're like this idea that if you're sitting in first class on a plane and equity in some people's ideas, even the most educated, is that they're now saying, now I'm going to have to sit and coach with everybody else. That's what they think anti-racism is. Or that's what they think, leveling the playing field. No, what we want is to make sure that everybody has access to first class too. We want access to capital. We want access to clean water, to good education, to appropriate information, to be able to live a life and go and worship the way we want to worship. And I think part of that is getting people to fully understand that just because you're privileged, that's wonderful. That's great. People want that same support, not necessarily privileged, to be able to sit in first class as well. But that's something that people just don't seem to understand, that there is a huge disconnect between making sure everyone sits in first class, or I'm just going to be in first class and you all have to figure out how to get there. Or if I do something to help you to be in first class, that might push me back to coach. And that's what I think, and it's maybe not the best example, but I feel like that one sits with me a bit, because I think that's where the disconnect is. And a lot of people are feeling that way. So even the most educated people at all the top schools in the world are like, I'm not interested, because right now I'm losing out and I don't want to lose anything. So right now y'all have to sit and coach.
Well, I think you've made it very clear, and I think it's a very good analogy, and I'm sure a lot of people who are privileged will totally understand what you mean. So let's hope it resonates.
And stay in first class, right?
Yeah. So let's hope it.
And by the way, I love first class too.
Let's hope it resonates for as many people as possible. So, Libra, I want to ask. Look, you've got a lot of wisdom on this issue. You've thought it through. You've experienced it. You've had an incredible career and have a deep understanding, and you're working on that clearly every day, and you're clearly going to continue. And I feel very privileged to be able to listen to you. Genuinely, thank you. And what I want to ask you is, like, where'd you get the hope from? I mean, whether it was George Floyd, whether it's the thought about going back to the 60s, whether it's the inequality, the lack of diversity, the lack of inclusion that you see. Of course, there are some things where it's very positive, and there are some good things happening. But on the whole, as you said, it feels like we're going backwards. Now, when that's happening, where do you personally draw the hope from? What is it? Is it something from the family? Was it a teacher? Was it books? I mean, where are you inspired? Just kind of keep on going.
Right. I mean, it's a combination of things. One, I do believe it is family. It is family. It's my parents. It's my grandparents. I mean, I see where my grandparents were. They would never. None of them are living, but they could have never dreamt of what I'd be doing, or even sitting on a Zoom call talking about anti-racism and not being afraid that someone was going to come and try to murder me, or the fact that I'm in certain rooms and having conversations and sitting on boards and had a job focused on anti-racism when it was a thing to do. So I think that I am so inspired because of where I come from. And I'm inspired because I do believe that there are some really fantastic people out in this world that do want peace and reconciliation, and really do believe that this is who we are meant to be as people. My parents are very, very active and have been active in this work around civil rights and anti-racism and so forth. My dad wrote a book about it most recently. So I think that I have the hope because I do believe people are humanly connected and really do ultimately, despite all of your history or lack of compassion, I don't think people are inherently terrible people. It's what they know and what they've been told. And I think that we are now in a fear-based society, and everybody's afraid. Everybody's scared. People are afraid that they're not going to get the jobs. Like, I heard something recently that, oh my God, my son didn't get a job. The son was white because of a diverse candidate, and now my son's not going to be able to provide for his kids. I'm like, A, you don't know that. B, that's false. And C, welcome to my world every day. You know what I mean? And so it's just, people are just literally afraid. And I think right now we are in such troubling times, just to see what's happening with governments and wars and the fight on women's rights. Everybody, it's just a very, very crazy time. People are afraid. They're literally afraid. And so what I've seen is the fact that if you want to learn something, learn from Black folks. We have been afraid for hundreds and hundreds of years, and we're still here. And so that's where my hope is, from my history, my ancestors, my family, all of that. I believe in God. And so I believe that there is hope. And I also believe in this new generation. I think this generation Z has it. I think they are thinking about things differently. They've seen it all. They're experiencing it. And it's a world that is so uncharacteristic of the world that probably our generation, I don't know, I'd say I'm Generation X, probably we didn't think this. I didn't think this as like a 20-something-year-old. I didn't think the world would be this way. And I do think that this new generation is probably experiencing things and like, this can't be what this is about. So I have a lot of hope. I do think it's going to be, it has to be a more structured, very, very structured and well-funded effort where there is action. And I do think there needs to be a plan. And I think what happens within movements, unlike the civil rights movement, there's all these disparate plans. So everybody's doing 50,000 other things and it doesn't mean the same. And so I do believe that there has to be, I have hope that there is one entity or several entities that are going to come together, which is why this day is so important to say, with a plan and a strategy. It doesn't have to be a leader. We don't need a Gandhi or MLK, or maybe we do, I don't know, but we need a plan and a strategy. It needs to be well funded and it needs to be aligned with just one basic thing, which is around the elimination of racism in my mind.
Thank you, Libra. Can I ask you, finally, to the person who is feeling disempowered, maybe perhaps feeling like I'm just one person, what real impact can I make? Who's dealing with the difficulties of money and just the issues of life, and there's a lot of people like that in the world, sadly. What would you say to them in relation to them getting a sense of actually that they can play a role in this elimination of racial discrimination?
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand these movements were not started by a bunch of rich people, then power, then privilege. Every single movement within every single country was started probably by laborers or farmers or people that felt disenfranchised. And so keep doing it. Like it's not, I say this in that for those that are feeling disenfranchised, you're never disenfranchised because history has shown that the folks that are struggling the most are the ones that start this movement. It is typically grassroots up. It's never top down, because if it were top down, it would be more corporate but it has to make sense for the groups that are being impacted. And so my advice, I don't know what advice is. I don't know but just keep pushing. I think organize, have a plan, have a strategy. It comes in organization and coming together as a group and an entity. I think where I see a lot of organizations fail, and I said this earlier, was that there's too many disparate movements and that everybody has different goals. And sometimes your goals get met. Sometimes they do. I actually just read something where the National Action Network, which is a US-based organization led by Al Sharpton, has been picketing outside of Bill Ackman's office. Bill Ackman is a billionaire who basically came out and basically said DEI is dead. And I was looking at pictures, and these weren't a bunch of corporate people, and there weren't a bunch of Wall Street folks picketing. These were disenfranchised people who are angry and upset by his comments. And they are the ones that are rallying around the National Action Network. So I'm saying this, yes, continue working, find a group of people and get your voices heard. And it's hard to do and it's hard to say because you don't know how that's going to impact your job, impact your day-to-day. In certain countries, it may or may not be safe. So I would say do it in a safe way. But there are always organizations out there that are ready to rally.
Libra, finally, is there anywhere where we can go to find more information about yourself? Are there any resources that you'd recommend or any particular books or anything?
Listen, there are great books out there. I think that, like I said, Ibram Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist was one of my favorites. I think it educated me on what it means to be an anti-racist because I didn't know what it was. Honestly, I didn't know. I think Heather McGhee's The Sum of Us is a great book. It's about the zero-sum game. People that are like, I'm not quite sure how this works. There's tons of information and podcasts about the elimination of racism. But more importantly, and I do want to plug my dad's book because I think he has done such a beautiful job. It's called This Is My Story, This Is My Song. And it talks about him growing up in Mobile, Alabama, and and all the trials and tribulations, but it also talks about his spirituality and this hope of what it will be for him as he's encountered so many different obstacles. I mean, he was in school at Alabama State in Montgomery when MLK was giving those speeches, and they told students not to go to these rallies, and he could have lost a scholarship or not. So there's just so many resources out there. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you. I'm sure there's anti-racist networks and elimination of racism websites and podcasts and dailies. I think there's just a myriad of information. Here's what I would say. You can information yourself all day, but if you are not ready in here to hear the truth, and if you are not ready and really in a space of being centered and open and in that learning mindset and that abundance mindset, you can read all day and nothing will happen. So it has to start from really within who you are and really be able to encounter some very, very interesting and startling information about yourself for you to actually start to make a difference. And that's something that I learned quickly in the corporate sector. Everybody wants to be told what to do. They're like, tell me what to do. If you're not ready, if you're not in a place to combat all the information, the misinformation about other people and marginalized communities, about yourself, if you're not ready to accept privilege, or to understand your privilege and what that means and how hurtful that is to you, and how it, like you said earlier today, prompts a behavior change, all this information will just go in one ear and out the other. And then you form very, very dangerous opinions about DEI being dead, or people are very happy and there's no such thing, and women are fine not having abortions, or whatever the information is that's false. You have to be ready to make a change. And so I urge people who are still trying to figure out how to be good stewards in this work, it has to start from within. And if you are ready to do this work, those are the ones that naturally lead and naturally are able to shift their behaviors.
Libra, thank you so much for participating in Anti-Racism Live. It was an amazing conversation. I feel informed, inspired and engaged. It's exactly what we wanted. We wish you the very best on your journey and look forward to catching up in the future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is such an honor.
Good luck, Libra.
How truly inspiring. We're thrilled to have Libra join us for Anti-Racism Live 2024, marking and raising further awareness of the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. We wish Libra the very best in her future work. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with latest information on upcoming experiences. And now, let's listen to a statement from Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for the Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, who are doing some inspiring work towards the elimination of racial discrimination.
I am honored to address you today as we come together with Peace One Day on the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I salute Jeremy Gilly, our partner in here, in a context which is not great because of conflict, because of divisions, because of war, and so many people suffering all around the world, and my thoughts are with them. Throughout history, UNESCO has been advancing anti-racism efforts, including since the 50s with the establishment of the Scientific Committee led by Claude Lévi-Strauss. So this day is central to our mandate. It reminds us that there is still a long way to ensure the full respect of human rights and dignity for all individuals. This is a day for reaffirming our collective commitment to this global fight, while reflecting on the challenges we face. We know it. Racial discrimination persists. It's still one of the most common grounds for discrimination worldwide. Nationalism and populism are on the rise, undermining our progress in combating racism and discrimination. And we know it. Just in France, there have been hundreds of increase of anti-Semitic incidents. There have been an increase of hate against Muslims, but not only in France, I think everywhere around the world, we're seeing this increased evidence of how much we need to move forward. Hate crimes with racist or xenophobic motives accounted for more than 30% globally in 2020, escalating to 60% in the US in 2022. And new technology is perpetuating biases and hate. 25% of Black adults in the US has faced online harassment due to their race or their ethnicity. And that's why we're also working on the ethics of artificial intelligence to ensure that these biases and discrimination that we have in the real world are not just compounded in the digital environment. And discrimination is compounded by other factors. Women bear the brunt. In Brazil, women are victims in 6 out of 10 cases of racism online. The escalating violence underscores a critical truth. We need to encourage respect and build inclusive policy and legislation on anti-racism and discrimination. We also need international cooperation. We must establish international platforms for communities and stakeholders, develop very, very effective strategies, and take collective action against racism. And this is the raison d'être of our annual Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. Last year, for its 3rd edition in Sao Paulo, we launched the network of anti-racism and anti-discrimination officials to build a community of champions advocating for legal and institutional framework, and more than anything, advocating for change. The champions are, for example, relying on UNESCO's anti-racism toolkit. It's a tool that helps them to improve their settings and almost produce a race to the top. The toolkit emphasizes clear definitions, context-specific understanding, and the importance of a comprehensive disaggregated data to foster meaningful inclusion and engagement. But we also must foster cooperation at the local level. Our International Coalition of Inclusive and Sustainable Cities, we call it ICAR, supports local authorities in combating racism across various sectors. It has grown to become a common voice for 600 cities. Evidence-based policies and practices need to be informed by data and research. And I'm glad to share with you that we just launched the very first edition of our gender-based violence framework. It's a resilience framework. It's a gender-based resilience framework that is providing insights into the cost of gender discrimination and recommendations to implement efficient policies. Yet all these recommendations should also be accompanied to changing mentalities, because all of this discrimination, all of this stereotyping, all of this essentialization of whomever is different from us, the building of our own identities are informed by this way of discriminating others. And therefore, we need to change social norms, we need to change cultural understandings to try to get together better for those that are different. And then we need to think about the past. Our Roots of Enslaved People programs break down the wall of silence surrounding the history of slavery, ensuring that our collective memory lives on. And not only that we link that story with the contemporary challenges that people of African descent are living just today. UNESCO General History of Africa Initiative also shed lights on African history and the African perspective. And we also must prepare for the future. One thing that makes us very excited is that we have every year a masterclass series against racism and discrimination that is engaging thousands of young people to become anti-racist champions in their communities, and you can see them how much they endorse this concept. And we're inviting you to join us at our next masterclass on April 3rd in Paris, although you can connect, to celebrate the 30th birthday of democracy in South Africa. I will meet you there.
Thank you, Gabriela Ramos, for those informing, inspiring, and engaging words. We wish you and everyone at UNESCO the very best with the truly remarkable work that you are doing all over the world. So up next, we are thrilled to share some amazing music. I'm delighted to introduce you to Aaron Abelman, a truly talented, award-winning author and musician. Let's now listen to his music video, Love Warrior. Please enjoy.
I once met a girl who dreamed of true love. She lived for the cause of love, and all was because of. I once met a farmer whose garden was in love. We walked barefoot with seeds of peace like doves. I once met a mother whose child's name was love. She told me children are the light, not the stars above. I once met a comic whose sadness was for love. Said his dream was that joy could crack up all the thugs.
Don't fear, don't fret, don't follow. Just lead in with love and dreams. Rise, rise, love warrior. Lead in with love and dreams. Rise, love warrior. Just lead in with love and dreams. Rise,
For every act of hate, there's a love illusion. For every action, there's a reaction. For every subtraction, there's an addition. Even the smallest butterfly can change the wind. For every loss, you'll have more to win. Even angels overcome their sins. Got to start where you begin. Write your story like it never ends.
don't fear, don't fret, don't follow. Just lead in with love and dreams. Rise, rise, love warrior. Lead in with love and dreams. Rise, rise, love warrior. Just lead in with love and dreams. Rise,
How powerful. We hope you enjoyed hearing some of Aaron's inspiring music. I know I did. A huge thank you to Aaron. We wish him the very best in his future work. You can find Aaron's music on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, and Pandora. So, to all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. And now, some more words of peace, this time from a remarkable actor, producer, and a long-term supporter of Peace One Day, Dia Mirza. Dia is the UN Secretary General's advocate for Sustainable Development Goals and is the UN Environmental Programme Goodwill Ambassador, as well as being an artist ambassador for Save the Children. Her tireless humanitarian work is inspirational, and we certainly cannot wait to hear from her today. Let's now listen to Dia Mirza's words of peace.
Thank you, Peace One Day, for this very important work and for bringing us all together once again. It's always such a privilege and such an honor. In a world that is so fragmented by people's opinions and ideas and is so polarized by the way human beings treat one another, I think it's so important to recognize the magic, the value, and the great work that nature does in reminding us, each one of us, that we are in fact one people that live on one planet that we call our home. And nature, I truly believe, unites us unlike anything else, which is why perhaps I seek nature every single day of my life. And I do believe that the one thing that can heal us, that can bring us back together and make us whole and one again is nature. And which is why I chose Mary Oliver's invitation. I think it's a powerful and simple reminder that we need to find a way to seek nature every single day so that we can be kinder to one another. Invitation by Mary Oliver. Oh, do you have the time to linger for just a little while out of your busy and very important day? For the goldfinches that have gathered in a field of thistles for a musical battle, to see who can sing the highest note, or the lowest, or the most expressive of mirth, or the most tender. Their strong, blunt beaks drink the air as they strive melodiously, not for your sake, and not for mine, and not for the sake of winning, but for sheer delight and gratitude. Believe us, they say. It is a serious thing just to be alive on this fresh morning in the broken world. I beg of you, do not walk by without pausing to attend to this rather ridiculous performance. It could mean something. It could mean everything. It could be what Rilke meant when he wrote, "You must change your life."
How beautiful. What a privilege to hear such inspiring words from the remarkable Dia Mirza. We're humbled and so thankful for having her with us today. The UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and for Dia's continued support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce the incredible Dr. Bernice A. King, global thought leader, strategist, solutionist, orator, peace advocate, and CEO of the King Center. We'll show that interview with Dr. King now.
Dr. Bernice A. King, you are the CEO of the King Center. Could you tell us about your journey and how you got to where you are today?
Well, I grew up in the household of Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mrs. Coretta Scott King as their youngest child. My father was assassinated when I was 5 years old, as everybody knows. But I grew up in a home full of love and forgiveness, full of compassion for humanity, learning about serving humanity. But I had experienced a lot of losses with my father, and then my uncle, who was mysteriously found in this swimming pool when I was 6 years old. He didn't drown. We're still trying to figure that out. And then at 11, my grandmother got shot in church. So although I grew up at home of all of this love, compassion, service to humanity, forgiveness, and things of that nature, I struggled emotionally to deal with all of those different losses. So I went through periods of a lot of anger and bitterness and resentment, and even a little bit of rage. But because I had a supportive environment around me, eventually through time and some counseling, I was able to get through much of that, and went on to college and law school and theology school, ended up serving in ministry. But the entire time of my life, as a child, I saw my mother build the King Center. She founded it 2.5 months after my father's assassination, to be the hub of his life, legacy, and work, predominantly to get people to understand how he was able to bring about social change through nonviolence. And so she created as an institution where people would learn about the nonviolent teachings and trainings and education that went into everything they did during the civil rights movement. And so watching her build that institution, participating as a young person in some of their nonviolent workshops for young people, being in and around it as I continued my life, it kind of all caught up with me one day. And the things that I was doing on a volunteer basis. In 2012, I was asked to lead the King Center as the CEO. And I've been doing that since 2012, expanding our programmatic thrust to include a lot of education and training in nonviolence and things of that nature.
What are the actual aims and objectives of the King Center?
It's all about the vision of the beloved community that Josiah Royce really coined, a philosopher, Josiah Royce, and that my father eventually talked about in the late 1950s as being the aftermath of nonviolence. This vision of the beloved community where injustice ceases and love prevails, or a vision of a just, equitable, humane, and peaceful world. And so a lot of our work is geared towards empowering people to use my father's philosophy and methodology of nonviolence, which I kind of rephrased as Nonviolence 365, to help people build and create that just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. And so we focus, as I said, a lot around, educating and training people, preparing them to address these difficult social issues in our world, to overcome the triple evils of violence, racism, and militarism that my father talked about through the means of nonviolence, which is a discipline. It is a way we define it as a love-centered way, and I would add a love and disciplined way of thinking, speaking, acting, and engaging that leads to personal, that's key, cultural, that's key, and societal transformation. So it's not just for a social justice movement. It's a way of life. And that's why we call it Nonviolence 365.
So, on the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, could you talk to us about the importance of justice, equality, diversity, and inclusion?
Justice, equality, diversity, and inclusion are all important in terms of creating a world where people feel like they belong, that they fit, that they are a part of, that they are valued. Those components go into allowing people to truly live a full and dignified life. In the absence of those things, people are stripped from their essence and their personhood. So those are important in terms of or what we talked about earlier as the beloved community, but also important to the sustainability of our world house. People want to be treated fairly, and at the end of the day, they want to know that, this world is our world, not just for somebody else, but for me as well. And so justice and equality, diversity, and inclusion gives us the proper mindset to create that kind of world that in the end, people, as I said, are able to live a full life and a dignified life.
Since we've met, a lot's changed in the world since we spoke a year ago. It's frightening and concerning, to say the least. It begs the question as to where we are with racism. So where are we in relation to a world that's going to be free of racism? Where are we in that journey?
That's a very good question. I think that, one, going back to a word I used earlier, the dignity and value of a person, regardless of whatever group they identify with or are identified with, is important in our world. And we still have a world that values a certain kind of person greater than another. And so we have got to have what my father called, and I will reiterate, a revolution of values, where we become more person-centered than thing-centered. Because when we become more person-centered, we will value the contributions, the importance, and inclusion of people of different races and ethnicities. And so we are still fighting that battle. But to me, the real issue is not trying to just fix one thing after another. It's really trying to get the world to shift their mindset, to see that just because something is what people call white supremacy, that there's no such thing as that. We see all human beings, as supreme, as valuable, as important, as mattering, and that we set up, opportunities for everybody to prosper, for everybody to do well. It doesn't mean everybody has to be a millionaire, for everybody to be respected, in their personhood. So I think we're a long ways off from that, as evidenced by so much stuff that's happening, in our society, with the wedges, between, members of the Black community, and feelings around law enforcement. And it's not everybody in the Black community, but there is this sentiment that there is this racial, undertone and sometimes overtone, as it relates to the Black community and brown community, with law enforcement. We're still dealing with white supremacist groups and white nationalists that want to keep, their nations, all white, or all dominant, whatever particular group. And so we got a lot of work to do to try to change that. And I just suggest that we really study and embrace Martin Luther King Jr. and some of the things that our Pope has been saying, and leaders who are echoing those kind of sentiments.
If your dad were with us today, and we wish he was, well, how do you think he'd see the situation as it presently stands right now?
I mean, it's kind of relative. There's some ways we have moved forward. I mean, there are, and this sounds weird to say with everything that's happening in our nation, in particular around voting. There are more registered voters, and particularly Black and brown voters in this nation than ever before. But yet we have all of these barriers and restrictions that, have been recently put in place to make it challenging. Not at the level that it was back in the day, but certainly it is still challenging, and it still, seems to be racially determined in terms of the lines, the political lines that are drawn. They're housed under party, but really it kind of disenfranchises people of color. I just think he would be troubled, not surprised necessarily by everything that's happening around this world. particularly with the lack of investment in some of our developing countries that are over in Africa. He challenged us around that front, that we had a responsibility to our brothers and sisters on the African continent, but they are part of our human family. And those of us who are doing better, in some of the more developed countries, have to find a way to come alongside of and make sure that they're empowered, that they're equipped, that they have, similar opportunities. But that's not the case. And that's not the case, again, because of what I said earlier. We still devalue Black in the world. There's a hierarchy, when it comes to people and groups in our world. We've got to change that. And it's going to change when we continue to raise more leaders who honor the personhood of every individual. And they don't operate according to this hierarchical thinking. So it may be some years before we see the true transformation. But I think if we continue to focus on younger generations and really teaching them, that this is a diverse world. And in this diverse world, we have to make sure that the opportunities are there for all people, that we need to remove any kind of barriers that would, segregate, that would diminish and demean people and not allow them to have the proper opportunities and entry points to do well as individuals, as communities, and even as a nation.
It's important for people to feel inspired and empowered when thinking about the elimination of racial discrimination. Have you seen any examples that show us that this breakthrough is possible?
I haven't seen it yet on the systemic level. And on the interpersonal level, I've seen it in two instances. There is a story about a young lady, a Black woman, that lived in the south part of the United States of America, the southern part, in Mississippi. And Mississippi had a flag. Many of the southern states in the United States have had flags with Confederate symbols, representing very oppressive time periods for Blacks in America. And there's been these efforts afoot to do away with these flags and symbols of statues and all that, of Confederate figures. And so this particular lady started a campaign to do away with the state flag in Mississippi. And some people responded on her Facebook page with some threatening words. And there was a gentleman who knew her, a white gentleman, who reached out or commented, "Hey, I don't agree with you regarding the flag, but I'm concerned about your well-being." And so she decided to invite him to her backyard to have a conversation. And the first thing she asked him, that's key word, the first thing she asked him, instead of telling him something about how she felt about the flag, because sometimes these things can be very emotional, she asked, "What does the flag mean to you?" And she did it in such a genuine way, like wanting to really understand, how come this flag means so much to you? And because she did that, it kind of broke him down, and she wanted to know, well, what did it mean to her? And so they were able to forge this conversation. And over time, he began to realize that she was more important than the flag. Now, it took him a minute. He didn't go home immediately and change, the flag that he had at his own home. But that seed was planted. And within a year, he took it down at his own home. And he joined her in her efforts. And last year, I'm not saying they're responsible, they were a part of the groups that helped to eventually change the flag in Mississippi. So the state of Mississippi eventually voted on a new flag. So good for them in breaking through. There's another gentleman in the state of Maryland in the United States, a Black gentleman, a blues singer. He wanted to know, why do the Klan hate him? How can you hate me and you don't know me? His name is Daryl Davis. And he just decided, well, I'm going to go and find out. I'm going to go and connect with some of these Klansmen. And he did that. He sat down with them, went to lunch with them, had conversations with them, went to some of their little events. And over time, at least 25 or more ended up befriending him, or he ended up befriending them. They denounced the Klan, gave him the robe, and actually he helped to dismantle any formalized Klan organization in the state of Maryland. It takes those kind of efforts. We cannot cancel people. We cannot push them off to the side. You know, if you have a heart of love and you have a heart of compassion and understanding the interconnectedness and interrelatedness of life, and also you understand that people come from these backgrounds and stories, that they didn't just end up here. There's something that happened in their life that ended up in that place to have that kind of thinking, because we're not born with hate, you know. And so when we have enough people who are willing to cross those kind of lines, I think we can begin to bring about a more sense of a true beloved community and help to create justice, equity, and peace for all people.
So we have wars, the destruction of our planet, violence in our communities. Where do you, I mean, we know all of these things are going on, but I'm interested in, where do you draw your hope and inspiration, you know, despite everything that's going on around us?
Well, my first hope comes from my faith. You know, as a Christian, I have a strong belief in the fact that God triumphs over evil, that good triumphs over evil, that no matter how dark and dreary it gets, there's going to be a breakthrough. My mother used to always say to me, baby, the darkest hour is always before the dawn. So she was reassuring me, yes, it's going to be dark, but there will come a dawn. So don't be discouraged. Keep moving, keep working, keep doing what is necessary, because you're part of the force that will bring that daylight into the world, that will bring that change. And that's what they believe. So I also rely upon history. You know, I'm fortunate to be a part of a family that helped to bend that moral arc of the universe that my father talked about being long, but it bends towards justice. I'm a part of that family and bloodline that helped to bend that moral arc towards justice. And I saw them succeed in that regard. Did they accomplish everything for all of us? No, because unfortunately, like my mother said, struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation. We all have to contribute to bending that arc towards justice and continuing to bend it from generation to generation. But they did their part and they were able to overcome. So I draw strength from that. I draw strength from all of the world, the ancestors in the world who have been faced with very dark, difficult times. They've been faced with wars before. We think we're the first generation to deal with these problems. No, we're not. The only difference today is that we have more access in the nick of time to know what's happening in the world, and we got more people voicing their opinions about it. So it's clouding up things because you got all these voices. You know, so technology on the one hand has allowed us to see more and know more, but also it has created a challenge in terms of sorting it out and helping to get a clear message through to people so that we can stay focused on what is just and good and fair and right for people. They've seen it. Great Depression. My grandfather made it through the Great Depression. So if he made it through the Great Depression, if your ancestors made it through World War I, War II, some people did die, yes. But if humanity made it through, we can make through the things that we are challenged with as well. And we can keep bending the arc towards just, humane, equitable, and peaceful outcomes.
Incredible to hear you say those things. So inspiring. Thank you for that. Okay, so if you're a parent or a teacher, what resources does the King Center have to support us all on our journey towards the elimination of racial discrimination?
We have a program called Students with King. We've reached over 1 million in the world to date. We have a reading corner related to that. And we have conversations with people who either lived through that time period of my father's movement, knew or worked with my mother and or father, or have studied and understand that time period. So we can continue to teach and educate and expose young people to that particular world that they were living in at the time. I'm excited about something we just launched through a partnership with Microsoft Flip, where teachers can access an educational resource connected to a timeline related to the King Center. If you go to thekingcenter.org and you click timeline, there's a piece there called Dear Coretta. It's a timeline of the King Center related to the legacy of Mrs. Coretta Scott King. So you find out more about her from childhood all the way through the establishment of the King Center and the things she did on the heels of establishing the King Center. And there's an educational resource there. For instance, my mother was an activist at a very young age. So from reading and visiting the timeline, you read about Ms. King as an activist. So they ask you, what is an activist? Then they say, what are the things in this world that you care about that you want to take action on? So you have to be able to articulate that after you go to their timeline. So that's another resource there. We have our beloved Community Leadership Academy. We have close to 100 students now from about 5 or so countries. They're learning to become courageous, conscientious, and compassionate leaders who critically think about the problems in the world. And we expose them to the philosophy and methodology of nonviolence on their level. Then finally, we have the first ever in the world. I have to say that. The first ever in the world, Nonviolence 365 e-learning. That's an opportunity for students to take a course and you learn really about nonviolence, what it is. What is violence? Because people think violence is just physical. I've had many people say, I'm not violent because they're not physically violent, but they don't realize speech can be violent. They don't realize certain decisions you make and how you make them can create violence against someone. So we teach people about that. We teach them about the difference between conflict and violence. You know, what escalation looks like, how to take Dr. King's principles of nonviolence and steps of nonviolence to address conflict and injustice. And looking at the historical background of how they used it. And now, here are some scenarios that we want you to go through that you can think through, and how would you respond to each of these? So, you know, there are opportunities for people to engage history, reading, video from experts who either lived through the movement, who are experts in nonviolence, et cetera. It's a very holistic learning experience because we want people to realize nonviolence that Dr. King not only expanded and utilized in the movement, but he lived it as a way of life. We want people to understand that it's for the workplace. It's for the home. We want to make sure that we fulfill the mandate that Dr. King left for us when he spoke to the university in Oslo during the time that he accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. In that lecture he gave, he said, I suggest that the philosophy
and strategy of nonviolence become immediately a subject for study and for serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding the relations between nations.
And how else can that happen but having this, you know, e-learning experience that wherever you are in the world, you can now study. As he said, it needs to become a source of study. So now you can study it online at your own pace. And then we can all begin to seriously experiment with it in all these fields of human conflict and even those, you know, relationships between nations.
Incredible. I mean, there's only one last thing to say. I mean, apart from we've, you know, just heard there about the King Center and all the different resources that we can utilize, which is wonderful that you've created that. Can I ask you, is there any other way that people can support you and your work.
I'm just so passionate about people getting this nonviolence. I mean, a lot of people that I've spoken to, I think it's not registering for them because they keep thinking, this is just for people who are involved in a movement. And I'm saying, no, this is for all of us. Nonviolence. It is a prescription to our healthy relationships. It's a prescription to healthy companies, businesses, communities, nations. It's a prescription to us creating this just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. So I need people to take it seriously because it's needed. And until we take it seriously, we're still going to be facing all of these problems. But when we fully understand it and can embrace it, we will see a different world. So that's the one main thing. And always we can use financial support because we're a nonprofit institution. You know, it takes dollars to be able to do that because we want to reach the world with nonviolence because it is the pathway to the beloved community.
Well, absolutely amazing. And I think if people aren't, they should also follow you on social media, which I do. And I love all the posts that you make. So thank you for that. It's an absolute inspiration to listen to you. Thanks for your support of Anti-Racism Live and the Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And continue with this groundbreaking, incredible work that you do. We're all behind you. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
What a privilege to hear such inspiring words for Dr. Bernice A. King. We're grateful for her continued support, and we wish Dr. King and the King Center the very best with their remarkable work. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. So for the next interview, Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day, had the pleasure of speaking with the Right Honourable Nadeem Zahawi, a Conservative MP for Stratford-on-Avon. We'll watch that interview with Nadeem Zahawi and Jeremy Gilley now.
Nadeem Zahawi, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
It's great to be here.
Good to see you again. So, Nadeem, the first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about your life? I mean, I know that you come from Iraq. Mm-hmm. You set up an extremely successful business, YouGov. You were the Chancellor of the Exchequer. You almost became Prime Minister of the UK. Could you tell me about that journey? I mean, I imagine there must have been moments where you had to confront the issue of discrimination many times. And it would be interesting to hear your perspective.
Thank you for having me. And so it's been really interesting because over the past year or so, I've been putting pen to paper in terms of my memoirs, as politicians do. And it has, in many ways, helped me sort of go back to the beginning. We arrived on these shores in 1978. I was 11 years old, could hardly speak a word of English. When you're 11, you've sort of started to form, quite strong relationships at school and, friendships. And so I was slightly puzzled as to why I've been sort of, ripped away from my home in Baghdad, our home, as a family home, but also sort of had an inkling, understood that my father was Kurdish and Iraq under Saddam Hussein, that was the rise of Saddam in 1978. Was not a good, happy place, comfortable place for a Kurdish family. And so my father's really only crime was being Kurdish and didn't want to belong to the one-party state. So you had to belong to the Ba'ath Party. And he managed to find safe haven in England. But of course, it was difficult for a child of 11 who can't speak English. I used to hide at the back of the classroom because kids can be pretty cruel. Back to your point about discrimination and, if you make a mistake. And as I sort of picked up the language, I try and string words in my head together to make a sentence, to try and join in the subject matter in the classroom. And of course, being quite proud, I didn't want to make a mistake. But by the time I strung the words together in my head, the subject matter had moved on in the classroom. So my early memories of education was my teachers were worried that I had some learning difficulties and had sort of conversations with my parents. But of course, children are pretty malleable, they're pretty flexible and resilient, actually, in many ways. And that's a good thing. And within months, I think probably about 8-10 months, I started reading in English, I started writing in English. But it was really only when I started to think in English, to dream in English, that I realised, you know, what an incredible country this is, with lots of people who were willing to help you if you told them about your fears, your hopes, your aspirations. And that's sort of the positive side. The negative bit was getting there in the first place. So one of my first really rough experiences was being chased around Holland Park. I went to Holland Park Comprehensive, and in the freezing cold, 3 kids decided that I was going to be bait, and they will basically chase me, and I had to run as fast as I can. But it was impossible to escape in many ways, and they caught me and then sort of held me upside down in the pond, sort of dunking my head into the pond and coming out again. And it was pretty horrible and traumatic. My other experience was then we moved to Sheen Comprehensive in southwest London, not far from here actually, where I was almost sort of forced to get into a fight, actually with another kid who's from Bangladesh, and I was almost thinking to myself, why are we doing this? Why are we the sort of the 2 clowns being forced to fight while these other kids sort of formed a circle around us? It puzzled me as to why this stuff happened, but upon reflection, I guess it was a way, partly discrimination, partly picking on kids that look strange, brown kid with a name that's difficult to pronounce, like my name, Nadim Zahawi. But the good news, I'm always positive, as you know, you've known me long enough. I've been with you on an incredible journey with sort of Peace One Day. But I always look at the positive things, is that there were many, many more people who were not in any way discriminatory, who wanted to help, who wanted to support, and have allowed me to now sit with you and be proud to be the Member of Parliament for Stratford-on-Avon, the Member of Parliament for Shakespeare, no less. And of course, as you said, became Chancellor of the Exchequer and the occupant of number 11 Downing Street. So this is a great country. Let's not forget that. Stratford-on-Avon itself is, 95+% white, affluent, middle class, working class, all sorts of class people, yet they vote for Nadim Zahawi as their Member of Parliament and have done so over and over again, which I'm eternally grateful for.
Do you think that those early days and some of the difficulties, and of course then what happened in Iraq whilst you were here, and how things obviously changed in a major way, do you think those early experiences that you had, made you even more determined? Because you set up YouGov. How did that come about?
If I go back a step before YouGov, and it was sort of at university and coming to the end of it, I went to University College London where I read chemical engineering, and in 1988, 16th of March, we got news that Saddam had used chemical weapons against the Kurds, his own people, the Kurdish people in a town called Halabja. And very quickly, my parents got pictures of, and you'll remember some of the there was an iconic picture of a grandfather holding his baby I think it was son, in his arms, and sort of curled up in the fetal position, obviously dead from the nerve agent or the gas, whatever that Saddam used. And I felt so angry and upset and compelled to do something that I got together with a few friends. I thought, right, well, we've got to tell the world. In 1988, people had, before 1980, I should say, people had no idea that this was going on in Iraq, that this persecution of a minority like the Kurds was to, and I have to explain to people at school and then at uni, what Kurds are, where we came from, the mountain people and so on. It was only in 1988 that people sort of realised that there's this monster in Iraq who was gassing his own people. And I organised marches. I went to Scotland Yard and sort of registered and said, look, I'd like to get people to come out on the street to basically become more aware of this incredible injustice, this incredible persecution that was taking place. And people began to notice, and it was my first media experience. I got the BBC and Sky and others to turn out to interview us as sort of young people in England who were raising awareness of this murderous regime in Iraq. And so that was my first sort of real, I would say, activist, political engagement, where I wanted to raise an issue, and sort of felt my way around how do you do that, and actually became a major issue some years later, if you remember, when he invaded Kuwait. And then after the invasion, after being pushed back, he attacked the Kurds again, and the Kurds went up into the mountains in 1992. That's when people really became aware of the Kurdish plight of the Kurdish people. But as you say, again, on the positive side of the balance sheet, a good chancellor would say, is that I was able to set up an incredible company. I mean, with a great friend of mine, Stephen Shakespeare, we came up with the idea of YouGov. The internet was just beginning to expand in sort of 2000, and we thought actually the relationship between we, the people, and the executive, whether it be big corporates, government, is going to change, because actually we're going to become networked. We're all going to be able to talk to each other, and hence why I came up with the name YouGov, You Govern, as in consumer democracy, citizen democracy. Back to a romantic idea of Boston Tea Party, no taxation without representation. So the early business plan was you'd go online and you'd go onto YouGov and you'd pay your taxes, but you'd also give your opinion about how you want your money spent and how you want services to be delivered and how you want corporates to sort of serve you, whether you're buying an airline ticket or a piece of clothing from M&S. And that was the idea of YouGov. And actually the bit that really worked was the public opinion bit, i.e. engaging people, empowering them to give their view, and then playing that back to the powers that be, whether it's government or big corporations. And that was the sort of the inception of YouGov.
So that's really interesting, isn't it? Coming from Iraq, dealing with the issues that you dealt with as you were young, understanding what was going on, getting involved in demonstrating, then having the ideas for YouGov, and then going into politics, and then literally almost, becoming the Prime Minister and obviously Chancellor. I mean, it's an extraordinary story, and you're right. You've been there for me for almost 20 years, right? And incredible support. And you talk about the taxation. I mean, there was an issue, right, Nadeem, that affected you.
Yeah.
What happened? Briefly, what happened?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we launched YouGov and then I took it public, the way the shareholding was held between myself and my father, I thought was fair and commensurate, and we did the IPO. And that was fine, and roll the clock forward 20 years, when I became a high-profile politician. HMRC decided actually to look into the apportionment of shares between myself directly and my father, and said, no, you should have had more of those, and therefore we think you have paid less tax, so you have a tax bill to pay, basically, which, being the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I thought it would be a real abuse of power if I was then to say, no, I'm not paying that, I want to dispute it with you. I just said to my accountants, look, just pay it. And then it obviously became a big story, as in was I specific enough in my declarations as a minister on the details of my settlement with HMRC? They did say that it was non-deliberate. But politics is like that, right? You make a mistake and you've got to be able to sort of stand up enough and say, I did make a mistake and I am sorry.
For that mistake had quite an impact, didn't it? But you are still, a member of Parliament, obviously, as you said, for Stratford-upon-Avon. Do you think that, a little bit like being held upside down and being put in a pond, do you and being forced to fight somebody else for somebody else's entertainment, do you think the issue that happened with YouGov, do you draw strength from all of those things?
I think you have to. I always have led my life. I've always believed that the best way is, one, obviously to learn from your mistakes, but also then to look forward and to try and turn those moments of challenge, of adversity, into something positive in life. And I am constantly trying to hopefully do things that will make me a better person, but also I hope makes my country, my community better as well. So I've thrown myself into think tank world. I've become patron of the Adam Smith Institute, one of the oldest think tanks in the UK. It's an economic think tank, obviously, because the economy is important, and ultimately, if the economy is doing well, you can pay for everything else, including the safety net for those who need it. So I've always sort of been a person who will find something positive to take away from a moment of adversity. When I was going through my crises, a Labour MP, and actually, by the way, contrary to what you see on television, people always think everything's adversarial in our democracy because they watch PMQs and they see all the sort of the pantomime, screaming and shouting. We actually work very well together as colleagues on select committees, and if you look at the work we did on the select committee when it came to the post office scandal, that was cross-party work. Kevin Jones, Labour MP, has been phenomenal in his championing of the cause of sub-postmasters with James Arbuthnot, who's a Conservative MP. Anyway, a Labour MP who is a friend and someone from an ethnic minority group, took me to one side. She said, you'll get through this, but just remember, sometimes maybe, people of our colour are held to a higher standard or are judged on a higher standard. But I don't know whether that's true or not. I think, on the whole, you have to own your mistakes.
So why is the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, so important to you?
I think it's important because if I reflect on the work we've done together on Peace One Day, and you think about, well, when I tell my friends about it, and you remember when I first got involved, I was still at YouGov, and you invited me and some friends, you and Jude Law and others, and to tell me about what you were doing with Peace One Day. And people will sometimes say, well, what does it mean really to raise awareness of an issue? Well, what it really means is billions of people now, after your work of 20 years, are aware of World Peace Day on the 21st of September. And if we can do the same for the 21st of March, by the way, it also happens to be Nowruz, which is the Kurdish New Year, the Persian New Year, so and the beginning of spring.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. It's my parents' wedding anniversary. They got married on the 21st of March. So, but if we can achieve the same thing with the elimination of racial discrimination, the awareness. So let's work backwards, right? If we can get it to a place where billions of people are aware on that day, as they are on Peace Day, on the 21st of March, they become aware of the elimination of racial discrimination. They think about it, right? it creates behavioral change, right? Just that moment, right? That pause for 24 hours where they think about it, or leading up to it, where they have, whether it's schools, universities, colleges, communities, thinking about, well, what can we do for that day? How do we celebrate what we've done, or challenge ourselves with what more we need to do? That is a great thing. Why? Because it actually not only makes people aware, it changes behavior. It changes behavior, right? So if you take, 1 billion and you get people, in their millions doing stuff that day, change their behavior means you could probably have avoided tens of thousands of adults and kids being subjected to racial discrimination, being hurt in some way. And that's a great thing, right? And that's why it's so important.
So, 21 March, Nadeem, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. Where do you feel the global community is in relation to eradicating racism?
I can't help but feel that we are in a difficult place. If you look at what's happened over the past 12, 24 months, we have war on our continent, an illegal invasion of a neighboring country, of Ukraine, by Putin. He then accusing the Ukrainians of, and it's an abhorrent, ugly accusation of being fascists and neo-Nazis. It does shock me that in 2024 we have people who are world leaders that still will use racism, use fascism as a tool, and that's deeply disturbing. Equally, you see the anti-Semitism against our own Jewish communities here. You see the attacks against innocent Muslims in this country, law-abiding families who are at the moment in that month of reflection of Ramadan, of fasting, of being reflective of their own privileges, but also of those who are less privileged than they are. I think we're in a difficult place, and in many ways, all the more reason that we all need to engage with the 21st of March and your incredible campaign to continue on this journey of raising awareness, because we need to heal. We need to heal all these things. You'll know this because of your own history, that stories are important. I think I listened to Yuval Noah Harari the other day saying that humans, and he's absolutely right. We organize our life, we organize our relationships based on stories of our own past, our history, stories that we tell each other. And I hope one day that those different peoples who are currently fighting at war, using discrimination as a tool, I hope one day they will pause, and it should be on the 21st of March, and maybe our stories can merge, where the stories become actually equally important to both communities, whether that is the Palestinian people and the Israeli people, or Ukrainians and Russians. It happened before, and again, you look at what happened between Poland and Lithuania, at war for decades, and then finally decided to make peace. Humans can do that, and it takes human endeavor to get us to just pause and think about these things. And is it really worth it? Is it worth the suffering that we put others through, innocents through, because our stories matter more than their stories?
Yeah, amazing. Thank you, Nadeem. We're seeing an increase in racism, hatred, and divide in our communities, as you've just discussed. as a consequence of the global crises we're facing. What assessment of the situation do you have? I mean, can we turn it around?
Yes, I do think we can turn it around. The direction of travel of humanity is a positive one. You know, if you're an alien from outer space and you'd arrived on these shores any time between Magna Carta and 1928, you would have concluded that this country's democracy was inadequate because we discriminated against women. Women didn't get to vote fully until 1928. That string of time between Magna Carta and 1928 is 713 years. Now, I don't believe it's going to take us 713 years because technology, communication, human endeavor is now much more capable of healing and resolving some of these issues. But you've got to work at it, right? You need people to pause initially and then begin to think and then come on a journey, which is your job. That's why the 21st of March is so important, is you know, our ability to just pause and think about this, I think is an incredibly important thing.
The last 25 years of being on the road with Peace One Day, I have to say that I'm more concerned now today than I've ever been in that entire 25 years. So, but you don't see it as a continuous downward trajectory. You see that, you know, over long periods of time, we can turn it all around. I mean, obviously, I get up every day to believe that, but I'm shocked, you know, and saddened by the state of affairs right now.
Yeah. And look, it's hard to disagree with you. We're getting, you know, much more capable of resolving some of these issues. Why? Because we can solve some pretty big problems using innovation, science, technology. But the flip side of that, they can also be put to pretty bad use as well by evil people who you know, don't think the way you do, the way we do, that you want to eliminate this stuff. They are convinced in their head that they are superior, and the way the world needs to be is to sort of crush every other idea, every other human, or bring them to their way of thinking. But luckily they're in the minority. But the difficulty, I think the reason you feel that way is, albeit they're in the minority, they're much more networked now. So therefore they have a much greater leverage, they have a much greater share of voice in the sort of the global discourse, the conversation. That's dangerous. And I think that's why, you know, your initiative is so important, because I think actually the more we bring people who have the capacity, who have the capability, have the levers available to them, whether it's the tech titans of the world or political leaders, to say, no, you know, the way we turn this round is through education. And I'm seeing some incredible innovation around education, where every child, imagine a world, right, where every child will have their own bespoke AI that teaches them about, you know, why it's wrong to discriminate. Why is that people who have strange names and have different color of skin are exactly the same as them? That they have hopes, aspirations, fears, families, love, all the things that they may have. And I think that will, I hope, lead to better outcomes, ultimately. But it all begins with awareness and a pause and thought and action.
Yeah. As long as we make sure we know who's writing that AI script, right?
But that's my point, right? This incredible advances of technology can be put to such powerful, positive use, which tends to be the way, on the whole. Yes, of course, if you look at the internet itself, and I was with Tim Berners-Lee a few weeks ago, privileged to have a conversation with him, it is such a force for good, but then you've got obviously the dark web and stuff that happens there, which is absolutely should be in our sort of, you know, crosshairs, should be our target. That those people who, you know, fascist groups, neo-Nazis, anti-Semites who organise on the dark web. We need to sort of take away their oxygen for expansion by doing the stuff that you're doing, which is to say, let's come together, let's raise awareness. The more we do that, the strength comes from collective action, from us coming together and saying, no, we're not. That's not right. That's not. We will not accept that. That's not. That's not good. Let's do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking really, aren't we? You were talking a lot today about storytelling, really, the power of narrative, the power of constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages people towards impact that's measurable, right? So storytelling. When you talked about the women's vote, I mean, it was the people on the peripheral that told a lot of stories that changes the status quo in the centre, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We have to do as much of that as we possibly can. In fact, you've just funded a film, haven't you, to do with putting honest, constructive narrative into the world. What was it? What was that about?
Yeah. It's a very good friend of mine, Neil Blair, came to me with an idea, and I've had the privilege of helping make it a reality, which is it's the commandant and the cellist. And there's a little girl in Auschwitz who survived Auschwitz because she could play the cello, and because of that she was then made to play the cello in the commandant's home. And the story is of her life and how she meets the family of the commandant now and has a conversation.
So years later, she's having the conversation about how extraordinary. How extraordinary. Well, wish you well with that. Okay, so in relation to eliminating racial discrimination and the protection of humanity, where do you draw your hope? All of these things that have happened in your life, you're out there, you're doing extraordinary things, making things happen, supporting people to do things. I've been one of those, and thanks. But where do you personally draw your hope from to just kind of continue going?
From my story, from my history. When I wake up in the morning, Jeremy, I literally stand in front of the mirror in the bathroom, shaving my head like this. I have to pinch myself every day to think how fortunate I've been, how lucky I've been. A 11-year-old boy from Baghdad who arrives on these shores and becomes Chancellor of the Exchequer, builds a very successful technology business. It's an incredible thing to have happened, and every day I think, how can I help others achieve their dreams, their goals, get over their challenges. It's the most wonderful thing. The best part, I've got to tell you, of being a member of Parliament is not all the sort of great speeches you give in the chamber on the green benches, albeit it's an incredible thing to have done, or all the stuff you do at Westminster. I was responsible for the vaccine deployment. I had the great privilege of organising Her late Majesty's funeral when I was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, or when I was Chancellor of the Exchequer. The greatest fulfilment is when you're back in your constituency and you're at your Friday, we call it a surgery. People come and confide in their MP and tell you their problems, tell you their stories, their challenges, where they need help, because they've come up against the dead hand of bureaucracy or the brick wall that they just can't shift. And contrary to what sometimes you read in the red tops, the tabloids, most people, in my experience, 14 years of doing surgeries on a Friday, people will try and help themselves. People, on the whole, are hardwired and proud to run, but sometimes they just simply can't, and they fall on hard times and have hardship, or, as I say, come up against a bureaucracy that they just can't handle. And the best part, the most fulfilling part, is when you're able to solve their problems. And sometimes it just takes a letter, because of the portcolours, the letterhead of a member of Parliament, written to a somewhere in the system, a bureaucrat, a job's worth, and say, look, why is my why are you making my constituents' life miserable? Please explain to me, because they've told me their side of the story. And 50% of the time, it solves it. And the emails I get back and the letters I get back are the best thing in the world, because they say, you've changed my life. You've helped me get over a challenge that I was finding impossible to deal with. And that's a great thing. And I guess what we're doing on the 21st of March is in many ways not too dissimilar, because ultimately, if we can together prevent tens of thousands, hopefully one day hundreds of thousands, millions of cases of discrimination not happening, because people have come together, have thought about it, and have taken action. What a wonderful thing to have as a footnote. We all strive to be footnotes in history ultimately, but what a great footnote that would be.
Finally, to the person feeling disempowered and unequipped to be part of the elimination of racial discrimination, what resources or organisations would you recommend they go to be informed, inspired and engaged, or advice you give somebody?
A couple of things. And one, obviously, actually, government does quite a lot of this really good work, and gov.uk is always a good resource anyway. But what I found certainly in Warwickshire, in South Warwickshire, in my constituency, is organisations like Mind are really fantastic, because they do incredible work on discrimination and mental health and well-being, and I think that's a great resource. And I think in many ways there are lots of people who are willing to help you, including your Member of Parliament. If you feel that you are being discriminated against, if you feel that that there is injustice in your life, go and see your Member of Parliament. My job is to champion your cause.
Nadeem Sahawi, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers.
That was the Right Honourable Nadeem Zahawi MP. We'd like to thank him for his continuous support of Peace One Day and for joining us for Anti-Racism Live 2024. So to all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can be up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. And so coming up, Jeremy Gilly, the founder of Peace One Day, will be speaking with the remarkable Alison Williamson, who is the Chief Diversity and Culture Officer at Yahoo. Let's go and watch interview with Alison and Jeremy now.
Alison, thank you for joining us for Anti-Racism Live.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
The first thing I'd like to ask you, Alison, is could you tell us about your work and mission at Yahoo?
Sure. Well, I focus on ensuring that every person who is at Yahoo understands that why they're here, how they have an opportunity to thrive, and that they have a sense of belonging. I work on the same thing with people who we want to engage with Yahoo, people who don't know that they should be working here yet. So we have a lot of different ways of engaging both our employees, bringing resources to them, partnering with a number of organizations within the company, and doing the same externally so that we're telling a consistent story about how we want people to be able to show up and engage with Yahoo.
Can I ask you, Alison, why is the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, so important to you?
Well, I think these days are important because while the work never stops, and it shouldn't stop, everyone should be learning all the time about how to be more inclusive, how to confront their own biases. Having a moment in time where we stop and focus and assess and understand and seek to understand more, I think is extremely critical. It's very, very important for us to know and remind ourselves that there has been progress and there's always more to do. And so the 21st of March is a great time to do that.
Thank you, Alison. So the 21st of March, the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. I mean, where do you feel the global community is in relation to eradicating racism?
Well, I think there have been a lot of incredible pieces of work done to raise the impact, the negative impact, if racism continues, right? There's all sorts of opportunities for people to understand wherever they're sitting in whatever corner of the globe, certainly about racism, and then also just about othering, right? How do we make sure that we aren't part of the othering experience, that we're including people, that we're understanding a range of perspectives and a range of lived experiences, both so that we can be better and smarter, and that we can actually make the world better. So there's that the global aspect of racism obviously looks different depending on where you're sitting in the world. And yet, because of the way humans are, we actually always have an opportunity to make sure that there's more inclusivity in our world.
I mean, we're seeing an increase in racism, hatred, divided communities as a consequence of the global crises that we're facing. What's your assessment of the situation, and do you think we can turn it around?
Well, first, I absolutely think we can do a lot better. I think we have seen a lot of divisiveness, absolutely, in the world. I do think that where I'm optimistic is there are a lot of people who are embracing anti-racism, that they're embracing anti-bias, that they're embracing understanding. And what that does often is it actually highlights and puts a spotlight on where we're seeing some really ugly things happen. And so why I'm optimistic about how we move forward is that there are incredible people having really important, not only conversations, but making some really important changes to address systemic bias, to address racism, to address divisiveness.
Alison, given the breakdown that we've just discussed, that we're seeing in relation to the issues of humanity's survival and the impact that that's having throughout society, do you think it's actually possible that we can live together side by side, irrespective of our colour, political views, or our religious beliefs? I mean, it's quite an extraordinary place that we've found ourselves in March 2024. I mean, I don't think I've ever been more concerned about the treatment of the air, the land, the sea, the people. And I want to know kind of like how you see it,
I think that there are I keep on saying that I know that there's opportunity, right? I know there's opportunity for us to all be able to be together. There will always be disagreement, and that's okay, because that actually creates more informed, smarter people. And as long as there's an opportunity and people are willing to sit down, have conversations, to engage with each other, then there's always an opportunity for us to do better. There are scary things happening around with the climate. There are some scary things happening around divisiveness and divisive language. That is where the people who are willing to, again, think more expansively about even how they see people who don't agree with them, that's where the work is. And it requires all of us to dig deep and ensure that we are being open when we are, we care so much about change and about people coming together. We also need to know that there are people who everyone is living in their own experience, right? And so the opportunities to learn more about what that is, what has them, what keeps them up at night, what are their real concerns, allows us to actually get closer to everyone sitting side by side and having, again, moving forward and having just more faith in humanity.
Yeah. It's incredible because you're working for Yahoo. I mean, Yahoo, Yahoo's always been a part of my life. I've always known it's a place to access information. And of course, access to information, particularly if it informs, inspires, and engages people towards action, is a real big part of humanity's survival, right? I mean, it's the people on the peripheral that help change the status quo. What's it like working for an organization that supplies information to the world? I mean, that must be exciting for you. I mean, what are your thoughts around that?
Well, it's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to be at a company that is so focused on actually just providing facts to people, and helping people find their goal, like achieve their goals by whatever they're looking for and however they want to consume it. I think part of the responsibility that Yahoo takes very seriously is to ensure that people feel that they can safely come to our products, to the platform, and know that they're going to get real information. And then people will do with it what they will, right? Like, this is not, we're purple. And so I think part of one of the opportunities that a lot of other platforms have, and, I've been doing this work for a long time, and it's great to be in a information company, although, because communication is everything, in my opinion. There's a lot of opportunity for people to both understand that there's to diversify where they get their information, so that there is not just one perspective that they're seeing, that there are an understanding that there are a lot of places that will help inform healthy decisions and frankly, some of the decisions or thoughts that they have around the people around them.
Alison, where do you draw your hope from? I mean, in relation to the great challenges we face in the journey towards the elimination of racial discrimination, what keeps you inspired to keep going?
As I've mentioned before, the number of people, the range of people who have embraced this work and these conversations, and the opportunity to just dig in and lean into how other people, everyone gets to show up fully. The fact of the matter is, we all do better. We all have incredible opportunity when we are leaning towards and racing towards anti-discrimination, anti-racism, just eliminating anti-Semitism, eliminating Islamophobia, working towards that. And it doesn't have to be just centered on our own identity, but understanding that everyone has a range of lived experiences that if we're actually able to look and think beyond ourselves, we can certainly create an incredible future for our children and those who come behind us. But my hope comes from both the younger generation that's very much focused on ensuring that we are paying attention and that we are getting the right language, that we're looking at the range of lived experiences, as well as my hope coming from people who are consistently in these conversations, not shying away from it, because it's not always easy, but certainly understanding that there is just worldwide benefit for everyone if we actually figure this out.
Thank you, Alison. Can I ask you, with Yahoo, what's your the mission and the vision for the future?
It's a pretty simple one, and it's one that I actually would have anywhere that I've done, the work that I do, and I'm lucky and fortunate to be at a place where this is also embraced, which is that every person who comes into contact with Yahoo has a sense of belonging, that they feel connected to us, that the people who work here have an opportunity and know that they can thrive here, that anybody who is a partner with us, any client, any user, that this is a place for them. And that's really, it seems very simple. It's not, but it's something that we aim for. We really want to make sure that this is a place that people feel seen and heard.
Amazing. So finally, to the person feeling disempowered and unequipped, perhaps to be part of the elimination of racial discrimination, what resources or organizations would you recommend they go to be informed, inspired, and engaged?
So, there are a number of small organizations and authors that are doing some incredible work. I actually thought it'd be helpful, because this is global, to talk about a couple of global organizations that have also a range of entities within them that they serve as an umbrella. The Unstereotype Alliance is one that I would definitely recommend. I think that they are very much focused on both gender equality, and certainly are focused on anti-racism and anti-discrimination. And Global Citizen. I think they've done a great job of creating this repertoire, certainly this resource library of a number of ways of engaging and learning more. I learn every day, and so I'm always looking for additional resources to become more informed. And so these two organizations specifically, I think, would be there are many others, but have done an incredible job at bringing together a number of resources.
Fantastic. Alison, thank you so much for participating in Anti-Racism Live, and we wish you the very best at Yahoo.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
That was the founder of Peace One Day, Jeremy Gilley, interviewing the inspirational Alison Williamson. How wonderful to hear those inspiring words on the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. We wish Alison continued success in her future endeavors. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information and on upcoming experiences. So next up, we are going to hear from Dr. Hellyer, a world-renowned historian and scholar of geopolitics, security studies, and political economy, with a focus on Asia and the Middle East. Dr. Hellyer is a Senior Associate Fellow in the International Security Studies Program. Let's show the interview with Dr. Hellyer now.
So, Dr. Hellyer, thank you for joining us for Anti-Racism Live. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's a pleasure to be here.
The first question that I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about your work and mission and why 21 March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, is so important to you?
So the work I do is mostly in the arena of policy, and policy as it relates to international relations, that's on a broader global level, and then closer to home on security policy, so in terms of issues like extremism or terrorism. And when it comes to discrimination and the battling of discrimination, it's incredibly important to the work that I do. On two levels. One is more immediate, the other is wider. The immediate is that, of course, what we have in the arena of counterterrorism or counter-extremism is an effort to push back on those that seek to discriminate against others, so particularly the far right, white supremacy, and so on. But that's only on the immediate level. On a wider level, if we are unable within the policy arena to look at human beings as human beings that are deserving of dignity as much as any other human being is deserving of dignity, then it skews our policy frameworks. It creates these incredible imbalances where we begin to consider that some civilians are worthwhile and others are not. And unfortunately, at the present time, we've seen a great deal of that, where 30,000 Palestinians have been killed over the past 5 months as a result of the Israeli bombardment in Gaza. And somehow they don't really matter that much. And we are not pushing for a ceasefire as much as I think we ought to. Whereas I think if we were clear that they are human beings equally deserving of dignity as anybody else, then that would be very different indeed. So the issue of discrimination is incredibly important to my work in, as I said, an immediate sense, as well as a wider sense indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Hellyer. The 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. I mean, I'd like to ask you, where do you feel the global community is in relation to eradicating racism?
So we have to look at this, I think, over a long term. We can't simply look at it over the last few years or the last few months. And if I look over the course of my lifetime, then I would say that we've certainly come a long way in terms of tackling certain types of racial discrimination. But whether or not we've really gone as far as we ought to, or if we've actually gone a few steps back in other types of discrimination, I think is open to question. And you've seen this as well, of course, in the past few months, the past few years, with the mainstreaming of the far right in a lot of the Western world, in the UK, I have to say, especially on the conservative right, but also across Europe and North America. So in some ways, we have really come a far distance indeed. I don't think you could have imagined, let's say 40 years ago, having a mayor of London who was from a South Asian background, or a prime minister of the UK who was from the same sort of background. But that doesn't mean that we've eradicated racial discrimination at all. And the way in which we talk about religious minorities in the UK, particularly Muslims, but also other groups as well, shows that we haven't come as far as we ought to have had. The same thing when you look at other parts of the Western world. The Obama administration saw a president who was Black American, unthinkable 20 years ago, for example, or 30 years ago. But you also have the Trump administration, which comes directly after, which is a resurgence and a reactionary response, I think, to precisely that sort of advancement on many ways. So I think that we've got to be cautious about thinking that we've got the job done. I think that in some ways we've gone several steps back, but we've also achieved quite a great deal.
So, Dr. Hellier, we are seeing an increase in racism, hatred, and divide in communities as a consequence of the global crises that we're facing. What's your assessment of the situation, and can we turn this around?
So, I think that there's just a very clear truism here, that if we truly believe that all peoples are equally deserving of human dignity as each other, then we have a path forward in terms of addressing many of the crises that are facing our world. If we don't, and we've got to be very clear and very honest about this, but if we don't, then that's a recipe for more conflict, for more tension, for more disaster, for more catastrophe. And I would like to think that we're moving more in the direction of recognizing that we all are deserving of human dignity, but I don't think that that's really true in terms of what people think. I think that we're deserving of human dignity across the board, but I'm not sure that everybody in policy does, everybody in the media does, and just broader public perceptions. Because if that were the case, then I think discourse around vulnerable communities, less powerful communities, at home and abroad, in the UK, in Europe, in the Middle East, in the United States, all across the globe, I think we'd be having a very different discourse indeed. So the first thing that we have to do, I think, is recognize that we have a problem. And it was quite striking to me over the past few weeks that in the UK, there was such a resistance to saying that a noted Conservative Party politician had actually done something incredibly Islamophobic. We refuse to use the word, which means that we're refusing to note the problem as actually it exists. And in order to address a problem and solve it, you need to first recognize that there is a problem. So I think that if we do all come to recognize that there are problems at work in the world today where we don't recognize everybody as equally deserving of human dignity, then we're not going to get anywhere. But if we do, then we can find solutions together.
So in relation to eliminating racial discrimination, where do you personally draw your hope from? And do you think it's actually possible that humans could live together side by side, irrespective of the colour of their skin, political views, or religious beliefs?
So, Jeremy, I'm from a multiracial background myself. I come from a multi-religious family, and I'm here. And I exist. I don't feel myself tearing myself at the seams or anything like that. I think that it's quite possible for people of very different backgrounds to not only coexist, but to thrive together, as long as they agree on just some very basic principles, including, again, are we equally deserving of human dignity? And I will engage with anybody, irrespective of whether or not they agree with me, as long as they admit that simple basic fact about myself, as I am obliged to do with regards to them. If that's not the case, then we really don't have much to go forward with. And I think that we have to recognize that you can engage with people and engage with them, but there needs to be a common ground of recognizing that we're human beings and we all deserve human dignity to be respected.
And can I ask you about hope? I mean, where do you draw, you are dealing with a lot of issues in the world. You're seeing some of the best elements of humanity and perhaps some of the worst. Where do you get your hope from?
The human being is a remarkable thing, Jeremy. I think that the human being is capable of incredible evil, incredible, harm, but more than that, is capable of incredible beauty and virtue. And I've seen much of that in the most difficult of circumstances, in the worst of crises. And I think that people need to be reminded that the human being has that ability, has that potential. And that's truly what makes us human, in order to manifest those sorts of virtues. It's not human to be inhuman. It's why we say that brutality and aggression is inhuman. But being fully human can take effort. It means overcoming those more base parts of ourselves. It's not only possible, I think it's what we're called upon to do. And I've seen that happen many times in my life. So in regards to hope, I think it's simply reality and recognizing the reality of the human being, that they have the potential to be greater than the angels, even if they might be tempted to be more base and more low. But they have that potential, they have that ability, and I think that's what we're called to be.
Thank you, Dr. Hellier. Thank you. Lastly, there's a lot of people, a lot of young people, a lot of older people feeling very disempowered at the moment when we look at how we're treating our air, our land, our sea, the animals, the people. I mean, it's quite an extraordinary place we find ourselves in today. So to the person feeling disempowered and unequipped to be a part of the elimination of racial discrimination, what resources or organizations would you recommend we go to be informed, inspired, and engaged?
So I don't have particular organizations that I would go to. What I would encourage anybody who has that inclination and feels that imperative is to take good stock of themselves and see where they are, what they're doing, what their profession is, and where within that they can really be of the most use and of the most benefit. We're all in a particular place for a particular reason, and we have opportunities that others don't necessarily have, and we have venues and avenues and arenas that we can work in better than other people can work in, and it's there where we should seek to be the most fruitful and the most useful, because that's where we are. And I think if people just try to see how they can be the most useful given their skills, their background, and what they're doing, then they'll find fulfillment in that and hopefully be of better use to everybody else as well.
Dr. Hellier, thank you so much for giving up your time today, and we wish you the very best with all of your work.
Kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hellier.
Those were some very impactful words from Dr. Hellier. Truly inspiring. We're so grateful for his contributions to Anti-Racism Live 2024. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. Now, we're thrilled to share some amazing music. I'm delighted to present Aaron Abelman, a truly talented, award-winning musician and author. Let's listen now to his music video called Regeneration. Please enjoy.
Thanks for calling Planet Earth. Sadly, I am experiencing a high caller volume right now, but if you please leave a message, I will be happy to get right back to you.
Once upon a rhyme and a mic in the darkest time of night, with a fireplace met the song of life. Stories told of human soul lost light, wanting the moon but losing the earth's light, wanting the heart but losing the mind light, wanting peace but deciding to fight for water or faith or just to be right, like the battle between a child and Sprite. Obese or skinny is a soda can of life. On one side, the war room cry. We will power over earth, so second alive. Class the joke, not the last of the scars. One color was you, so female and white. And I've got many tricks and light. The good girls, thanks to my right. But on the other side, the people cry. We are the last standing rock. At choice point lie, Kaepernick versus the Third Reich. Like Sanders versus election night. Yes, that's Bernie, no, we're not colorblind, be honest. Wealth comes on the backs of a lie. It's time to change our clocks, beat with a box of rhyme. Nature still rules now and for all time. Nature still rules now and for all time.
Sacred and come, let our movements free hatred and harm, singing regeneration, a new world dawns. Drum, let our music be sacred and come, let our movements free hatred and harm, singing regeneration, a new world dawns. And come, let our movements free hatred and hope, singing regeneration.
Now is that time. No matter who you are, where you're from, this message is for you. Time to rise, to unite, and to come together, to bring forth the world we believe in. This is all love, yeah. From the ground up, planting seeds, feet in the soil. Corrupt democracy, politicians, suits soaked in oil. The hatred of man divides us, so we stand together and stars shine brighter when the night's turning darker than ever. We're born to resist, and we demand a change. This planet belongs to us all, so we are all to blame. This is for every child, all the youth that never made it, all the warriors rising like the ocean to protect the sacred. For all the people singing loud with their hands up, all the freedom fighters taken away in handcuffs and standing rock right together, a nation divided. Our present songs are our weapons that cut through the violence.
Let our music be sacred and come, let our movements free hatred and harm, singing regeneration, a new world dawns. Drum, let our music be sacred and come, let our movements free hatred and harm, singing regeneration, a new world dawns. Come, let our movements free hatred and home, singing regeneration, a new world dawns.
I hope I have the right number. I'm calling because I'm doing everything I can to rise above all of my problems, to lift up my generation with love. Let's just call us the regeneration.
What's good, everybody? Shuteska here with Earth Guardians. Peace, Aaron Abelman here with Alive and Awake. Appreciate the love and support on the video. If you want to get further involved with the movement, check out this website right here and join the regeneration. Peace.
Inspired creativity. We hope you enjoyed hearing some of Aaron's music. I know I did. A huge thank you to Aaron. You can find his music on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, and Pandora. To all our viewers across the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. We will now hear from Dr. Jennifer Roberts, Associate Professor at the University of Maryland. She has also co-founded Nature RX at UMD and established the Vakisa Earth Center. Let's go watch Dr. Roberts now.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Roberts, and I am an associate professor at the University of Maryland. I work as an active living, health equity, and truth-telling scholar, and my work draws on history to expose, understand, and dismantle the health disparities and social injustices that marginalized populations and communities of color have endured over generations. March 21st, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the Day of Anti-Racism, is important to me because I believe in the quest for an anti-racist society where the basic human rights of health, equity, and justice are no longer denied to anyone. In terms of eradicating racism globally, I believe that we are closer to achieving this goal in comparison to 100, 50, or even 25 years ago. But we still have quite a bit of work to be done. For one, I think that there's more of an acceptance of racism, that it existed, or that it still exists today. But in my opinion, there still is a lack of understanding for the connection between structural and institutional racism that may have occurred in the past and how that is connected with the outcomes we see today. For example, historic racist policies like redlining that began in the late 1930s in the United States and that was governmentally sanctioned has resulted in more people of color living in areas with less trees and parks and other green spaces compared to white communities today. And that's just one example. So even though there may be less people today who are personally racist, many societies and communities are still grounded and operationalized in the structurally racist policies of yesterday. It seems as if we're seeing an increase in racism, hatred, and divide in communities all throughout the world. And I believe that's because folks are scared. They're scared that they'll lose something, whether that's a job, a home, or an opportunity. But what I would like to tell them is that this is not a zero-sum game, or as Heather McGhee says, the ideal that progress for some must come at the expense of others. That is a fallacy. And until we all understand that racism costs everyone, we cannot eradicate it. I mentioned Heather McGhee, and I would like to recommend her book. The title is The Sum of Us: What Racism Costs Everyone and How We Can Prosper Together. I've lived in many different parts of the United States, traveled to many parts of the world, and been able to connect on very deep levels to people who are very different from me. These profound interpersonal connections really remind me that we are all just human, and we all have the same fundamental wants, desires, and needs. So I do believe that we can all live together as one, irrespective of skin color, political views, religious beliefs, or any other difference. But again, there is still work to do, and that is why on March 21st, Anti-Racism Day, we all must take prompt and powerful steps to combat racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia. And for anyone who may feel disempowered, unequipped, or just overwhelmed by this work we have to do to eliminate racism, you're not alone. This is a pretty big job. Start small. Introduce yourself to someone from another culture. Educate yourself with books, documentaries, movies. For example, one movie I highly recommend is Origin by Ava DuVernay. It's a profoundly beautiful piece of cinema about racism and the overarching global caste system that will leave you deeply touched. Take a friend, discuss the film over coffee afterwards. It's just small steps like this. Thank you for listening. Live well and in peace.
Fantastic. We're so thrilled to share such an important statement from Dr. Roberts. We greatly appreciate her wonderful contribution to Anti-Racism Live 2024, and we wish her the very best in her future work. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. For our upcoming interview, we are very, very excited to be joined by the advocate and social entrepreneur Ziad Ahmed, who has been working tirelessly since he was 16 years old to redefine and challenge racial stereotypes. We'll show that interview with Ziad Ahmed now.
Ziad, thank you so much for participating in Anti-Racism Live.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for doing this and doing the important work that you do.
Okay, the first question I'd like to ask you, Ziad, is could you tell us about your work and mission and why 21 March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, is so important to you?
Long story short, I was very privileged to grow up in Princeton, New Jersey as an American Muslim, as a person of color, as a Bangladeshi American, where I very quickly became aware of how often in my hallways and hallways around this country and around this world, students are otherized because of who society thinks they should be. And that didn't sit right with me. And so when I was in sort of at the end of 8th grade, I decided to start a nonprofit around social justice advocacy and creating a platform by which teens could organize around identity, around stereotypes, around advocating for a better world for all of us. And sort of through that work, I found myself in rooms that I didn't know existed, with industry leaders, with decision makers, with politicians, where I realized how often young people are being spoken about but not spoken to. And so I started a company by which we could empower more diverse young people with a seat at the table at the most important decision-making tables of our time. And so much of my work has been about this notion that I believe the world looks better when diverse young people have a seat at the table, and I believe the world looks better when we trust those who are closest to the reality as the expert on that reality. And I think so much of what is wrong in the world right now is this notion that because I don't see it, it doesn't exist. To the contrary, I think because you don't see it means it exists, means that the person for whom it exists is not at the table. And I think this day is so important. This notion of organizing around anti-racism is so vital because we still live in a world where so many are otherized, are targeted, are attacked because of the color of their skin, because of who society thinks they should be. And I am every day, more committed, right, to working towards a world where every kid can grow up to feel safe, loved, and accepted. And that has always been what has really kept me grounded in my why, right, is this notion that I think that every kid deserves to feel safe, to feel loved, to feel accepted. But the only way that we guarantee that notion for all of our kids, I don't have kids yet, but one day, inshallah, maybe. But I aspire for a world where all of our kids are safe, loved, and accepted. And the only way that I think we can really achieve that world is if we advocate for the right of every child to feel safe, loved, and accepted. And so I think that this day is so important, such that we can have conversations about what does it mean to get to that world? What does it mean to get to a world where every person has the agency to dream and the agency to actualize those dreams? Because I think we can all use more dreaming and more doing.
Sia, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. So the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. I mean, where do you feel the global community is in relation to eradicating racism?
I always struggle when I think sometimes as a public speaker, you want to be optimistic. I don't know that on that question I feel so optimistic. Insofar as I am really concerned about where we are in terms of misinformation, in terms of hate speech, in terms of so much vitriol on the internet projected largely against women and people of color and queer communities and already vulnerable and marginalized communities. And I'm really concerned at a culture that has normalized such toxic behavior and such incredible violence against vulnerable communities. I'm also really concerned at a world that looks at loss of life with such callousness, especially when that loss of life is in and around communities of color, and how the global community and global media responds to loss of life differently, depending on the pigment of skin of victims, is something that keeps me up at night. And so I am horrified every day at the racism, at the callousness, at the double standards that exist in global rhetoric as it pertains to lives of color. And I'm angry, but I am also equal parts hopeful insofar as I find myself inspired every day by diverse young people who are fighting the good fight, right? Who are shaking people and waking them up and making them confront the double standards of our time and making people confront the humanity that exists within each of us. And I think that our generation, Gen Z writ large, is a more inclusive, is a more progressive, is a more anti-racist generation that is looking in the mirror and asking more of us to confront our own privileges, our own biases, and creating more intersectional communities that understand that all of our justices, all of our human rights are linked to each other. And that the only way that we can guarantee a better world is by fighting for all of us. And by fighting against all the systems of inequity and injustice, whether that be climate action or whether that be anti-racism work, or whether that be to work towards a world of more socioeconomic equality. And so I think that all of these issues are intertwined, and I think that our generation is understanding that more than ever. And really, I think the beauty of youth has always been that a young person can look at the world and say, just because things have been this way does not mean they have to stay this way. And the beauty of youth is to reimagine the status quo and to disrupt it. And I think Gen Z is certainly doing that, looking at this world and being really angry at the racism, the callousness, the injustice that exists, and saying this can't be the best that we can do, and actively reimagining new anti-racist, new inclusive intersectional ecosystems and institutions that ultimately serve more of us. And it is a hard and steep road perhaps ahead and arduous, but I fully believe when you follow the lead of young, diverse voices, particularly Black and brown women and queer folks, I think that there is a certainly light at the end of that tunnel and at the end of that road that I think that we all ought to be working towards. And I think that is always going to be worthwhile.
Incredible. Amazing to listen to. So inspiring. Thank you, Siad. So, Siad, we're seeing an increase in racism, hatred, and divide in communities as a consequence of the global crisis that we're facing. What's your assessment of the situation, and can we turn it around?
There's so much to be said on this question. And I have been, I think, sadder these last 6 months than maybe I've ever been in my life. Insofar as I think reckoning with the callousness, right, with the moral bankruptcy of leaders has been harrowing. Even when already in theory and in concept knowing that such insidious leadership exists, I think having to confront it day in and day out the last 6 months has been really challenging. And I think living in an era of such crisis, of such misinformation, of such violence, of such hatred, has bred a ton of fear and anger and resentment and a ton of nihilism. I think a lot of people feel right now, how much louder can we shout before they hear us? And I think there are a lot of good reasons to be shouting right now. I am really concerned though, and I'm really concerned though while I am fully on board to shout and believe that we ought to be shouting right now, that we also ought to be conversing, right? That I think that in order to make the progress that we need to see in the world, communities that don't always agree with each other need to sit at tables together and need, to the point I made earlier, to reckon with the humanity of each other. Need to reckon with the idea that every child deserves to live in safety, to live with dignity, to live with honor, to live with joy. And that no child should pay for their crimes of their morally bankrupt leaders. And no child should be hungry, should be hurting because of the pigment of their skin or because of anything. And no child's life should be treated as collateral damage, as collective punishment. And I resent a world that allows for any child's life to be treated as expendable, that allows any life to be treated as expendable. And I think until we live in a world where every person feels that no matter where someone comes from or what someone looks like or how someone loves, that their life deserves as much respect and reverence as our own, that we will not get to where we need to go. And so I think that requires having friends, having partners, having relationships with people outside of our own communities, outside of our own silos, such that we reckon with the humanity of each other, such that we work towards a world that guarantees the safety of each other, that guarantees the humanity and dignity of each other. And I think that isn't happening enough. I think that right now the world glosses over loss of life in countries and regions and communities, because I think the world still sees certain communities as more deserving of that violence. And that is such a disgusting reality. No community is more deserving of violence, should have to be more prepared for violence, should be more prepared for racism, should have to be more prepared for injustice. Every kid deserves the same shot to be joyful, to be successful, to be alive. And I am so angry at a world that doesn't live with that truth in mind. But I'm so grateful for days like today that remind us that the only way forward is one that guarantees that for every child and for every human, and that requires anti-racist practice, and that requires following the lead of activists and organizers who have always been on the right side of history and who have always spoken truth to power and who have always led us towards better.
Siad, incredible. I mean, thank you for sharing your thoughts, and it's amazing to listen to you, and it gives me great hope, and I feel inspired by hearing your thoughts today. So I want to ask you, Siad, in relation to eliminating racial discrimination, let's talk about where you draw your hope from. I mean, do you think it's actually possible that humans could live together side by side, irrespective of the color of their skin, political views, or religious beliefs? I mean, that's a question, but also, where's your hope come from?
I don't know that I agree that that's a question. It can't be. I refuse to accept a world where that cannot be a reality. And I think that we allow ourselves to succumb into a defeatist mindset when we allow it to become a question. I think it is like entertaining the question, am I enough? When you start entertaining a thought process like that, you find yourself in a never-ending cycle of defeatism. And the consequence of falling victim to defeatism on this question is far too great. We have to believe that we can live in a world where every person can live side by side, maybe not in harmony, but at least in safety. I do not think that we'll ever live in a utopia where every person agrees with each other on every issue, and I don't think that we should. I think disagreement is good. I think difference of opinion is healthy. I do not think that a world where anyone is made to feel unsafe because of who they are is a world that any of us should ever believe is intrinsic to the human condition. I think that the role of leadership, the role of innovation, the role of politics is to work towards a world where all of our rights and humanity and safety are guaranteed. I'm not saying it is easy. I think that there are so many systems of injustice and pervasive and perverse complexes that exist both structurally and sociologically that we have to deconstruct and undo and critically analyze in order to get to that world. But it has to be possible. I do not think that I have all the answers in terms of how we get there. But I do think so much of it has to start with looking in the mirror. Insofar as I think so much of what is wrong is oftentimes, it is easy to zoom out and look at society and say this is wrong. And it is much harder and more uncomfortable to say, but this is what I've internalized from those wrong ecosystems and psychologies and complexes, and how am I going to live with the politic and ethic that I want the world to emulate? I think especially that it's incumbent upon me as a person of privilege, but I think writ large, we all have to be willing to have really uncomfortable conversations with self and other in regards to how are we perpetuating norms, how are you perpetuating language, how are you perpetuating behaviors that ultimately create a world that is not safe for all. And to the point that we just made about, the current climate that we're living in, vocabulary matters a lot. When we view some victims as dead and some victims as murdered, that says a lot about how we value their humanity. That says a lot about whose lives we value and why. And so the news that we consume, the words that we use, the politicians that we vote for, the decisions that we make in terms of how we treat people, the jobs that we do, these all have an impact on the world. And often a fraught, complicated, juxtaposed, contradictory impact. And I think that it is sometimes deeply uncomfortable to sit with those tensions, but is necessary in order for us to get towards a world where more of us are safe, where more of us are celebrated and included. And I think that's important, but I think that there is no substitute for real legislative change. And I expect so much more of the leaders, whether that be in government or in business or otherwise, who I think are not being imaginative enough and are not reckoning with the gravity of this moment enough insofar as the action that we need when so many are still so unsafe and treated so unfairly, and when so much inequity still exists, whether in regards to safety, whether in regards to wealth, whether in regards to basic human rights. And so we need legislative action, we need sociological action, and we need better leaders who look like the world that we live in. And fundamentally, so much strife exists because the world is not governed by the many. The boardrooms and halls of Congress do not look like the world that we live in, do not represent the interests, do not represent the experiences of so many vulnerable, marginalized communities, and that needs to change. The world looks better when our leadership looks like us, looks like the world that we live in, reflects the obstacles that we are facing, and actually gives a damn about surmounting and overcoming those obstacles because they get it, because they're in it. And right now we have a lot of global leadership that is rooted in savior complex instead of rooted in community. And we have to have leadership and governance that looks like community-oriented governance and leadership that understands the needs of the community because they are of the community, and that is deeply interested in the welfare of communities because they are part of those communities, because they understand them, because they're in and amongst them. And that isn't happening enough right now. And so I think so much strife and incongruent leadership is happening subsequently. And I think that there is real penalty and moral hazard to that. And so I think that there are many levels of what I aspire for, but I think we have to believe that it can get better, and we have to be imaginative enough to reimagine what new systems, what new leadership, what new personal practice can look like to help us get there.
So yeah, thank you for that. Let me ask you just a little bit before I move on to the final question of of how we can, support people to engage. I just want to ask about hope. I mean, where do you draw your hope from? Your passion and understanding and wisdom, and the experiences that you've had clearly that allow you to talk in the way that you have, the gift that you have, and how wonderful that you and many others, have this, right? This passion to support humanity's survival. I just want to ask you about hope. I just want to ask you about where did it come from?
For me, it's not about hope. It's about necessity. Like, I don't know that I feel so hopeful, but I feel that this is urgent and that this is necessary, right? I think survival is a human instinct, and I have been privileged enough to not necessarily be in a mindset of survival my whole life, but I am close enough to folks and communities who I think have, where I understand that there is no choice other than to give a damn, other than to try, other than to try to advocate for better. And even then, I don't know that I do enough most days. My life is full of contradiction, and I try, and sometimes that feels enough and sometimes it doesn't, but I don't know that I feel so hopeful, but I know that I feel so passionate that we have to be so much better than we are today. I am only hopeful insofar as I believe it to be a legitimate form of resistance, insofar as when we succumb to a mindset of defeatism, we have allowed the status quo to win. And I will never allow the status quo to govern my imagination. I think I have to believe that the world can be better than it is today. And I choose to believe that I can be some teeny small part of that change. I have to. Otherwise, why is my life worth living? And I believe we can have different theories of change. And so I find hope in the fact that more rooms in my world, in my ecosystems, I am getting to bring more diverse young people into those boardrooms and into those conversations. And they inspire me because they take those seats and they use them. And they advocate for their communities, and they advocate for their interests, and they advocate for their experiences and stories. And they make the leaders in power reimagine their world perspective. And that to me is impactful. And so I find hope in the fact that young leaders from different communities are being convened, and I have a role to play in convening those communities, and our voices are being heard more and more than ever. And so that gives me hope. But why any of this started wasn't about hope, it was about necessity. It was about the fact that I found myself at rooms and I was the only young person, or I was the only Muslim, or I was the only person of color, and I was like, this cannot be the best that we can do. And so I pulled more of my peers in with me, most of whom come from different communities and backgrounds than I do. And I said more about to be at these tables. And now we're living in a moment where more of us are at those tables, but still not enough of us. And so I don't want to sit here and pretend that I feel optimistic. I am angry and I'm sad most days. But I am encouraged in moments that more of us are being heard and more of us have latitude to speak our truth to power. And I am hopeful that those in power choose to listen to said truth, to make better and more human decisions that protect more of us. But right now at present, I don't have so much reason to believe that they are listening, but I'll be damned if I stop trying.
Amazing. Incredible. I want to ask you, to the person feeling, I totally understand what you're saying about necessity. It all makes complete sense. And of course, I, like you, get up every day and just want to do the very best I can. And when I feel down and when it gets dark is when it gets interesting. And that's really when you need to search for the light and just never give up. I mean, I'm so into what you're saying. It's wonderful to hear you talk. But I want to ask you, to the person feeling disempowered, because sometimes it exists out there. You and I know there are people who are feeling disempowered by what they're receiving, how they might be living, certain people they're living with, whatever the circumstances they're in. But they're feeling disempowered. They feel unequipped to be part of the elimination of racial discrimination. I want to ask you, what resources or organizations would you recommend they go to be informed, inspired, and engaged?
A long list. The people come to mind first will always be my best friends. Chelsea Miller, Nupal Kiazolu, Bria Baker. They are Chelsea Miller's organization, Freedom March NYC, strongly encourage folks to look into. Leah Thomas, intersectional environmentalist, I strongly encourage folks to look into. There are so many young, dynamic voices of color who are leading the way and who have always been leading the way forward. And I am so grateful every day to be in community with them. Khalil Green, who does amazing work in chronicling the story, the history, right? He's the Gen Z historian of injustice and racism in America and globally in terms of how he arrived to this moment. There's so many resources, digitally and otherwise, insofar as people who are educating and galvanizing and organizing towards better. So those are some people that I'd maybe start with, but there are oh so many, and that gives me hope that there are more and more each day of folks who are leading and are picking up, a microphone and speaking their truth and getting noticed for it and changing people's minds along the way. And I think that is so critical and so inspirational. And I have learned so much from those people that I just mentioned. And there are so many others. But I'd start there. And I would keep clicking on who they're tagging and who they're interacting with to learn even more from all of our communities and from all of our vantage points. But I think my TLDR is always, when we center and listen to the voices of diverse young people, the world always looks a little bit brighter and better.
Ziad, can I just ask, people who want to find out more information about the organization that you founded, where can we go?
Don't worry about me. Follow Chelsea, follow Nupal, follow Khalil, follow Leah. They have a lot, follow Bria, they have a lot more to teach than me.
Amazing. Well, I will tell the audience where to find information about you. But thank you so much. Honestly, it's I've got tears in my eyes. It's incredible to listen to you. I feel very honored to have had 25 minutes. I do, and that's how it is. But thank you for everything. I wish you the very best.
Thank you for all that you do. It is important and it is necessary and it is inspiring, and I am grateful to be in community with you and to live in a world where folks like you and I can spend our privilege to advocate for better for more of us, and hoping that we can do so responsibly is all that any of us can hope for. And it seems to me that you are doing so beautifully and responsibly and intentionally. And I am grateful to be in community with you and to learn from you and to hopefully be part of this global movement of folks who are invested in the eradication of global racism. And I think that behooves each of us to play some role in it. And I'm not equipped to give anyone advice. But I am equipped to offer my admiration for you and the work that you do. And just hoping that I can follow in your footsteps and that we can hopefully make the world at least marginally better than it is today, because I think we can all agree at least on one thing, that it needs to be.
Agreed. Well, I look forward to meeting you again on the journey. Good luck with everything, and thank you for today.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
These were some powerful words. It was a pleasure to hear such an engaging and thoughtful discussion. We wish Ziad the best of luck. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. Now we will be hearing a statement from Christy Smith, an author, international speaker, and C-suite advisor. We're thrilled to have Christy's continuous support of Peace One Day and incredibly grateful for her contribution to Anti-Racism Live today. Let's hear from the remarkable Christy Smith now.
It's such a privilege to be here today and to recognize the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This is something that is so near and dear to my heart and that I have dedicated my life to doing, and that is to solve for humanity in the workplace. And that includes to combat and fight racism and inequality, not only in our workplace, but in the communities in which our workplaces reside. We have been through so much in the last 10 years, a global pandemic, an economic downturn. We have seen war in Europe and now the Middle East. We have seen what seems to be weekly occurrences of violence and shootings in the United States. This is an assault on our humanity, and especially those who are racially diverse. And it is something that we must address once and for all. And we must take a day like today and make it 365 days of the year. We are really seeing that this racial hatred and the divide in our communities create what is yet another pandemic, and perhaps a silent pandemic, and that is a pandemic around our mental health. This incredible barrage of hatred and continued discrimination and hate speak, and as I said, wars that are just creating incredible divide around the world, is something that is creating a level of global anxiety, depression, a rise in suicides, a rise in addiction. And this is impacting us all while we are still working from home and seeing each other's livelihoods, seeing each other's insides, if you will. We need to do more to eliminate racism. So what am I committing to doing? One is to call it out. When I see active racism or discrimination happening, to suspend my own self-interest and give voice and speak up for those who are being assaulted, whether that's verbally or physically. Second, engage in conversation. Don't be polarizing in those conversations, but seek to understand and have an insatiable curiosity about one another, not to further entrench ourselves in our differences, but rather to find common ground. It's that common ground or that bridge in our humanity that binds us. And the third thing is to continue to have hope. We must look for the abundance in our societies, those like everyone you've heard from in today's pledge, in today's recognition, that are doing good in the world to eliminate racism. Learn more, be engaged more, enter into conversation more. Those are the things that I'm doing so that I understand deeply what humankind is being faced with and what I can do to step in and hopefully create a better life for my colleagues who are discriminated against. So I hope that this day is as enriching for you as it has been for me. And thank you for all you do.
A huge thank you to Christy Smith for sharing such an inspiring statement. Her contribution to Anti-Racism Live 2024 is truly invaluable. To our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. Now, let's hear from the Senior Advisor to New School's Institute on Race, Power and Political Economy, as well as a wonderful supporter for Peace One Day, Gary Cunningham.
Gary, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
Well, Jeremy, it's good to talk with you again. Absolutely.
So the first question I'd like to ask you, Gary, is could you tell us about your work and mission?
Yes, the work I'm engaged in and have been engaged in over the last 30 years has been, how do we create a world that works equally well for everyone? And I'm now with the New School on Race, Power, and Political Economy in New York. And what we do is we really do research and analysis to really get at what are the big issues that we need to challenge that get at the issue of race as an underpinning of economic inequalities in this country and across the world.
Okay, thank you, Gary, for that. The next question I'd like to ask you is, why is the 21st of March the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination so important to you?
Well, I've had the opportunity to work all over the world on issues of racial injustice, but I think I bring it back to a personal issue, and I think for all of us, all those folks that are listening to this, comes back to kind of your personal story. And I remember being a child and not really understanding why things were different for me than my colleagues that I went to school with. I remember going in my first grade class, and it was a newly integrated school, and being called the N-word, being beat up by kids in the first grade. Think about that, 5 and 6 year olds attacking someone because of their race. They had to learn that from somewhere. They had to get that from somewhere. They weren't born with that, but it was something that was pushed onto them by their parents and others in their environment. And that came down to me having to suffer some of that. So, from an early age onward, I was the victim of police violence. I grew up in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where George Floyd was murdered. And this was normal. This issue of both police violence and racism was a normal occurrence in my everyday life. So from a personal story to seeing that we could make a difference, I've worked on in places and in spaces that have really been able to make a difference on these issues. I've allied with folks across racial spectrum to address the underpinnings of racial inequalities in America. And I think that there is hope, even though at times it just feels like there's too much. Right now, as an example, one of the things that we're working on is what we call baby bonds, which is a approach that actually can get at the scale of economic inequalities and address these issues from a young age by investing in young people. So a baby bond really is a bond that young people would get as they were born. And then when they turn 18, they can invest in themselves. And our research has shown that it won't solve the total problem, but it's one of the things that's working at the scale of the problem that actually could reduce economic inequalities by 50% in America and across the globe, I would argue, as a way to make these investments. The issue of how wealth and how wealth is used in America and in Europe and across the globe, particularly in global north, how that is used has created the kind of dynamics that we have. And race, whether you were in India, whether you were in China, whether you were in Africa, whether you were in Latin America, whether you were in America, northern United States, any of these countries use race against Native Americans and other indigenous people, and that created some economic inequality. Oxfam just released a report on this issue of global economic inequalities. Now, why am I talking about this? Because when you look at those that benefit and those that have been oppressed or suffered because of this inequality, what you can see is that they're ill-gotten gains that have been going on for centuries. And we're not going to address these issues with small solutions. We really have to work at the scale of the problem. And that's why we're focused on both guaranteed income for folks. So every person, just think about every person in the world that would have a guaranteed income to ensure that they had food, shelter, clothing. That would transform our world to something that actually we could tap into the human potential of every individual on this planet to address some of the big problems and challenges that we have. So why am I working on this? Why is it important? Why is it that everyone looks at their personal story and then actually takes that personal story and uses that as the fuel to address what I see as a world that works equally well for everyone?
Gary, thank you. Very interesting and incredible work that you're doing now. So the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. Where do you feel, Gary, the global community is at this particular point in our history in relation to eradicating racism?
Well, I think we have a long way to go. The UN and the declaration that was signed in 1948, and then the Human Rights Declaration that was signed in Durban in 2001, and I was there at that conference, actually has designated this day as a day to address racial inequalities in the world, and racism more specifically. And the reason that was done, and the reason that the Durban Conference and the Bandung Conference and other worldwide forums have said that we need to eradicate racism, in part is because it has been used as a means for people to actually oppress each other and take resources away from each other. And if we're going to be a world that works for everyone, we actually have to eliminate not only racism, but sexism, homophobia, and other isms that actually have driven kind of humanity to not live up to its full potential. And so this day is so critical in this time. And your question was really about how do I feel about it today and what can be done? I'm two minds of that, Jeremy. On the one hand, I think that they're, clearly with the wars, the violence that we see throughout the world that is perpetrated by those that have, and in many cases against those that don't have, that those dynamics won't lead to a world that works for us. And then furthermore, if we're going to tackle issues, the big issues that we have before us, like climate change. And when I say that, what I really mean is we sit at a precipice that if we don't do something to address what's going on in the world around climate, none of us will be around. If COVID and that whole adventure that we've been on and still are on taught us anything, is that we are all tied together in a web of humanity. And so if in fact something happens to me, it has an effect on you. It has effect on everyone. And unless we get at the root causes of the issues of economic inequality, and race sits at the bottom of that, colonialism, neocolonialism, the idea that someone, because of the color of their skin, is different, is at the root cause of this. And institutions have been built on the issue of racism. And so we need to tear down those structures. And this International Day against anti-racism is one of the bright spots, I would say, in this continuing fight that we have. Now, on the other hand, I do see hope, meaning even though we see wars and pestilence and issues, we do see that folks are in position that they hadn't been in 50 years ago. People are in power that actually have a different point of view on these issues. So we actually have the chance and the possibility of actually moving the needle on racism in across the globe if we work together. Then finally, I'll just say I'm participating in a world conference on remedies to racial and ethnic inequalities in Durban, South Africa, coming up in the fall. And part of the reason that we're pulling together a broad cross-section of people around the world is to actually meet and talk about how we can address remedies, as opposed to talking about what happened in the past and how bad it was, et cetera, et cetera. How do we get to the positive side of that picture? And believe it or not, there's people from all over the world, of all genders, of all races, of all colors, that are actually moving together to try to address this issue, including what you're doing. Peace One Day is doing to try to bring us together around this issue. So now is the time. Now is the critical point to make that happen. One of the things that we need to realize is that at different times in human history, and even before humans were on the planet, there have been these approaches that are called punctuated equilibrium. So when the meteor dropped on the Earth and killed off the dinosaur, that was a transition. It was a huge transition that happened. That part of the reason we are here, if you believe that theory. Part of the reason I'm raising this issue of punctuated equilibrium, we are now in another point of punctuated equilibrium where things are changing rapidly, where while it looks really bad, we actually have the opportunity to take what we have and actually transform these institutions so that we redistribute wealth in a way that's fair and equitable for everyone.
Gary, incredible. It's always informing, inspiring, and completely engaging to be with you. And thank you for sharing all of those thoughts. Gary, I've been obviously saddened and sort of frightened and confused and feeling somewhat disempowered by what we've been seeing happening in the world as a consequence of the conflicts that are going on. I mean, they're happening across the entire world. But as a result of what we're seeing at the moment, the increase in hatred against different communities has been absolutely shocking to us all. What's been your view and assessment of what's happening right now within our societies and communities?
Yeah, that's a big question. And I'll just say, I'll use this as a metaphor. So I used to run a health center, and it was the largest health center in the state that I was in. And I came outside one day and I saw this young African-American man, and he had a broken arm. And I said, oh, what happened? And he said, well, somebody killed my brother and shot me in this community that we lived in. And I'm going to get them back. I'm going to go out here and I'm going to get revenge for what happened to me and my brother. And I had a good talk with this young man about what his options were. And I took some time to actually sit down with him and think through what that issue of revenge meant. And so I'd say that's a metaphor for a lot of what's going on in the world. Something happens, and people are taking revenge, and then I come back and take revenge. And that doesn't end anywhere but a cycle of violence, a cycle of pestilence, a cycle of just brutalization, I'd say, that happens in these communities. So for me, in order to move, there was a great saying, I'm not sure who it's attributed to, but hatred does not address hatred alone. Only love can overcome hatred. And so the question that we ask about this is that we can't use the methods that have been used historically to oppress people to change the conditions that we have. We actually have to come at this from a point of view of loving each other, appreciating each other. Now, it sounds trite, but the fact of the matter is that it really is love that is going to transform this world. It's really love for each other and moving out of I'm going to get revenge and moving into a caring for each other. So corporations, governments should actually serve us as opposed to us serving them. So the idea that you can have a mass of wealth, and according to Ospan, over 400 years it would take the billionaires today to spend the money that they have. So in their lifetime, they would never be able to spend that amount of money that they have. Why wouldn't we take those resources? And I'm not saying we should take all the money from billionaires or anything like that, but we really do have to think about how wealth is distributed so that everyone has the opportunity to live up to their full potential. And in order for that to happen, it actually has to be love that takes us there, not hatred.
Well said, Gary. I totally agree with you. And really inspiring. Thank you for sharing that. Gary, can I ask you, so look, we look at history and we see what's going on, and we see information coming from the Institute for Economics and Peace, and other information, other sources that are telling us about this continuous increase in violence. So, for example, for the last 23, 24 years, with just each year, it's the situation has been getting, unfortunately, a little worse, to say the least, right? So I'm wondering, do you believe, I'm sure I know the answer to this, but I want to ask, do you believe, given you're seeing what you're seeing today and how the evolution of how humanity is playing itself out, as I look through the lens of my camera, for example, do you believe that we can change? Do you believe we can come together as one? Do you believe that we can turn this around? I mean, do you really believe that?
I do. But I don't think we've reached the nadir, meaning the lowest point yet, to make that happen. I do have hope and opportunity. Now, it's not just built on Gary has hope and, he's a thousand flowers bloom kind of person. But I do think that when people see that they actually have the power to transform communities, we've seen this over the history of our world. We've seen it during the civil rights movement in this country. We've seen it during the revolution that happened in India. We've seen it in the transformation in African nations. We've seen it all over the world where people can actually come together and transform something from nothing, if you will. And so I have to believe, I have to in my bones believe that there's a better world for all of us. And I see people coming together around climate change in the same way. And I see people coming together in different places around racial inequalities in the same way. And so the world has changed and shifted. And I know that the road is long and that it is a tough road to hoe. But I think if enough of us band together with peace in our hearts, with love in our hearts for others, that we can not only change, but transform the current systems that exist that perpetuate violence and brutalization of people because of their ethnicity, because of their race, or because of greed and hoarding that's going on in this world today. But that doesn't mean I'm always upbeat about it. That's for sure. In part because we see the atrocities that are going on. We see what's going on in the Middle East today. We see what's going on in Ukraine. We see that's going on in these small countries throughout the world that people don't even hear about where violence is taking place. So it is an uphill battle, but it's one that we can win if we believe that we can actually transform that. So I believe that the young people, my belief and hope is in younger people that are coming up that see that the way and the trajectory that we're on is unsustainable. And so I'm really counting on these young people that I see stepping up to the plate and actually trying to take on some of these big challenges that we have, and they're having some impact. So I'll stop there, but I don't think we can give up now. I think that the road ahead is difficult, but it's one that we can win.
Amazing, Gary. Well, listen, I'm like you, I'm going to get up every day and, work as hard as I can, and when I'm never going to stop, in round putting constructive narrative into the world that informs, inspires, and engages around the issues that we've come together on now a number of times. So I'm with you completely, and thank you for sharing that. So, okay, I want to ask you, Gary. Where did you get your hope from? I mean, what happened to Gary maybe when he was younger? I mean, somebody inspired you, right? Somebody got you thinking that you could do the incredible work that you've done and share the wisdoms that you've shared today. Where's the hope come from, Gary? Where's the belief to never give up?
Well, I was fortunate. I had an uncle who got me involved in social change early. We started a food co-op in a poor community. We did a lot of different things. We traveled across the country working with the migrant farm workers, and we worked with the American Indian movement. And he actually inspired me that your life, that this gift that we've been given of life is to be used to make a difference for others, to actually build a path that me just becoming wealthy and rich and living well isn't the kind of life that actually has value and that brings each of us the quality of what this experience, this spiritual and human experience that we're engaged in. So that's one. I think one of the things that really caught me, and it was when I was very young, I heard a speech by a woman named Fannie Lou Hamer, who was part of the Mississippi Democratic Freedom Party. And she was attempting to get into the Democratic National Convention and her delegates. And that speech was so powerful about why can't I not sit at this table? Why can I not be part of this dream that everyone else that has a different skin tone than me can sit at? That was so inspiring. I was just a young kid. And then, it was clearly, I grew up during the civil rights movement in America, and leaders like Martin Luther King had a huge impact on my belief that the real only way to get there is through nonviolence, that the only possible means that we have to approach this situation is not through, again, using the same tools that have been used against us, but to use our soul force to make a difference in this world. And at the end of the day, we're only given so many breaths, so much life, so many heartbeats. And if you're using that as the rent you pay for living, then you are striving to make a difference for others, no matter where you're at in this planet. I've seen people that have been without, to have nothing, absolutely nothing, that actually have reached out and with generosity, with hope, and with love, make a difference for others that were also suffering from the same fate. I've worked in some of the poorest areas in this country, and I can tell you that there are people that I've learned so much from because they're not dealing with this from a material point of view. They're dealing with it from a spiritual point of view of how do I help others become better than they could be without some intervention or some help. So seeing those examples have really made a difference for me in terms of why I've dedicated my life to make a difference for others. And I see the hundreds of thousands more. So I want to be humble here because there's so many people doing so much more. There's so many people that have really sacrificed so much. I see my colleagues at the Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy that have given up so much so that they could actually move the agenda at the scale that it needs to be in order to address some of these issues. So I think I'm not doing enough to make a difference for others.
Well, you're certainly doing enough, Gary, that's for sure. But I guess you feeling that you might not be doing enough is what keeps you doing so much. So I think that might be a good thing for humanity. You keep doing it at the level of which you're doing it, and we're a better place for it. So, thank you for that answer too. I want to ask you, Gary, to the person maybe feeling disempowered, right? A little bit, they're seeing everything that's going on. Maybe it's tough times for them. They feel maybe a bit unequipped to be able to be a part of the elimination of racial discrimination. I mean, what resources or organizations or words of wisdom would you give to them to help them, I don't know, be informed, inspired, and engaged towards, being part of the journey towards the elimination of racial discrimination?
Yeah. And, what I can say is that don't give up. Don't give up hope, and don't give up the aspirations to move forward. I know the road is difficult. I know the challenges that you may face seem insurmountable, but don't give up. Keep moving, keep going, keep striving for that impossible dream that we can make a world that is a better place. Wherever you're at, know that there have been people that have sacrificed much for you, even to draw breath. So it's in your power today. It's in your power to actually get up, and I know how hard it is. Think about people like Martin Luther King, who was under threat of assassination on a daily basis and finally lost his life through assassination, whose home was bombed. How did he get up every day? How did he face those challenges? Or other heroines or heroes that have made a difference. We are all living the hero's journey. And the hero's journey is all of our own story. And the story really goes that you were born somewhere and something happens to you that's devastating. And you then have to take on something. And in this case, we're taking on racism. We're taking on peace. We're taking on the idea that wealth should be distributed fairly throughout the world. And by taking on these issues, as we do this, what you'll find in your journey, and this is the story of the hero, that people come along and help you out of nowhere. They will come and help you. You will meet wise people on this path. But those that don't take the journey, that don't strive, that don't get out of bed, that don't want to do it, won't be able to live to their full potential. So I say this not out of any kind of, I've got the answers, or, I say this with deep humility. Keep fighting the fight for justice, for peace, for anti-racism. Keep fighting the fight to ensure that women and men can live equally and have the rights over their own choices that they need to make. Keep fighting for the right for your mother and father, for your sister and brother, for future generations that will look at this time that we're in and say, this is the time that made a difference, that now I can stand up and be who I am and live the dream that I want to live in wherever I'm at, be it in Zambia, be it in the United States, be it in Europe, be it in China, that I can actually live the life that I need to live on right to self-determination on my own terms. And so I would say to you, please do what's right for others, and you will be rewarded. The rewards from the work I've done have just been so fantastic, because it's not about accolades, it's not about awards, it's not about anything like that. It really is about the people that come up and say, hey, when I looked at what you were doing, it really inspired me to make a difference. And that is the biggest reward that you can have. It just fills your heart with joy to know that you're using all the skills, all of the gifts, all of the privilege that you have to make a difference for others.
Gary Cunningham, I am honored to know you. Thank you for participating in Anti-Racism Live. You're a really kind man and an absolute inspiration, and I wish you the very best on your journey.
Thank you, Jeremy, and you are an inspiration to me as well. Anything I can do to support you. Thank you.
Good luck, Gary.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary, for being a part of such an important day of the year, the UN International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Your contributions mean so much to us, and it was wonderful to hear from you today. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. So next up, I want to introduce a wonderful actor and a long-term supporter of Peace One Day, Sasha Parkinson. Sasha appeared in the feature film Emily, as well as featuring in a number of TV roles, including The Driver, Mr. Selfridge, and The Mill. So now, with her words of peace, please welcome the brilliant Sasha Parkinson.
Hi, I'm Sasha Parkinson, and today I'm going to be reading a poem called Diversity by Ahmed Cox. There are some people who think very logically. They have a hard time seeing anything that doesn't make sense in their minds and that doesn't fit into their ideas of what is logical and right and what they can see right in front of their eyes. There are also the people who understand and comprehend the world around them through their feelings and emotions and can see the bigger picture and bigger plan easier than most. We all make up our own parts, and we all have our own purpose, and even though we are all different in our own ways, we must learn to appreciate the wonderful differences that make up the whole, and to see and take notice of the wonderful and beautiful diversity of life, and of people, and of thoughts, and even of the earth as well. As we begin to celebrate the diversity, instead of trying to segregate and separate ourselves based on our differences, we should be trying to learn and understand from each other. Instead of trying to conquer and subjugate people to our ideas and ways of thinking, we should be trying to see things from the other side of things and understanding there is more to life than right or wrong and trying to prove yourself to others. And seeing that even with all of our differences, we are more connected and alike than we all could imagine. And once we understand that simple truth, everything else starts to fall into place. As we start to see the beautiful diversity and the wonder of life, and as we begin to see things more completely and understand we are all parts of one big, great, diverse community that we call the human race. Thank you.
How moving. A huge thank you to Sasha Parkinson for her truly inspiring words and continued support of Peace One Day. To all our viewers across the world, please tell your friends about the broadcast right now and share the link. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. So our next speaker today is the remarkable Dr. Shola Moss Shogbamimu, a political and women's rights activist and a wonderful supporter of Peace One Day. We are honored and grateful to have her support with raising further awareness of the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. We'd like to share the interview with Dr. Shola Moss Shogbamimu now. Thank you.
Dr. Shola, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
Thank you.
The first question I wanted to ask you, Dr. Shola, the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. Where do you feel the global community is right now in relation to eradicating racism?
well, I'm going to be very frank. I don't think we're anywhere near enough to eradicating racism. And the reason for this is because we're still very much at the, I suppose, at the stage where people are talking at each other about what racism is. And people are using the expression of hate that is racism as a catch-all phrase for every other expression of hate. I think there's a lot of ignorance and confusion and conflation going on within national societies and global societies, that we are not where we need to be, so that we can actually address the steps that need to go that will take us forward. So I think that when it comes to eradicating racism, which I think is both an individual and collective responsibility, where we are struggling is the information, is the knowledge, is the content. Because until we get that right, we're not going to be able to successfully and effectively eradicate it.
Thank you, Dr. Shola. I have to ask, we're seeing an increase in racism, in hatred, divided communities as a consequence of the global crises that we're facing. What's your assessment of the situation, and what can we do to turn it around?
Okay, so the rising expressions of hate in global communities again stems from poor leadership. And I say poor leadership because those who are in positions of power and influence, there are many of them who are not driving change the way it ought to be. So, for instance, when you look at political leaders, they're being driven by their own political ambitions rather than by what will be better for the society when it comes to eradicating racism. But then when you break that down, you realize it's the people that elect the leaders. So what is going on at a societal basis that leads to us having such poor leadership? We can't talk about global leadership or addressing this increasing expressions of hate and the height it's getting to without taking responsibility for how we elect those we place in positions of power and how we use our own individual powers of influence to shape a better community, a better society, whether that is with your family or with your friends or at your school or in your workplace. We all have that responsibility. So, there are the increasing global crisis that we've seen, right? Whether it's wars, whether it comes from the ongoing inequalities, be it poverty, be it wealth. All of these things help to exacerbate racism. It helps to create an intersecting inequality where people, ethnic minorities around the world who are experiencing racism are further experiencing inequalities and injustices, which quite frankly make racism even worse. And that is what we need to be tackling. We need to be tackling, what we need to be doing going forward is tackling how these intersecting inequalities are addressed, identifying what these intersecting inequalities are, and then delivering justice for every injustice.
Yeah, it's very sad. I've been on the road 25 years, as you know, Dr. Shola. I've been to many countries and many areas of conflict. The recent conflicts, and of course there are many in the world today, but we're really seeing a divide that's like nothing I've ever known. I mean, how are you coping with that and sort of dealing with that in the public domain? Because you're a voice that people want to get an understanding of how to cope with the crisis that we're seeing.
I'm not dealing with it well. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'm human. I'm getting angrier by the day. Now, some people will say, well, she's always angry. But I promise you, this is like next level anger that is, it's kind of rooted in this profound sense of powerlessness. Because I really feel, what can I do? I'm not as powerful as these countries who are making incredibly terrible decisions, placing populations at risk of genocide, of famine. I mean, it's mind-boggling that in 2024, we've learned nothing from history. I I'll be honest, it's soul wrenching for me to see children being deprived of food and water, for me to see people, innocent people, being ethnically cleansed and being exterminated. I don't know anybody that can see what is going on, whether it's in Gaza, in Congo, in Sudan, and all these other places, and I'll go, what the heck are we doing? How are we allowing this to happen? And, for a lot of people, because I've kind of got to the point where I'm like, look, whatever I have is what I'm going to use. I'm going to stop feeling powerless. In fact, I can't help but not feel powerless compared to, say, the military power, the economic power, and so forth of states, of nation states. Okay, I have nothing compared to them, but I do have my voice, and I do have my platform, and I do have, I don't know, I have a soul. So even if I don't have a platform, I have a voice. I will use what God has given me. And part of the reason why I say I'm not dealing with it well is because, to be honest with you, Jeremy, you're going to find some of my social media posts that lack any form of patience. I'm so way past patience. Like, oh, maybe I should write this more softly. No, you're going to feel my rage, my frustration, and my powerlessness because I am hurting. I'm hurting. The people who are being hurt are hurt more than I am, and I'm hurt that I can do nothing about what they're going through. So I see no reason why I should be, diplomatic about my hurt. Or why I should, well, actually, there are two sides. There are not two sides when it comes to evil. There's one side, okay? There are innocent people on both sides, and the innocent people should have our support. But when you see people or a state that's committing genocide, when you see people with the national military power breaking international law with impunity, you should scream and say, no, not on my watch. When we say never again, it's never again for all, not never again for some. When we say lives matter, it's lives matter for all, not lives matter for some. This has to be the rule that we live by.
Oh God, Dr. Scholler, sorry, it's really heavy, isn't it? All of this. I mean, it's just tough to kind of get your head around it. I was just thinking. I think I probably got emotional at this point. I was just thinking about our children, and your children, and my little girl. What are you saying to your children, and how are you handling trying to help them make sense of the world they're coming into when they see what we're doing to each other, to our air, our land, our sea? How are you dealing with that, Dr. Scholler?
I'm having frank conversations with my children. There is no sugarcoating anything at all. I think it is important for children today to be well informed, to be given the tools for them to read information and then make their own informed decision about what they're witnessing. So I have very frank conversations with my kids. The same way I would speak to an adult is how I speak to my kids. And my kids can see my pain. We share links, we share videos, we share things that are going on. And if they ask me for an explanation, I give them one. But it's more of a conversation, and they give me explanations where I'm like, oh, what happened there? Well, mommy, here's the context. And it's so important for us to have these ongoing conversations with our children and with the younger generation, because they're the ones that are going to have to pick up the mess that we are creating in our generation. Because let's not be in any doubt that there will be consequences for what is happening today. And those consequences, I don't think we've begun to even feel the brunt of it. There's just no doubt of it in my mind. And sometimes I have to try and find a way to keep my own mental health, like my sanity. And I think it's important to have that kind of conversation with children, because it is heavy. If it's heavy for me, and I'm in my late 40s, how is my 17-year-old going to feel about it? Or my 14-year-old, or my 11-year-old? Of course, it's going to feel very heavy for them too. And so it's so important for them to know this is what is happening. Let's talk about it. You know, if you have any cobwebs in your head about, or does it mean this, mommy, or does it mean that? Well, I think it means this. And they have conversations. If my husband is in the room, we have conversations because he does not necessarily think exactly the same way I do. He might have a totally different perspective. And I think that is where a richness in perspectives will help children rather than in looking as though we are, I don't know, indoctrinating them into one way of thinking. I mean, that's just not right. My parents didn't bring me up that way. So, but I would always give my kids my view. My husband would give them their view, but his own view. But we always say to them, you need to go read up stuff. You need to go hear what other people are saying. You know, just expand your thinking, and then you can make an informed decision.
Dr. Shola, thank you for that. Thank you. Can I ask you, in relation to eliminating racial discrimination and the protection of humanity, where do you draw your hope from? What keeps you focused and committed?
I'll be honest with you, humanity. I think our humanity is so much stronger and better than the many examples we see today that is an attack on our humanity. My faith keeps me strong. I'm a faith believer. I have a relationship with God. And I believe that, we are placed on earth to be a blessing, not to be a curse. Do you see what I mean? So, and the fact that I see so many like-minded people around the world gives me hope, especially the next generation, when I see them, organizing protests, when I see them using their platforms to educate others, to challenge the status quo. That is so, so powerful to me. I mean, my time when I was younger, there was no social media. Your circle was pretty much your circle of family, friends, school friends, yada, yada. But now with social media, you have a global community of friendships, of connections. And I find that the youth of today are maximizing that to full capacity. I love that. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope because we are talking, we're engaging. And I think we are all part. Humanity is one body, okay? If you look at it as using the analogy of the human body, some of us are the eyes, nose, mouth, ears, arms, fingers, legs, knees. We all play a part. And I think that if we all understand who we are, accept our natural gifts, talents, and passions for what they are, we end up playing our role in the body of humanity. And I think if we keep moving in that direction, change will come. It will come for the persecuted minorities. It will come for those who desire a world that is fairer and a world where justice is not denied nor delayed because of the color of your skin. It means that we create a world where women are equal to men. And equality to men does not mean we now have to do everything men do or men have to do everything we do. No, it's that we are treated, recognized, and acknowledged as equals. And that equality would then feed into the equity, which is the outcome. So, yeah, I think that gives me a lot of hope. I'll be honest with you, because I'm human, right? Yeah, there are times where I'm like, oh, my goodness, what the heck? What was that? I have those moments when I go, okay, Shola, it's time to just take a break, take a self-care break. And I go into feeding my face with ice cream, my favorite ginger nut biscuits with crumbs all over my duvet, and I put on Netflix or something to watch. I just take a moment. Of course, I'm usually praying about stuff and asking God to give me strength. But yeah, sometimes you need to take a break, and take a break in a way that just gives you that moment of peace where you can reflect, recollect, and get back up again.
Thank you. Finally, Dr. Shola, I'd like to ask you, for the person, we've talked about really heavy things today, and there are people at home watching who feel disempowered. How can I contribute in relation to the elimination of racial discrimination, or indeed, the breakdown that we're seeing within our communities and the wider world? What recommendation would you give to them? What resources or places should they go to be inspired to engage?
So the first thing I would say you should, that I would put on that list is don't be ignorant. Do not delegate responsibility of your learning and responsibility of unpicking your wrong learning to somebody else. So for instance, when we talk about race, and when I talk about racism, I'm talking about racism as a power construct created by the white race for the benefit of white people to the detriment of black and brown people. Racism in reality has no other definition. I know people are trying to expand it to this and that. Please, people stay focused. It means that when you want to address issues of racism, if you're white, do not leave it to your black and brown brothers and sisters to go, okay, now here's what you have to do. This is what you're going to say. And you're leaving it to them to break it to you softly. They don't have time for that. They're the ones dealing with the racism, okay? Conversations are absolutely good, but you have to take responsibility. And I would say to my black and brown brothers and sisters that mouth God gave us, we use it. Speak up and speak loud. And when it comes to, and another point on the list, when it comes to, I feel powerless, what can I do? This goes to my point earlier. You are not as powerless as you think. That's the conclusion I had to come to because I was feeling powerless too. And sometimes I still feel powerless. But that's because I'm comparing myself to, to kind of levels in society where, of course, at a macro level, I don't have that power or influence like a national state. So why am I looking up there? No, let me take it at a micro level. I am grassroots. What can I do? What conversations can I have? How can I be an influencer and shape my community? Whether it's my family, my friends, my classmates, my workmates, what can I do? How can I participate and engage? Where can I contribute my time? Or make donations? How can I educate myself? What documentaries can I continue to read, to watch? What books can I continue to read? Things like this help. I mean, even participating in the Peace One Day events, this is how you continue to increase your knowledge and you engage with ongoing discourse, because that is the thing. This issue of eradicating racism, it is evolving because the existence of racism, it's not behind us. And it evolves with its time. The language of racism evolves with its time. So your knowledge of racism has to evolve with the time. So it is important that you never delegate responsibility for your knowledge, for your ability, for your capacity, and of your power to anybody else. And I'll say to my white brothers and sisters, the privilege that comes with being in a society like the West, which, favors white people over black and brown people, it places on you a privilege. And that privilege to me comes with responsibility. So, for instance, I would say that I would never benefit from white privilege because I am not white. But why don't we take a look at some of the things I'll benefit from because my society caters to that. I'm a Christian. So I know that the society I live in caters to Christians over our Muslim brothers and sisters, which means that it affords me a privilege that comes with a responsibility to ensure that my Muslim brothers and sisters are not denied an equal value of life and liberty. We need to understand that. Understand where your privilege lies, and where that privilege comes responsibility. Or for instance, that I live in a society that caters more to heterosexuals over those from the LGBTQIA community, which means that as a heterosexual, I have a privilege. And that privilege comes with the responsibility of ensuring that my LGBTQIA brothers and sisters are not denied an equal value of life and liberty. So going back to my white brothers and sisters, this is why you should ensure that the privilege bestowed on you because you're white does not in any way deny an equal value of life and liberty to your black and brown brothers and sisters. The same I'll say to men. The society we live in caters to the patriarchy. It affords you a privilege that women don't have. And that privilege means you get a responsibility to ensure that women are not denied an equal value of life and liberty. So if you follow this analogy and understand what your privileges are and where you fall in the spectrum of wow, okay, this is what society affords me and this is what society denies me. You should see where your power lies and what you can do and what you can do to create a better society. We all have that responsibility.
Dr. Shola, you've been an incredible supporter to Peace One Day for many years. I thank you for that, and I wish you the very best on your journey.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and well done to Peace One Day and the entire team.
Thank you, Dr. Shola.
After hearing those inspiring words by Dr. Shola Mos-Shogbamimu, her contribution means so much to us, and it was wonderful to hear from her today. We wish her the best in her future endeavors. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. For our next interview, we are very, very excited to have the opportunity to hear from Professor Williams. Robert is a professor of law at the University of Arizona, a practicing lawyer, author, and legal scholar. We'll now show the interview with Professor Robert Williams.
Professor Williams, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
Well, thank you for having me. Pleased to be here.
Fantastic. Can I firstly ask you, Professor Williams, could you tell us about your work and mission?
I am the faculty chair for the Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy program here at the University of Arizona College of Law. We recruit Indigenous students not only from the United States and Canada, but from around the world. We offer 3 degrees for lawyers, the JD degree, the LLM, and the SJD. And our mission is to bring Indigenous students from all over the world to study here, to do research, to work in our clinical programs, to learn how to promote and protect Indigenous peoples' human rights. And we've been doing that since I've been here for almost 40 years.
Can I ask you, why is the 21st of March the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination so important to you?
Well, first the background. 21st of March is the UN Day on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination because on the 21st of March in 1960, police opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration in Sharpeville, South Africa, against the apartheid pass laws. And in 1966, the UN General Assembly called on the international community to redouble its efforts to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination. And for our program focused on issues of racial discrimination and racism against Indigenous peoples, that's a very important day for us.
Professor Williams, thank you. So the 21st of March, as you said, the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Anti-Racism Day. Where do you feel the global community is in relation to eradicating racism?
Well, with respect to Indigenous peoples, there's been some positive steps taken in the past 40 years since I've been doing this work as both a researcher and teacher and human rights lawyer. In 2007, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It was the first international standard passed by the UN that focused specifically on the rights of Indigenous peoples, guaranteeing rights to self-determination, guaranteeing rights to free, prior, and informed consent, property rights, cultural rights. It was really an attempt by the United Nations, and after 20 years of activity on the part of Indigenous peoples at the UN, to get the UN to recognize, and the nations of the world to recognize the distinctive nature of Indigenous peoples' rights. We are land-based peoples, and our human rights are tied to our connections to our lands. And it's, in fact, the idea that Indigenous peoples are somehow racially inferior, are savages, are backwards and lawless, which had provided excuses and justification for colonial nations in particular to justify their taking of Indigenous peoples' lands and their denial of rights of self-determination, culture, and property. That declaration has had a significant impact. We've had a number of UN officials that have been appointed and UN bodies to investigate human rights issues involving indigenous peoples. And from my experience, the human rights process works best when the voices of victims are allowed to express themselves, to file communications, to ask for investigations. So we have made some progress there, and I do attribute that mainly to the work of international human rights bodies like the UN. But our program here is unique. We host highest ranking UN official for indigenous peoples' human rights, and that is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the rights of indigenous peoples. We see every human rights complaint lodged with the Special Rapporteur, and our clinics and our students and our faculty work on investigating those reports, on doing the research, on drafting them for review, and then finally submission by the Special Rapporteur to UN processes. And I can tell you the volume of those reports is very heavy. Literally dozens of significant documented reports of human rights violations against indigenous peoples around the world are filed with the Special Rapporteur on a weekly basis. And so while that standard set by UNDRIP, by the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, is a positive step forward, the big challenge now is how do we implement those rights, not only in the advanced Western countries, but in other countries where indigenous rights aren't even recognized at law.
So we're seeing an increase in racism, hatred, divided communities as a consequence of the global crisis that we're facing. I mean, what's your assessment of the latest situation, and can we turn it around?
Let me just address the specific issue that we've been working with the Special Rapporteur. The Special Rapporteur's first report to the UN General Assembly, all Special Rapporteurs, more than 20 of them, are required to issue an annual report on the state of rights. There's a Special Rapporteur for women, for children. The Special Rapporteur on the rights of indigenous peoples, Francisco Calizay, his first report was on the issue of protected areas and violations of indigenous peoples' human rights, and that was sent to the General Assembly in 2020. What was found in that report was, although that indigenous peoples represent less than 5% of the world's total populations, indigenous peoples protect 80% of the Earth's biodiversity in forests, in deserts, in grasslands, and marine environments. And the connection to indigenous peoples' human rights is, if you look at some of the major climate initiatives to address the climate crisis, whether it's 30 by 30 or the establishment by UNESCO of protected areas, in most of those areas, indigenous peoples have lived, continue to live, require those areas for their continued cultural survival, their cultural identity, their practices. And what's going to happen, what we're seeing happening is that countries, particularly in Africa and Asia, motivated by this idea that indigenous peoples have no laws, they don't know how to protect the land, they don't use the land effectively, they get in the way of tourism. What we're seeing is a large number of violent evictions of indigenous peoples off their traditional lands as countries try to establish these protected areas, these UNESCO zones. What it's called is fortress conservation. It's a model of conservation that seeks to implement the 30 by 30 goals. For example, 30 by 30 is the global standard by which countries commit 30% of their lands and water resources to protection of biodiversity and climate control. And what we're seeing is a large number of countries in Africa, in Asia, even in Latin America, are essentially forcibly and violently evicting indigenous peoples off their traditional lands, all in the name of conservation. And I think that's where we're seeing the real crisis issue. We know that the climate crisis is the major issue of the 21st century, confronting all of humanity. And so the issue is going to be, will indigenous peoples be required to pay the price to try and tackle this gigantic problem that we all confront?
Professor Williams, given the breakdown that we're seeing in relation to the issue of humanity's survival, such as that you've just spoken about, what do you think? I mean, do you think it's actually possible that we could live together side by side, irrespective of the colour of our skin, political views, or religious beliefs?
Absolutely. You can't do this work unless you're somewhat of an optimist about human nature and the ability of humanity to overcome its systemic biases and prejudices. I mean, we all carry those around. But what gives me hope is the dawning recognition, and this is really emphasized in research done by the United Nations, in the reports filed by the United Nations Special Rapporteur. Indigenous peoples are the most effective stewards of these areas that contain the world's biodiversity. Indigenous peoples have lived on these lands. If anyone knows how to preserve and protect those lands, to maintain the forest, to maintain the wetlands, it's indigenous peoples. And so I come from a scholarly tradition called critical race theory. My teacher at Harvard Law School was actually Derek Bell, who is credited with helping to create critical race theory as a study of racism. It really is a study of racism and how racism finds its ways into our laws and policies. And one of the things that critical race theory teaches is called interest convergence theory. And the idea is that the way that you can get majority populations to protect and promote the rights of minority populations like indigenous peoples is to find where their interests converge. And so what we're seeing, particularly in Western countries, I do have to give credit to the United States, to Canada, many Latin American countries, which now recognize that one of the keys, one of the solutions to the climate crisis we confront, to the biodiversity crisis we confront, is to rely on that traditional native scientific knowledge that's gained through observation and practice on these lands over thousands of years. So yes, that does give me hope. I think the more the world recognizes that indigenous peoples are part of the solution to our climate and biodiversity crisis rather than the problem, that's where the hope lies, I think, for indigenous peoples to continue to coexist and co-manage these areas that are so vital to the human condition here that we confront.
Professor Williams, thank you. Lastly, can I ask you, to the person feeling disempowered, perhaps unequipped to be part of the elimination of racial discrimination, what resources or organisations, books would you recommend they go to be informed, inspired and engaged? And perhaps how can we help you?
That's our mission, is to inform, educate, and inspire. We maintain 3 separate websites. The first one is easy to find, un.arizona.edu. And that focuses on the work of the United Nations Special Rapporteur. In fact, every single report filed over the last 2 decades by the 4 UN Special Rapporteurs on the rights of indigenous peoples, you can locate it on that website. You can locate country reports on the state of indigenous peoples' human rights in your own country. Most of the countries with significant indigenous populations have had country reports filed by the Special Rapporteur. Communications, human rights violations, it's a great resource. And most importantly, it's a great resource to identify what we call best practices. What countries in the world are working with indigenous peoples to co-manage conservation issues, to be engaged in ecotourism. You can find it there. The second website that we maintain covers and focuses specifically on developments with respect to climate change, protected areas, UNESCO areas, and that is indigenous.arizona.edu. And there you'll get complete coverage of the latest developments. We gather news reports, again, on best practices, on human rights violations. And another website we maintain is preservationpause.org, all one word, preservationpause.org. And those focus on and that website focuses on the role of large multinational organizations like World Wildlife Fund, the U.S. State Department, Wildlife Conservation Society, the European Union, countries like England and Germany. These countries, these organizations are the organizations that are funding many of these protected areas initiatives, conservation initiatives, 30 by 30 initiatives. And the human rights system and indigenous peoples themselves closely monitor how these organizations work with indigenous peoples. Are they promoting fortress conservation instead of condemning it? Are they requiring countries that engage in protected areas issues that might be practicing fortress conservation, evicting indigenous peoples? Are they recognizing indigenous peoples' land rights? Are they recognizing the rights of indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent to any project that might affect their land? And are they promoting indigenous co-management and indigenous ecotourism? Those 3 websites, un.arizona.edu, indigenous.arizona.edu, and preservationpause.org, are really great great places to sort of start your research, inform yourself, get ideas on where hotspots are for violations of Indigenous peoples' human rights, and how you can write to various organizations like Amnesty International, to the UN, human rights organizations, and be a part of change and actually educate yourself.
Professor Williams, it's absolutely incredible to listen to you, inspirational. We wish you the very best with the incredible work that you do. Thank you so much for being part of Anti-Racism Live.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
Professor Williams, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. We're very grateful to have you with us today. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. Next up, we are welcoming Goldie Chan, who will be interviewed by Jeff Barrett. Goldie is the brand strategy speaker and advisor at award-winning Warm Robots. Jeff Barrett is an author, Shorty Award winner, a member of Forbes Top 50 in social media, and Business Insider's #1 ad executive. We'll show that interview with Goldie Chan and Jeff Barrett now.
Goldie, thank you so much for joining. We've known each other for a long time, but this is going to be a different kind of conversation. It's a conversation about intersectionality. Is it okay to kind of talk about your story, your experience?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I always want to ask that kind of, it's implied, obviously, because we are doing an interview, but I think it's always important to ask that question, because I was having a conversation with Touré recently, and it was like, and we're talking about, it's not incumbent upon somebody else to explain their identity. You know, it's incumbent upon people to do the research, but in the context of talking about anti-racism, I think this is a different kind of conversation. So where I wanted to start was, obviously, when we look at different identities and intersectionality, where they meet and converge, and they make things difficult, or where those invisible barriers exist, just kind of walk me through what you've experienced your entire career.
My entire career. I know. Start anywhere in my entire career. Well, it's good my career is so long, so I have many experiences to pull from. When I think about intersectionality, I think about both the positive experiences I've had and then, of course, the negative experiences. So I want to always start from a place of positivity. And I think one of the places that I personally am so excited for intersectionality is when I am able to bring other people from other backgrounds onto stage with me. So just like used to do a little bit more of this, Jeff, but I do a ton of this now, is a ton of public speaking. And occasionally I'm tasked with filling up a panel and bringing other people onto stage with me. And I really like to be thoughtful about who it is that I'm bringing on stage with me. I like to be thoughtful about what are their stories in relation to my stories? How are they different? Because I think it's so helpful to have many different points of view and different experiences, bringing those to the table. And even within the greater Asian diaspora, there are so many subsets of identities and histories behind that as well. So I'm definitely always thinking about what is our racial background, or what is our ethnic background, and how does that inform, and of course socioeconomic background, and how does that inform who we are today and the points of views and identities that we bring to the table.
No, that's incredibly important. I mean, representation not only isn't just some kind of vanity play. It's to have better conversation and better experience, right? If you can bring in different people's learned and lived experience, you're going to have a better conversation. You're going to have better marketing. You're going to have better everything if you've expanded your thought. You're going to grow as a human when you understand other people's perspectives, especially in an era of echo chambers.
Yes, I think we have so many, and it's very, very tempting, right? It's very tempting to sit with everyone who absolutely agrees with you and have a wonderful echo chamber where everyone says, yes, you're absolutely right. I 1,000% agree with you, and no one that offers a different opinion. But this is why, for example, I think it's really interesting to visit Dallas, Texas for me, because I live in Los Angeles and Dallas is a purple state in the US. And what I mean by that, and Jeff, you know what I mean by that, is there is a broad range of political views that exist there. In that particular city, in that area, you have people who are on the very liberal end, you have people who are on the very conservative end, you have people who are more in the middle. And I think it's so helpful to even just politically know, what are other people thinking who are outside of your personal political bubble?
Yeah, I mean, I live in one of the 6 most important swing states in the country, so I deeply understand. You know, we're like people be like, "Hey, I haven't seen a presidential candidate in like 3 months." I'm like, "Oh yeah, they were here this week." Yeah, no, It's very hard to pinpoint specific examples. Sometimes, maybe it isn't. Are there times you can look back and go, yeah, I definitely experienced racism. Trust me. But do you?
I'm laughing so hard.
Yeah. Because there's a second part to this question. Because the first part is super obvious. It's like,
right.
Hey, have you lived through it? Of course.
Yes, of
But
course.
do you feel it more in the moment, or is it something where you're just trying to get through and then you more reflect on it later? Because I've had people tell me these things either way.
So there's also gradations to racism, right? I've had the really interesting microaggressions that are the little things, and then I've had the big, capital R racism things happen to me. I like to give this funny example. I know we're trying to talk about serious things, but I always want to inject some levity in this. I was visiting a country that's not Asian, and I was one of their first Asian speakers they've ever had at this conference, right? And the conference organizer wanted to take me to his, and everybody else who's a speaker, to his favorite restaurant in this country that, once again, isn't Asian or American or the UK. And he's like, Goldie, you're going to love this restaurant. It's up your alley. And I was like, oh, I'm so excited. Like, what kind of local delicacy are we going to have? And we went to a Benihana's.
Shout out to Steve Aoki's family.
Shout out to Steve Aoki. Now, I have in my day been to many Benihanas as a younger person. And for those of you who may not know, as this is an international audience, Benihana's is a Japanese teppanyaki, grill place, and they have a routine that they do. And also, I'm not going to call it this country because then people might know what conference this is for, but it was exactly the same routine, the same smoking onion. Me and the one other Asian person in the entire restaurant, aka the chef, were looking at each other, and we just exchanged that look of, and that's one of those times where it was definitely, I would still say, a lowercase racism. It was definitely a little bit of racism, but it was well-intentioned. It was clearly this person's favorite restaurant. He was so excited to take us all there. And it was one of those moments where you decide whether you are going to educate in that moment or if you're going to let it go. And I think that's a lot of how I deal with when I get situations like this is, do you educate in that moment? Do you spend that extra energy educating and saying why this is maybe not a good idea? Or do you just roll with it and say, well, thank you for taking me to clearly your favorite restaurant. And we brush under the table that you're only doing this because I am your first and hopefully not last Asian speaker at your conference.
Well, that's the thing that's so hard, right? Is it's picking your moments again. And as I preface this at the beginning, it is not incumbent upon you at all times to explain things to people. But if we also don't explain things to well-intentioned people, then they just keep making the mistake over and over again. You know, and so that's part of the things that you have to learn. I think you want people to get to a point, and look, as a straight white male, I try and stay in a point where I am perpetually of the mind that I don't know enough. And I will just continue to try and learn more and more, and and I will ask dumb questions if needed, because I think that's important. But
and I can only speak for my own, my own experience and my own race, my own ethnicity, and I don't try not to speak for other people of color either. So for me, it's really also, I try to be really thoughtful about who I represent and who I speak for in any space, right?
Well, I think that's really accurate, right? Again, because then then you are trying to project that onto someone else, right? Like, we're all capable of experiencing some kind of lowercase or uppercase racism.
Right.
We also are capable of doing it ourselves, unintentionally or intentionally, right? And sometimes it's the unintentional, right, that feels very intentional in the moment. Yes. And so I mean, but as the Oprah of LinkedIn, that is not a term that I gave you, nor that you gave yourself, Huffington Post, to cite it. But as the Oprah of LinkedIn, do you feel like it's more incumbent for you to try and stay kind and neutral in the face of, because you get this online. You get this online a lot.
Yes, I actually get it online a lot. And I, as the Oprah of LinkedIn, especially on LinkedIn, I get it a lot more than people think you would get it on a platform like LinkedIn, especially when on LinkedIn, it's literally tied to your job, where you probably live, which it's always...
That part shocks me. That part shocks me at all. Like, if you like, not to excuse it all, but if it's on Reddit, I understand it more than if it's on.
If it's anonymous, I understand it, or sometimes even when it's in person, not great, but someone may not be capturing that interaction. But when it's on LinkedIn and it's tied to your current job role, it's tied to probably your real name, it's tied to where you're located. That to me is shocking, that you would do something that someone else could track later and could affect your employment. And that's just a common sense thing to perhaps not think about that. But I guess that's the point of dealing with and thinking about racism or microaggressions, is you're not thinking about it. It is a gut reaction that you're doing to someone else based off your experiences or your upbringing, and perhaps choices that you are actively making in the moment.
Yeah. Do you ever have moments where you know for certain that you haven't gotten things, or speaking gigs, jobs, etc.? Yeah. Or is it just kind of implied?
I think that there are certain moments. There's certainly a lot of moments where I have a gut feeling that I definitely didn't get things. And as you brought up, speaking gigs is a really common one for me. So speaking gigs, or when I work with brands, brand deals, and I just know, because the slate of people that they've picked are, quite frankly, all not people of color. They're all white, right? And so at the end of the day, it's pretty obvious when someone is actively choosing to not choose a person of color, and then of course not choose me. And you can tell by the end results of something. And there's been times when people have said, it's funny to me too, because if you close your eyes and you listen to my voice and you listen to my dictation, I've definitely had people say they don't expect me to be Asian, right? My voice doesn't sound, I don't have an accent, I don't necessarily sound Asian. I dictate apparently just like a white New Yorker is what I get a lot for some reason, or like white Chicagan, which I'm like, I don't know where I get that at all.
No, because then you would know what to order at Portillo's.
Yeah, I don't think so at all.
No, but you have a non-regional diction because
I have a non-regional diction. I've spoken everywhere. And have I done diction courses and classes in my youth? Yes, I have. And it's very purposeful that I have a non-regional diction. But at the same time, it's really interesting when people are shocked that I have this particular diction. And I'll shout out actually something that I think is a really interesting case study. So I was up for a role with, and I won't say what it was, but it was an agency working with country music television, CMT. And we had a long talk about my resume, which was actually perfect for the particular role they were looking for at this agency, working with country music television. Now, for country music television, they're maybe looking for a certain demographic of person that isn't an Asian American female, let's be honest. And so they heard my voice and they thought, great. And halfway through the conversation, there was a pause and the person actually said, wait, are you Asian? And then they had to take it back because they realized what they had asked. And they said, oh, ha ha ha. Anyways, next question. And because they had realized my last name, it was a video. It wasn't a video call. It was a voice call. Is Chan, Chan, which is a pretty traditionally Chinese last name or Asian last name. And they realized I said it out loud and then had to backtrack because in America, we have laws against this, but doesn't mean that people aren't still hiring in a specific way and just ignoring those laws.
Right, of course. I mean, that happens all the time. It would have been wild to see you working, just knowing you enough to, it would be wild to see you working.
I mean, knowing my brand, it would have been wild for me to work at CMT. But there's some country music I listen to, and let's be honest, right now Beyonce is having a country moment in a really fascinating way. So
I believe that's a country song. That's just a hot take.
Hot take. Hot take moment.
It does not matter who creates the song. If it sounds like a country song and it slaps like a country song, then it is a country song. That is my hot take in this. But being more serious,
yes.
Are there specific industries, specific places where you feel like you've encountered, tougher, like those experiences that we talked about on the line where you're like, do I say something? Do I not say something?
So I think a lot of my work actually in startups, right, which was my experience before becoming the Oprah of LinkedIn. I worked a lot behind the scenes in startups, and it is a predominantly white workforce. And there have been so many times, especially when I was younger, and you don't feel empowered to say something, period, right? No matter what happens. But especially there were many, many, many moments where I was put in uncomfortable positions, where I wanted to say something, but didn't feel it was okay to say something. And especially around race, and especially around inappropriate things being said about my race and inappropriate comments said to me. And so I think that there were so many moments that I wish that I had felt more empowered in those moments to specifically say something and stand up and be more proactive about advocating for myself in those situations, and also for, honestly, sometimes for other people too.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we try and impart on younger people, but we're also coming from a position of having more power now in our career. And so we don't understand that part. That's another part of intersectionality, right? It's, it's race, it's gender, but it's also position of power. And what can you say and what can you do? And, what are you willing to tolerate? As much as we like to believe that the climate changes, right? That it incrementally gets better. It also, there's always a pendulum swing, right? Right. You made a good point too about tech. Fun, inclusive culture, right? Fun, inclusive startup culture. We've got a ping pong table, right? But it did look like an Abercrombie and Fitch ad just for tech developers.
Right. And there's a lot of, not helping with the situation, especially when I worked in tech, which was, quite a bit ago. And I think a lot about the alcohol culture in it, and also just being a woman in tech. There was certainly a lot of that even just being a woman in tech, whether a white woman or a non-white woman, not easy as well, because it is a very bro-friendly culture that if you're not one of the bros, then you're not okay. I remember there was one startup that I worked at, and I realized I wasn't getting a promotion because every week the guys, including the CEO, would get together and get just super, super, super drunk at his house. And I was, of course, not invited. Myself and none of the women were invited to this, except for one woman. And we don't need to get into how that maybe turned into a lawsuit later. But right? But none of the
you start describing the situation, and I'm like, this is 90% turning into a bad situation, just based on where you were setting it up.
Right, but essentially, like, no other women were really invited regularly to this party, and so I remember one of the younger guys who was at the same level as me. He was up for so many more promotions than I was, and because he was drinking with the CEO. Right. And I think a lot about that in tech. And I think that's still prevalent today. Now, I am not working 9 to 5 in tech anymore, but from what I hear from other women still in tech, that still exists today. That still is something that still happens today.
I think that's true in a lot of different areas, right? Even if it gets a little better, right? Even if that funding, goes from, let's just say 2% to 8%. Female funded, right? It's probably, I'm guessing numbers, but I don't think I'm far off.
I don't think you're far off.
but these are the things, right? Because obviously human nature dictates that people hire who they hang out with, who they find familiar, right? Who they bond with, right? And so, however benign that person might think that situation is, it isn't. So really systemically, where we need to change things the most, right, are twofold, right? It's on the macro scale, it is definitely where are things funded? Who is funding these things?
Yes.
Who is in leadership?
Yes.
So that, because if you have, diverse people and females in the room, they will be able to quickly tell you, this is stupid. Don't do that, right? Or how about we do something better? But also, so that's the macro scale of, right, we don't really fully fix, trying to fully fix the issue of that, has existed throughout time is incredibly difficult. It should not be tried to be tackled in a year. But if you can start to chip away at some of the larger, top of the pyramid parts of power, that helps. But it's the other part that we allude back to in the earlier part of the conversation, which is it's those smaller moments. It's letting someone know, hey, this is why we feel left out. This is why things can't grow. And again, and I pause everywhere to say, that stuff is tough because you are trying to grow in your career. You're trying to move up.
And it's emotional labor that you shouldn't have to do. I shouldn't have to do that emotional labor in that moment. I shouldn't have to potentially not get hired again because I said something in that moment. And I do think it is twofold in that it is education, but putting the onus of education on a person of color is already a lot, right? And I do agree that the other part of that is financial, making sure that people have the funding or are getting hired or those doors are open in a significant way to people who maybe didn't previously have those opportunities. I think a lot about who we're opening the door for next and who is important to talk to and spotlight. So one of the things that I do, which Jeff, you know, is I write for Forbes, and I try to spotlight a lot of people of color and a lot of businesses run by people of color, because it's so important that in a publication that traditionally may not spotlight naturally as many people of color, it's important for me to be a journalist who does that. And that's one of the ways I think you can be really impactful, is whatever power and also whatever platform you have to spotlight as many people of color as possible, people within your own community, people within sister communities. I think it's very helpful to think that way, and then to think about who you are helping up the chain, right? If you can open a door, who can you help open a door for? And I wish that in every moment that I did education to someone who is not a person of color, or let's be honest, a person of color who doesn't understand something within the Asian culture, which happens too, I wish that every single time that would land and that person would be like, I'm a changed person, I'm going to tell 20 people. And just like any education, it doesn't help to do it just once. If hearing it repeatedly is helpful, that's probably what's going to change that person's point of view. That's more likely the thing that will help educate them, is if they hear it more than once. But it's already so difficult to even do it the one time, to educate someone the one time. To have it repeated can be even more difficult.
And you don't know the response, right? Some people are, it's going to be jarring when someone confronts, ooh, right? And they either get defensive or they want to learn. And you, on the other end, have no idea. And again, yes, not incumbent upon you. Dr. Raquel Martin does a great job of explaining, like, do you want to know why your employee of color, or who is female, or has any, layer of intersectionality or, identity, why they're so tired? It's because they have all these other invisible things that they have to think about in that moment, right? A lot of the 2010s was a culture of hustle culture and, be bold and be loud and speak up. And it's like, yeah, but speaking up when you are, in a position that is not of power is incredibly, there's just more time you have to put into thinking about, well, I don't know if I can, just move fast and break stuff.
Right. And I think most people who have maybe never had to speak up and never advocate for themselves in positions that are precarious, I've definitely talked to people like that who maybe grew up very privileged, and maybe they already have access to a lot of different things that other people naturally don't. And they think, of course, tell them exactly what you think. Don't worry about the consequences, Goldie, because it's better you should say how you feel. I always feel better. And I've had these conversations with people, and I have to explain. In that case, then I can explain and educate. Well, not everyone has that luxury of saying how they really feel in certain situations, because they won't be hired back. They won't be brought back. They won't have that next career move up. And these moments in people's careers are helpful to, what am I trying to say there? I want to say that having a moment like that in a career and making the decision to say something or to not say something, I don't think reflects necessarily morally on you, because it might just be a difficult moment for you to say what you really think. And it might be the thing that decides between you getting your promotion and then you being able to open doors for other people versus you not getting that promotion.
The moment I realized I had privilege the most, especially in my 20s, was when I didn't have to think before I speak, which is a very crazy thing for a public relations person to not be like, I was like, I would give advice early days of Twitter. I'd be like, you just gotta, I'm like, wait a minute, this is dumb. because again, my experience is not your experience, which is not someone else's.
Well, we were all giving dumb advice in the early days of Twitter, I want to say.
We still are.
We
Trust
still
me.
are.
We're going to look back on it. I feel like this every time. We're going to look back on this 5 years from now and 5 years later and 5 years from there, and we're always going to find growth. All right. So to close, when you're talking to younger people who are in their career, quietly dealing with lowercase or uppercase racism, what's your best advice? Where are the resources? What are the outlets? What are your best, I guess, options?
Yeah, I would start with two things. Find your voice, what you really feel, and then find your boundaries, right? And I say that because it's important to know how you actually feel in that situation. It's important to validate what you feel is absolutely okay. And then in the second case, what are your boundaries? When will you say something and when will you not say something? Sometimes it's helpful to know that if it's a massive transgression, absolutely you will. And sometimes it's helpful that, quite frankly, there's certain gradations of microaggressions you will address and some that you won't. Maybe you'll address some of these with humor. Maybe you'll address some of them very seriously, because even if they're small, they need to be addressed really seriously. I think it's helpful to know what those boundaries are. And in all cases, the third part to this is community. Having people in your community that you can talk to about these things. It's the infamous GC group chat, right? Having a group chat that you can talk about these issues freely with other people who understand and have experienced what you go through is so helpful. And that might be anywhere from, I'm definitely part of a couple of different really interesting Asian Facebook groups where people just say, is this normal that my immigrant parents said this? Mm-hmm. Or is it normal that I love boba tea so much? So they're just the broad range of things, right? And what's helpful to be in those, it's helpful to be in those groups and to be able to ask a question like that and to have other people who have a closer, more similar shared experience to you say, oh yes, like I've experienced that with my immigrant parents too. Or yes, I'm drinking boba tea right now. I don't know. Having, I think, either of those play into how you think about also how you're going to express yourself about your race or about how you feel in that moment. It also is a great way to have a place where you can let off steam or ask a question. Hey, this happened to me today. How would you react to this, right? And what's fascinating is, especially in these larger groups, you'll see the whole gamut of reactions. You'll have people say, I would have addressed it in the moment. I would have shouted at them. I would have said this and that and the other thing. And you'll have other people be like, oh, I would have taken a day. I would have cooled down. I would have really thought about if I even want to say something. Or, other people be like, I would have brought my boss into that situation, or I would have brought someone else into that situation. And I think it's helpful to sometimes get that group survey to see what other reactions are, honestly, to help validate that whatever your reaction is, it's 100% valid.
I think that's so important. Community is so important. And then also understanding that, and I think this is another big takeaway, is that no group is a monolith. There are a lot, we're all different. We all process things differently. Everybody's had different experiences. There are obviously things we can see, but we don't know internally what you have experienced. And, right. So it's incumbent upon people in positions of power or more privilege to, be mindful and try and ascertain and try and be better allies. And then also, try to not be perfect, because you're never going to be perfect.
But Jeff, it's so tempting to always be perfect.
No, that sounds stressful. I don't like it. Please no. Goldie, thank you so much for sharing your time, your experience. And, hopefully if a few people can learn something or feel more empowered from this conversation, then it's a drop in a much larger ocean that will hopefully eventually get better.
Yes, absolutely. And as always, I hope that people find their community, they find their people, they find a place that they can feel connected to and safe. And I think if you have that, then it makes intersectionality so much easier too.
Thanks so much.
Fantastic. We're so grateful to Goldie for her incredible contribution to Anti-Racism Live 2024. And of course, a huge thank you to Jeff Barrett for leading such an insightful conversation. We wish them both the very best. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can stay up to date with the latest information on upcoming experiences. So next up, we have an interview with the remarkable Artis Stevens, CEO and president of Big Brothers Big Sisters America. Let's listen to that interview now.
Artis Stevens, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Okay, the first question I wanted to ask you, Artis, is could you tell us about your work and mission at Big Brothers Big Sisters and what drew you to this organization?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And again, I appreciate being on to be able to talk with you about the mission, but also just the important work of eradicating racism across the world. Big Brothers Big Sisters, we're the largest U.S.-based mentoring organization. And part of what we do is we were founded as an organization, and we call it a JEDI Youth Empowerment Organization. We were founded as an alternative innovation of the justice system to create more equity in young people's lives by bringing together diverse communities so that every young person could feel included for opportunity and better lives, right? That's why we call ourselves a JEDI-focused justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, JEDI-focused youth empowerment organization, because we were founded with that in our DNA. And our whole focus and entire purpose of being is to ensure that young people have mentoring relationships, positive adult relationships in their lives that create access, belonging, and also the type of inclusion that they feel connected to this world and have a voice and feel empowered to be able to do good things in the world and thrive in their own lives. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say what drew me to this mission. For me, it was very personal, right? My story really goes back to joining as the first Black CEO of this organization, because during the pandemic and the social unrest that was happening around the world, there was a name, Ahmaud Arbery. And Ahmaud Arbery was murdered on the streets of Brunswick, Georgia, my hometown, for being Black. And it stuck with me, right? And it stuck with me in terms of asking a question of what could I do even more to make commitment, to be able to give and support the work that was happening around communities. And at the time, I was in a career and I was enjoying my career, but I knew there was a different calling that was on my life at the point. And it was a couple weeks later after that incident, after that situation, that heinous act had happened, that Big Brothers Big Sisters reached out to me and joining this organization was like looking in the mirror. I saw myself and the young people we serve, the communities that we serve. And I've been proud to be a part of this mission for the last 3 years now.
Artis, amazing. Incredible. I want to ask you, what does the 21st of March, the day for the elimination of racial discrimination, mean to you?
Well, part of what it means is what sometimes is at the root cause, right, of where we know racism too often emanates. A lot of it's from the standpoint of education and people not being fully educated about others. A lot of it roots from the sense of being isolated, right? And isolated both physically, but also isolated mentally, right? Never coming in contact with differences or being taught that something's wrong with people who are different than you. And when I look at some of the root causes in terms of the environments we grow up, generationally, what we're taught, it goes back to what things are the antidote for lack of education, for lack of connection, for isolation, from generational teaching. It's relationships, it's connections, it's the people that we're around, the experiences that we have. What this day means for me, as much as it is about eradicating racism, it's about the proactive things that allow us to do that effectively. And that's why an organization, a mission like Big Brothers Big Sisters is so important, because what we do is bring people together from various backgrounds, from places that they would have never met in their lives, and we create connections so that not only do we help to empower and make young people better, but young people and their voice and their empowerment help to make the adults who connect with them better as well. And that's what makes our community and ultimately our world that much better.
Thank you, Artis. We're seeing an increase in racism, hatred, and divide within our communities around the world. What's your assessment of the situation, and how can mentorship help turn this around?
Well, if you look at what's happening across our world, so much of it is around polarization. The idea of feeling polarized in communities. There's a dissonance, right? And there's a lot of things that attribute to that, right? The way that we're raised, the technology that we use, right? The proliferation of social media, even though it connects us, sometimes it makes us even more distant from each other. It also allows people who may feel have a certain level of intentionality about themselves to rise up and use their voice in ways that are not beneficial, that are not helpful, that brings out sometimes the worst in us. But I'm also a true believer in the power of people, the power of humanity. And the power of humanity is the idea of doing good for each other, hoping to contribute to be better for each other. That's what mentorship is about. The one thing that's been around in our country and been around, I would say, in human existence since the beginning of time, outside of eating, drinking, sleeping, all that good stuff, has been mentorship. It's been teaching one generation from the next to the next to the next to the next that helps us to evolve, that helps us to grow. That's the power of mentorship. The power of mentorship is teaching, right? So think about if for everything that we learn about hate, the things that we learn about intolerance, the things that we learn about discrimination that's passed from one generation to the next, to one community to the next, can also be the things that allow us to pass the best of us. And that's what mentorship does. Passing the best of who we are, the best of humanity from one generation to the next, to the next. And that's how we ultimately break cycles, by passing down and ensuring that the light that we have is not just the light that we pass within our own families, but it's when the light that we can pass to others in our communities through forms of mentorships and organizations like ours.
As the first Black CEO in the organisation's 100-plus year history, your position is not only a sign of progress, but it also shows young people what's possible for their future. What's the importance of representation, both in leadership positions like yours, but also in day-to-day mentorship?
Yeah, I mean, it's everything. It's a great question. It's everything. When I was raised, one of the things, I was the first in my family to go to college and to graduate. The reason I was able to go to college, my dad didn't have a college degree. I didn't know a lot of people in my community where I grew up. But what my dad and my mom did is they exposed me to people who did. I had an opportunity to see it, right? I had the opportunity to see something that was outside of my 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks of where I lived, and to see something that was in another world for me. We use this line, if you can see it, you can be it. That's the idea of what we talk about in mentorship. For a lot of the young people that we serve, right? 70% of the young people we serve are communities of color. 55% live in poverty. Another 20% has a parent that's incarcerated in the parole system. What we always say is that none of those numbers define who our kids are, but what often defines them is access. We are a mission. This is a story. The work that we have to do as a world is all about access. giving each other, giving young people especially access to empowerment, to opportunity, to relationships, to mentorship. That's the meaning of when you ask that question. For me, it's a question of access in terms of representation, because when you see people who come from where you are, who have cultural backgrounds, who have the same type of understanding, who may look like you look, when you haven't seen them there traditionally, it gives you a level of access in terms of being able to take steps and to break through barriers that you never thought that you had the ability to break through, because you know someone else who looks like you, and maybe you've come from the same place that you come from. It's part of the journey that you're on as well, and maybe you've been on a similar journey. So that's something that we look for a lot in our work right now. We have thousands of kids on our waiting list, and a lot of those kids are boys, right? And those are boys who are looking for men in their lives, right? And not that others can't come along and support. We need everybody around the table, but we also know that we need people that recognize and understand their journey as boys. And that's why men are so important to be able to come, because that's what they're looking for, to understand and to say, hey, I want someone who has maybe walked this path that I'm looking to walk. And how can I understand that much more effectively? So we are an organization of representation. It's important for the way that we live. And then the last thing I will say is representation comes in a lot of different ways. So we think about and talk about it certainly in the levels of gender, race, identity, but it's also cultural. It's also interests. It's also other beliefs that we have. And that's what we want to do, is ensure that we're creating safe spaces for young people, for communities. And that's what representation is all about, creating safe space so people can feel like they can grow, they can strive, and that they can belong in places that allow them to continue to be who they are.
As you think about eliminating racial discrimination and what's required to get there, where do you draw your hope and inspiration from?
Yeah, well, I talk about this a lot. For me, my hope personally was started and initiated from my dad, right? My dad was a pastor. He was involved in the civil rights movement as well, very community driven in where he grew up. But I come from a long line of preachers and pastors, and I'll never forget that when I was growing up, everyone asked me if I was going to be a minister like my dad. And I was 7 years old at the time, by the way. And I went to my dad and I said, hey, do I need to be a minister, a preacher like you? And he looked at me and he smiled. And I'll never forget the words that he told me, because they've been a guiding principle of my life. He said, everyone has their ministry in this world. You have to find yours. And that's always been the guiding principle for me, that it unleashed me, it unbound me from the idea of generational expectations, right? Or I had to walk in a certain way, or I was bound by what I looked like, how much money we had, what community that I grew up in, but that I could walk in my own steps, that I could be guided by my own path, that I could make my own decisions that were not dictated by someone else. And that's the same level of empowerment that we want for every single other person in this world, that they can feel like they can design their own path and not be defined or bound by structural racism, by things that may happen in their communities, by external factors that don't allow them to truly excel and to be who they are. That's the promise of humanity. That's the promise of what we want every young person in this world to feel like. And that's my belief and why I'm in this role, what I believe my purpose is in this world, and what I hope to advance more in terms of helping more young people, more communities thrive and to define and become who they want to be as they pursue their own purpose.
What advice do you have for the person who feels disempowered and unequipped to make a difference through mentorship or indeed other means?
Yeah, probably the first thing I would say is, when you're thinking about mentorship, that you don't feel like you have to be perfect. I think too often folks feel like, hey, how can I mentor someone? Because I have all these things that happen in my life, right? In many cases, that's the ideal mentor. We need you. People need you, because we always use this phrase, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be present in someone's life. And that's probably one of the biggest takeaways that I would share with everyone who's listening and viewing here today, is that you don't always have to be perfect in what you do, but what young people depend on, what others who you mentor depend on, is for you to show up, to be present, to be persistent in their lives. And then the other thing I would say is understand that you get as much out of it as the person that you're pouring into as well. And that's what we see every single day in our mentoring relationships, is that the adults who get involved constantly say that the young people who they mentor are impacting their lives more than they're impacting theirs. So know that the idea of mentorship, the idea of getting involved is reciprocal, that you can impact someone's life, but just as much as you're impacting them, they're impacting you as well. And when we talk about what's happening in our world today, one of the biggest ways that we can eradicate the type of hate sometimes that we see, the type of racism that we see, the type of intolerance that we see, is by getting to know other people that don't come from where you come, that don't look like you, that may not identify the same way that you identify. And yet, understanding that there is this singular commonality that we all share. And that singular commonality is wanting to be better in this world, wanting to thrive and wanting to have good lives in this world. Everyone wants that level of access and opportunity and happiness in their lives, right? And we can make that happen more often when we connect together and we reach out to others that don't maybe have all the opportunity that we have, or sometimes who do, but need that extra encouragement and support. That's the power of human connection, and that's the power of what Big Brothers Big Sisters does every single day.
Finally, for the individuals who are watching, how can they support you and your work?
Yeah, so we would love anyone who's interested in mentorship, being a positive mentor in your local community, finding out how you do it. So whether you're ready to actually do it right now, or finding out how you do it and how you can even be a better mentor in your workplace, in your family, in your school, no matter where you are, right? Whether it's with us or whether it's with another organization. Mentorship is not contained to one organization. But if you're interested in either volunteering with us or learning about mentorship overall, go to bebignow.org. Again, that's bebignow.org. And you can find out if you're interested in getting involved in a local community here in the U.S. It's an easy way for you to put in your zip code if you're based in the U.S. If you're not based in the U.S. and you're looking for more tips, resources, or how you do it no matter where you live, you can find out more information on our websites that way as well. So we would love to get you involved, love to get you engaged. And for those who are listening and want to get connected with me, please find me on LinkedIn under Artist Stevens, and would love to stay connected with those who are viewing and listening here today.
Thank you so much, artists, for your amazing words. The very best of luck with your work as the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters. Amazing. And thank you for participating in Anti-Racism Live.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
Good luck.
We are so grateful to Artist Stevens for his contribution to Anti-Racism Live 2024. We wish him the best with his incredible work. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link. Every view helps. And why not register on peaceoneday.org and follow our social media so you can keep up to date with the latest information and upcoming experiences. Our final interview of Anti-Racism Live 2024 is with Melissa Fleming, the Under-Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations, and an invaluable supporter of Peace One Day. Let's watch the interview with Melissa Fleming and Jeremy Gilley now.
Melissa Fleming, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
Great to be with you, Jeremy.
The first question I'd like to ask you, Melissa, is could you tell us about your work and mission as the Under-Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations, and why the 21st of March, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, is so important to you?
Okay, well, thanks, Jeremy. Well, leading communications means that I not only communicate and lead teams who communicate about the work of the United Nations around the world, but it's also to, promote the values of the United Nations. And those values are a world in which every single person can thrive in peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. And in this vision, there is no racism, there's no intolerance, and there is no discrimination of any kind.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I suppose by therefore raising awareness of the 21st of March, you're thereby providing an opportunity for people to participate in the vision of the UN.
No, absolutely. Unfortunately, the scourge of racism continues, even though it's been 75 years since that wonderful document that we just celebrated its anniversary of, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, says very clearly and impresses upon member states to implement in their legislation and policies that everyone is entitled to the rights and freedoms without discrimination for race or color. But nevertheless, unfortunately, we can continue to see racism in multiple forms, fundamentally, putting one race as superior over others. And unfortunately, also, of course, with the internet, which has given people access to information all over the world and has increased the potential on social media for people who have been traditionally vulnerable and voiceless. At the same time, it has also unleashed all kinds of horrific hate speech towards groups, racism that is able to spread without guardrails, and this has exacerbated underlying racism and made it worse in many cases, including leading to offline violence against people of other groups.
Thank you, Melissa. Can I ask you, where do you feel the global community is on its journey to eradicating racism?
I do believe, there are moments in time, like the International Day for the Elimination of Discrimination, the so-called Anti-Racism Day, to kind of reaffirm and re-educate, because it really does come down it comes down to policies, including laws that governments have on the books. It comes down to, the guardrails that social media companies put in place. Social media companies that have so much power over the discourse in our world. If hate speech is allowed to run rampant, you're obviously going to fuel and ignite flames, fuel fires that can make things worse. So it's an opportunity to remind of the accountability and the responsibility, those who have power over our online discourse. They can make a difference. So we need to join forces on these days and take stock of where we are on fighting racism. And if we haven't reached the levels of tolerance that we want, we need to recommit and do more again.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Melissa. I follow you on social media, and it's always incredible to see the information that you put out into the world, which is in many ways inspiring and informative and engaging. And so thank you for doing that. And obviously, the world is in a very, very difficult situation in a number of key places across the entire world, which is seeing an increase in racism, hatred, dividing communities as a consequence of these crises. What's your assessment of the situation, and can we turn it around?
Well, we always have to aspire to turn it around. And there are, incredible blueprints that we can refer to. For example, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. This is the UN's blueprint to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance around the world. I mean, our raison d'etre at the UN is also to fight inequality. It's part of the SDGs. Our country teams around the world are working with governments to reduce inequalities. And inequalities are very often linked to racism. And so we are, approaching this work with the understanding that it is partially and very often due to discrimination in our societies that we do have, racism that continues. unfortunately, we also have, something like 200 conflicts around the world. And, conflicts are also often linked to, hatred of another group, hatred of an ethnic minority, or they fuel, existing hatreds, or hatreds are used to justify, waging the war in the first place. So we have another challenge in that sphere, to really not just aim for peace. And I know you work night and day on peace, but equally the intolerance and the fear of the other that has a ripple effect all over the world. If you look at the conflict right now in Israel and Gaza, we're seeing, a spike in anti-Semitism globally. We're seeing a spike in anti-Muslim bigotry. People have been killed as a result, and we need to really, really work on this, and not to allow these wars to turn societies everywhere into polarized, dangerous places, pitting ourselves against the other. So we're working as we can at the UN on this, reminding over and over of each person's dignity, each person's equality. Every man, woman, and child on this earth has the right to live in peace and dignity, and equality. And that is really our mantra.
Yeah. I mean, you are working on these issues every day. As I said, I follow you on social media, obviously, and follow the work and always have done of the United Nations. I happen to think it's the closest organisation that we have to holding the global community together, and I certainly will do anything I can to support. Can I ask you, when you see what you see every day, Melissa, all over the world in relation to the 200 conflicts that you spoke of, where do you draw your hope from, Melissa? What makes you think that we can turn this around? Where's the hope come from?
And for me, the hope comes from mostly individual stories of just reaching out to people, helping other people, reaching across the lines, having discussions on college campuses, fueling debate and discussion. So, I've had working for refugees for 10 years. I had so many instances. It was really often, you could despair at the numbers of people who had been forced to flee their homes, but get energized at the same time by the welcome and the humanity that we were able to witness by, coming to refugees who had nothing but the clothes on their back. Members, of the local community who welcomed them, even though they had no linkage with them at all. And the humanity of also some governments that, upheld refugee protection under international law, but even went beyond that and provided everything needed for those refugees, not just to survive, but also to thrive. So we're seeing this, ongoing, and we're seeing, a lot of attempts in other dimensions when we talk about racism. African Americans in the country that I'm from, the United States, we've seen a lot of progress in the advancement of African Americans, their rights, their rising to the top in education and professions. There's a long way to go, but we have to latch on to also those stories so that we don't lose hope.
Thank you, Melissa. And for those who don't know, actually, Melissa's written an incredible book called A Hope More Powerful Than the Sea. So if you do want to be inspired, I suggest you have a read of that. I hope you don't mind me plugging your book, Melissa, but it is a story of hope right there.
It's a story of hope because it is a story that if you read it, you understand why people risk their lives to, flee their homes and to seek a different life in other countries. And, once and I think that comes back to the theme of what we're talking about. It is, people are different. People are culturally different. They come from all kinds of different backgrounds. But the more we know about them, and the more we're educated about other people and their circumstances, their cultures, their religions, their backgrounds, their histories, their persecution, then we're much better able to open our hearts and become more accepting and caring and loving towards them.
Yeah, completely agree, Melissa. Thank you. Finally, to the person feeling perhaps disempowered by what they're seeing in the news or their personal predicament, what would you say to kind of inform, inspire and engage them really in the journey to eliminating racial discrimination? And are there any resources or destinations you'd like them to go to feel empowered to be part of the change?
Well, I would just like to again emphasize how important education and awareness is. And I really hope that it's starting in our schools, because no child is born racist. No child is born discriminating against somebody else. Children are born with love in their hearts. And we would like people to stay that way, but we also have all kinds of tools at the United Nations for people who want to get involved. We urge everybody who's interested to follow our social media channels at UN or at United Nations, depending on where you are on social media, where we're often putting out inspirational stories of people coming together in all kinds of dimensions, as well as our campaigns. We have a very specific campaign called #FightRacism, and we have another campaign, #NoToHate. And you can find also those materials on the UN website if you want to get involved in sharing the content from those campaigns, the very important messaging, and being a part of those who say, I fight racism myself, and I say no to hate. And I will not be part of spreading it, and I will call it out when I see it.
Melissa Fleming, we wish you the very best doing the incredible work that you do. Thank you for participating today, and the very best of luck with everything.
Thank you so much, Jeremy.
To close out Anti-Racism Live 2024, we will be hearing from Jeremy Gilley, the founder of Peace One Day and producer-director of Anti-Racism Live. Thank you to all our incredible speakers and, of course, to our viewers. I want to say thank you, Peace One Day. I've really enjoyed presenting Anti-Racism Live. I hope you have too. And now over to Jeremy.
Hello, my name's Jeremy Gilley. I'm the founder of Peace One Day. Thank you to Archie for doing such an incredible job presenting Anti-Racism Live. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to presenting the last section of this experience. And now we're going to hear from Marie-Joseph Ayesi, Human Rights Officer at OHCHR Geneva, who will tell us about the remarkable work of OHCHR and why 21 March, the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, is so important. Marie-Joseph, welcome to Anti-Racism Live.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Marie-Joseph, could you just tell me briefly about your work and the mission?
Yes, my work consists as a secretary of the working group to support this important mechanism that have been put in place by the Human Rights Council to tackle the racial discrimination against people of African descent. So it consists of many tasks, providing the support, organizing meetings, organizing sessions, meeting with the stakeholders, including the victims, people of African descent, but also with state, to try to push, for the respect and the implementation of their rights.
Thank you so much, Marie-Joseph. Thank you. Why is the 21st of March the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination so important to you, Marie-Joseph?
I think this day is really important in many ways. Firstly, I think it's important to pause, and this really gives an opportunity to pause every year and regularly to reflect about what has been done, but also about what remains to be done, and including to see how we could better together fight against racial discrimination for the future, including tackling emergent or emergent of contemporary forms of racial discrimination. So it's also important because I think this day gives the opportunity also to states, to renew their commitments that they have taken under different instruments, in particular the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, including the International Convention on the Elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, and other instruments, and to really see that they have committed to share values that they have to continue to uphold.
Thank you, Marie-Joseph. Thank you. Can I ask you, to the person feeling disempowered and unequipped to be a part of the elimination of racial discrimination, what resources or organisations would you recommend that they go to kind of be informed, inspired and engaged to be a part of the change?
Yes, thank you. This is really very, very important. I think that I would say there are three levels. The first level is what I call the local level. In many countries, you have local NGOs working in the field of human rights, in particular in the field of racism, racial discrimination, that people could approach. Some of them, they have a general scope, and some others, they are just focusing on racial discrimination and on all categories of people. In the UK, for example, we cite Minority Rights Group, which is a very well-known organization, or also Amnesty International. So this is the first step. The second step will be what we call the National Human Rights Institution. Most of them usually have the mandate to advise the people, but also to support the state and the promotion and protection of human rights in their countries, including regarding racial discrimination. And for the victims, for example, some national human rights institutions do have the competence to receive and to consider individual complaints, and they can also provide advice, to people and victims of racial discrimination and human rights globally. And then we have the international level. At the international level, you may wish to reach out to human rights bodies and mechanisms and engage with them directly, either as a victim seeking remedies or someone looking for information. And we have diverse anti-racism mechanisms. For example, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. There is a possibility to engage with this body in many ways, especially a report on racism, the Working Group of People of African Descent, and so on. And these mechanisms are open, to the engagement with the different stakeholders, including with the individuals. And now, for someone looking for information, you may wish to visit the webpage of the OSCE and navigate through, where you might find many resources, helpful resources you need. The National Instrument of Hard or Soft Law, fact sheet of mechanism, but also on the Durban Declaration and Program of Action and the different activities conducted by the office in this regard. We also have videos that are posted on the webpage that can be also inspiring for people. We have developed databases that are available to the public. You can also follow the work of the OSCE globally through social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and so on. Many inspiring videos, including on racial discrimination and racism, are also available on the webpage of the OSCE. And also the High Commissioner's statement and speeches, as well as those of the UN expert.
Marie-Joseph, Marie Joseph, thank you for spending time with us today for Anti-Racism Live, and we wish you all the very best with your incredibly important work. Good luck.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
How inspiring. Thank you, Jean-Marie, for your support of Anti-Racism Live, and to everyone at OHCHR for their tireless work on the journey towards eliminating racial discrimination. #FightRacism. Next up, we have the inspirational Winter Brianne, social impact architect, creative strategist, and changemaker. Let's listen to Winter's message for Anti-Racism Live now.
Hi, my name is Winter Brianne. I am an impact strategist, entrepreneur, and student at the illustrious Howard University. And I'm so excited and honored to be with you on today, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This day is so important because it draws a light to the racial disparities, inequities, and discrimination that is happening across the globe. But not just to highlight the issue, but more importantly, to bring people together to talk about how we can eradicate it for good. Maya Angelou said, "Prejudice is a burden that confuses the past, threatens the future, and renders the present inaccessible." We know the construct of race and the systems built upon it will take more than just accepting the things that make each of us unique, but also a commitment to justice and the dismantling of systems meant to oppress the most marginalized. As women of faith, I'm reminded that the most important thing is to love one another and see the reflection of God in each one of us. To love one another is an action. It is to fight for each other's right to a life free of violence. This is a simple message, but one that weighs extra heavy today. As an African American woman, I know firsthand how racial discrimination impacts our every day. I'm reminded of the civil rights leaders and freedom fighters whose dreams are still being actualized. I hope today, on the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, that you are galvanized to do your part to make a difference in the world around you, starting at home with your family, colleagues, friends. We all have the opportunity and responsibility to leave the world better than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Winter. We're so grateful to have you involved today and wishing you the very best with all the incredible work that you're doing. Please follow Winter's social media. As you've just seen, she is amazing. Next up, we have the incredible Dara Singh Khurana, actor, model, and Commonwealth Year of Youth Champion 2024. Let's listen to his inspiring words now.
Hello and namaste. I'm Dara Singh Khurana from India, an actor, philanthropist, former Mr. India, and Commonwealth Year of Youth Champion 2024. It's not every day that I make or record a video and I'm not happy about it. But unfortunately, it is this video that makes me very, very sad. Ask me why? Because today, in the 21st century, when the human race has evolved so much, be it technology, AI, or even reaching the moon or other planets, we've made it all. But yet, we struggle to stop racial discrimination. Shame, isn't it? If we try to understand this the spiritual way, every human being born on this planet is a beautiful soul. We're all born the same. There might certainly be some souls which choose to do certain things in life which are not perfect according to the standards that we as human race have set. But that does not make us a bad person at all. If we start looking at people just as beautiful souls and pure souls, I think their skin colors is something that will not matter to us. So I today pledge to end the racial discrimination happening around me. And I pray that you will too. Today is the time. Let's come together and make this world a more peaceful place, more lovable place, and more happier planet to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dara Singh. That was absolutely fantastic, very moving. We are so honoured to have you involved today and so grateful for your support. And I, of course, wish you the very best of luck with your important work as the Commonwealth Year of Youth Champion. I'm now delighted to introduce a dear friend of Peace One Day. We've played his music before at other events. The remarkable A.Y. Young, who is the founder of the Battery Tour, which is a renewable energy powered grassroots concert series that raises money through donations to purchase portable solar powered boxes for villages that don't have reliable access to electricity. Incredible. Let's play AY's song now.
This is Stick This in Your Pocket. Oh yeah? Oh, I think this is the best song I ever wrote, man. Oh, lyrics I do know. 10 years ago. Ain't it funny how you can be in the hood 1 minute, drive a couple blocks, it's like chameleon hit it. The colors stay same, but the race has changed. The government's new wave for the new age. And if everything happens for a reason, about the will I am, the will I have, I got a feeling I can change the world. Hey, with a pen and pen, I got a motorboat flow. AY, I'm a needle in a haystack. To track me, and y'all getting laughs. So come afloat my lyrical dreamboat and watch me hook shots. Call them queen quotes while you sit back, relax. Kick back, I want the cell phone silent. Popcorn mode. And you can stick this in your phone. Keep spinning, I can't rest my soul. It'll all slow down one day I suppose. Just a traveler on a dusty road. Where life takes me, I'll never know. I can't give up on home wherever I go.
Losing can't be no option. Blasting off like Team Rocket. This greatness come from my genes. Only dialing the dream stuffed in my pocket. I prophesize till I profit. Coming from the hood so I shine. Chakras divine. Promise to the east, praying to the divine. Don't live in fear cause it's all in your mind. Yo, they're gonna help you win it. Manifestation came from a higher dimension. I look through the eye of the prism. See my aura and you notice it shining and glisten. My time is divine on a mission. My heart is open, stay focused, I got my patience. Destined for great, and I'ma find my way until the day that I got my place. Hey.
It's Shared Horizon. Out at sea, don't poke Poseidon. I did my scopes and I'm a Cancer rising. Low is my hope in a changing climate. I was open-minded, but there's still no price on carbon. That's a woe and a no for Biden. Well, young Myers, I've been pitching flame. They say fame is a dangerous game. They say Dane's in a gracious state. Good thing I lick my plate. When I lick my plate, will I say my thanks? Welcome to a new American dream. A white pixel fence is like an NFT. Hop up in the whip with the green gas bee in his mansion. Spilling the tea is still clean.
I don't know if you don't notice this one way, the way it's gotta be, yeah. See, I don't know if you don't notice this old gravel road ain't the path we gotta take, yeah. I don't know if you don't notice this one way, the way it's gotta be, yeah. I don't know if you don't notice this old gravel road ain't the path we gotta take, yeah. This world keeps spinning, I can't rest my soul. It'll all slow down one day, I suppose. Just a traveler on a dusty road. Where life takes me, I'll never know. But I can't give up on home wherever I go, yeah. Hey.
That was the amazing A.Y. Young. Keep inspiring us and wishing you the very best of luck on your journey. We've come to the end of Anti-Racism Live 2024. Thank you so much for tuning in today for Anti-Racism Live on the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. It has once again been such an honour to produce this broadcast on what's such an important day of the year. Thank you to Arshi Ahmed, our wonderful presenter, our remarkable guests, and to the Peace One Day team. And today, it wouldn't have been possible without our incredible sponsor, ITG, the Inspired Thinking Group, and of course, Simon Ward. We're truly humbled and honoured to have their continued support. And thank you to Digitalis, Social 360, Signal AI, AWS, Green Lemon Company, British Airways, the Virgin Group, Porto Novelli, Design Bridge, Ahmed Fauzi, Stuart Hurray, Steve Harding, Emmett Keefe III, Charles Travail, and all the Peace One Day advisors. And of course, special thanks to the United Nations, OHCHR and UNESCO for their continued support and their remarkable work all over the world. But most importantly, thank you once again to all of you who have tuned in. Please tell everyone about the broadcast you can and watch all the films from today on our website or through social media in the coming days. By supporting and sharing these important messages that we've heard today, we are one step closer to a more equal, just, diverse and inclusive world. The 21st of March marks the 6-month countdown to the 21st of September, Peace Day. Against the backdrop of all the challenges we face as a global community, be it conflict with one another or conflict with our environment, we believe that it's more important than ever that we stand together as one. That's why we wanted to create a ceasefire non-violence day 25 years ago. And because of the technology that's now available to us, we believe we have an unprecedented opportunity this year on Peace Day, 21 September 2024, the UN International Day of Peace, to unite for peace on a scale that humanity has never known. Peace Day works. Almost 3 billion people are aware of it. Millions of people are involved in activities. And the Institute for Economics and Peace have reported that there appears to have been a 15% decrease in deaths on the 21st of September 2022 compared to other days in the year. It's incredible. This year's Peace Day, 21 September, falls on a Saturday. We can mark the day with our family, our friends, our communities. And my wish is that as many people as possible take up that opportunity. By coming together and uniting, we can lift the level of consciousness around the fundamental issues that humanity faces. And Peace Day creates that opportunity for global unity. Good luck with your preparations. Here's to #PeaceDay. We would love you to follow us on Peace One Day's social media platforms. It means so much to have your support. Please also visit our website and register to keep up to date with all the very latest information and events. Thank you once again for tuning in to Anti-Racism Live. Here's to Peace One Day. I am totally committed to producing content that informs, inspires and engages people towards impact that's measurable. And I hope, really hope, that we successfully did that for you today. We'll be back very soon. Thank you. Goodbye.